Alright, folks, welcome back. It's day 74. Once again, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Let's see. We concluded Unit 17 and hope to complete Unit 18 today. Let's do our total recall as per usual. The wrap up. Try to write a bit of Japanese. So let's go through our usual exercise. So our topics were going outside or like outdoor activities and things, basically things that are lines and phrases that may be useful in a restaurant setting. So I've embellished my connection between the two a little bit yesterday. Let's start with, we're thinking about it. So oftentimes you want to start probably with, Oops. Right? So yeah, gogatsu, gogatsu, and sweet touchy. Right? Gogatsu, sweet touchy. So on May 1st, right? We decided, it's probably time for it's a good time for some, oh no. All right, let's see. No, I'm missing something here. Possibly, hiking. Yeah, hiking. I missed the E. Yeah, hiking. Or maybe, oh no, wait. No. That's not how this works. No. Let's rewrite this too. No. That's not how that works. It's a shame I don't have a decent eraser tool. Okay, try this again for... Oh wait, maybe it's... Yeah, we're gonna stay with key. Uh, Yampu. Oh. Oh. Hold up. Maybe that? Yampu. I'm gonna go with that. Kyampu. If not, I mean, going outside, right? We can have a... Wait a minute. Oh, no. That's Ko. Niku. Oh, whoops. Just kidding. Picnicu. Picnicu. This next one's gonna be rough. Okay, say... Maybe. I think there's a hold. There's another hold. 2 holds. So that doesn't look quite it as well. We're gonna go with it. Barbecue. Man, that heh is off the charts. Anyways. Other things outside, I guess. At least it's not this, right? Today, it's not this. Right? We go out when it's not this. Ame. The location could be next to a kawa. Hey, worm. Hello. We bring stuff with us. Like a, here we go again. How do I feel about Duolingo? It's fun. Fun and entertaining. Backpaku. Backpaku. So we could have one of those, you know? Alright, we're outside. Maybe doing some hiking, some camping. Right? Maybe having a barbecue. Hitting up the local picnic. With our backpacks. Maybe by the river. Thanking the nice weather that it's not rainy. On May 1st. So we're counting things, but we're not going to worry about counting things. Or actually, I guess counting things come later in both situations. There's way more than this, but drawing a blank. We need like some inspiration. Right? Yakimasu. For grilling. We're gonna do barbecue. Barbecue. I have to come back to this topic because I'm not being inspired off of something outside right now. Sometimes we might be enjoying the keshki. Perhaps kawa no keshki. Guess we have a location as well to add. Hokkaido. Hokkaido. I actually, yeah, it's fine. And that's not enough. If we add the five counting things, that's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, that's not close. There are at least 20 things in that part, and then there are like 25 things in the other part. We'll come back to it, see if we get inspired when we're thinking about the other ones. All right, so you know, we hung out, it's a sunny day, we're camping, we're hiking, we chill out with a local picnic, maybe grill a few things, and be like, yeah, we hike some more, and then like, yeah, let's go head into town, right? Let's go head into town. Like Hokkaido, right? Well, or we can, I mean, now we're just gonna randomly find, I don't actually know if they have one in Hokkaido, but let's go with we hit the, obviously we're looking for some more food, so we're gonna hit the local chukakai. My is too tiny. It's not enough to resolve that. Chukakai. Hopefully to find some chuka ryori, right? So now we enter the restaurant. Well, we check if the restaurant is... Oh, I thought of a few things over here now, but that's fine. Hang on. We check if the restaurant is... we'll just put in this one. Akimasu. when it's open, or what time it opens, right? So akimasu, and akimasu is to be clarified, so we're not gonna write this in Japanese for clarification, but this is the intransitive or intransitive. I think it's tren, but that's fine. The intransitive open. So a restaurant opens, as opposed to, which I don't know, it'll be conjugated differently, but akimasu instead of akeru, akeru, which would be the transitive. This is the intransitive form, where something passively opens. So the restaurant passively opens at a specific time, as opposed to akeru. This is aku, as opposed to akeru, where you open like a door, like a restaurant owner opens the restaurant, for example. Like in some way, the transitive is the one where akeru would be used for that nature, but this is the akimasu, not the aku. Didn't get akeru. So the restaurant's open. We walk in, right? We walk in, and we hear yes. Holy heck, that's a little too close. I'm trying to write as small as I can, but man. I might be missing. I'm doing some kind of warm-up. I'm doing a review. When a unit is concluded, I spend time writing the things I remember in Japanese before I start the new unit. So, irashaimase. Irashai irashaimase. So you hear irashaimase. Right. Then we are greeted by probably the tenin. Go to our table and we ask, right? We ask or are given our wait, how does this one work? No. It's menu. Menu. Yeah, menu. Menu. And what's on that menu? Okay, so all right, here we go. We forgot a lot last time. So we found out that this is a Pan-Asian restaurant, okay? Pan-Asian. We can't go without an order of... Okay, wait, I just realized. Oh, they didn't do it this way. Okay, this is one of the mixed ones. Because I swear it's this. It's definitely this. Yeah. Thanks, Millie and Nojo. It's definitely this. This looks correct. Yeah. So, mapo tofu, right? Mapo tofu. And they didn't follow through. They tofu. Tofu was written in hiragana because tofu we have that too. It's a previous vocabulary. So just mapo is the borrowed. Yeah. So mapo tofu. Yeah. I wrote the rest in katakana and I was like, wait a minute, that's not what that looks like. Yeah. So all right. So we have to have at least that, right? Then we definitely need to order let's start with this one. Oh, and this one's a mix too. Yeah, this one's a mix too. I think. I'm gonna say it looks like this. Oh, wait. I think I'm missing something. I think I might be missing a syllable. Udon, udon cha. Udon cha. Oh, no, wait. It's fine. Oh. Yeah, udon cha. Yeah. Udon cha. Udon cha. And the cha is tea, right? So it's kept in hiragana. I'm kind of curious if you can like honorize it and say udon ocha. 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 Alright, okay. So at least that. And then for us hip youngsters, probably... Oh, I have another word that I remember associated with it too. Okay. I think there's a hold there. Something like that. Tapioca tea. Tapioca tea. Maybe not a hold on the, but it's good enough. Yeah, there's no hold. It's too long. By one kana, I think. So let's not hold. To me, in English, I would likely hold it a little bit longer. Tapioca tea. Tapioca tea. That works too, I guess. Yeah, no. Okay. Tapioca tea. Yeah, I would probably hold it a little bit, but it's not that big a deal, actually. So, yeah. Tapioca tea. Tapioca tea. And I know that there's a word associated with it that I forgotten, and now I remember it from last time. Not just any tapioca tea. Tapioca tea. We want... Why am I drawing a blank? Uh-oh. I'm drawing a blank on a Anna. Oh, wait. Never mind. Just kidding. Smetai. Smetai. Cold. To the touch. Smetai. Not to be confused with... Samui. Oh, and let's see. We got more things to look around. Oh, things that we missed. You know, when we're at the table, we would most definitely request or observe for ashi and ashi to napkin. Napkin. There's no tsu. Yeah, I don't think there's an extra mora there. It's not napkin. Napkin. No, which is probably not next to this. Yeah, if we're going in a Chinese restaurant, it'd be more like shoyu. Previous, so we're not writing that. Shoyu and garlic. Insert garlic, maybe some chili powder and stuff. Occasionally, at least in the United States, you may find shiroi hosho. Wait. Yeah, that's fine. My co is way out of whack. It's fine. We gotta look at the menu and see what else we can find. So items outside of mapo tofu, mapo tofu, mapo tofu. Yeah, mapo tofu. We have uh-oh. Oh. Gyuniku. Gyuniku. Or milk, if you will. Just kidding, just kidding. Sorry, Andy. Gyuniku beef. We also have soup. Soup. I forgot these last time. Oh, things could be the mapo tofu could be Arai. I know we have more katakana words. I keep forgetting them. Or like, I don't use them probably enough. What else could be on this menu? You have dessert? No dessert. Alright, let's go to this side because I remembered a few things. This is not necessarily new, but it's a new usage. Hayai for early. And since we know early, we know our new one. And this one has a story behind it because I interacted with another person regarding this. And it's kurai. It's either kurai or kurai. Kurai or kurai. And we'll talk about why it was interesting. Because right. So kurai or kurai. 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 Kurai or kurai. Right? apparently it's kurai is a traditional, it was the traditional way, and then there's kurai, which is the newer one, but either way it's a low to high, so it's either otaka or nakataka, right? And that means dark, as in if it's not early, it's already dark, meaning kind of sort of late. So that's why they introduce hayai and kurai at the same time. And I made a comment when I saw this that it reminded me almost homonymly like, but it's not really a homonym because they're pronounced differently after the comment. I don't know why the fixation was on specifically on that, but there's another term, and it's listed under this too, because I don't have the kanji yet, but there's a kanji separation for these two. However, in Duolingo, it's listed under both for now, because we don't have the kanji for either of them, or for actually the one. So this was originally introduced as gurai, or gurai or kurai. However, now that deserves a little bit of controversy as well, a little bit of thing too. So I'm saying this. And I'm going to remember this quite a bit. But when we were talking about time and stuff, we had gurai, right? Like so and so. I don't know. 3時間ぐらい, right? 3時間ぐらい as opposed to ぐらい versus ぐらい right? So the ぐらい or the くらい, it's expressed in both of these actually for about, like approximately. However, in whatever case it is, it's written this way in hiragana explicitly, not with the kanji. So this one is atamadaka. So atamadaka is the about. So gurai, as opposed to dark, which was introduced in this unit, kurai, or kurai. It's always going up, so it's down, low, high, regardless. So someone raised that point, and then I threw around a term called homonyms, but they're pseudo homonyms, as in they're not true homonyms, because they're actually two separate words with two separate pitch accents, even though at the time and still now they are written the same way because of hiragana. However, eventually kurai will have a kanji for it, but kurai does not. So when you're talking about time and approximation, apparently it's kurai as opposed to kurai. So for whatever it's worth, that's something I'll remember for quite some time, if not forever, right? For my extent. But that's kind of the stuff that are very, very interesting. So someone pointed that out, and now I will remember it, right? Not that I prioritize pitch accent, as in not that I prioritize correct or accurate pitch accent. That's not it. It's not my concern, really. My concern is largely playing with pitch accent. Understand when you're going up and down, relatively speaking, and if you can hear it. So regardless of what the pitch accent that Duolingo is using, I'm mimicking that, but I know when it's high, when it's low, like practicing that. And with that, maybe in the future, when I hear like other people talk over time, I can adjust to them. Because if you can't distinguish the difference, you would have to intellectually know the difference. So in this case, this person is telling me the intellectual differences, as in these are two different words with two different pronunciations, and that's pretty great. And when they gave me, I asked for a voice sample, it was very discernible that they are quite different. At least to me, they sound very different. And I don't know if I can do justice because mechanically I still have to practice messing around with my pitch accent while speaking in Japanese in order to differentiate between them. So I like to hope that my mic can carry some of my compensation of the nuances, right? Kurai, 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 kurai. I'm not changing my volume. I'm not changing the cadence, right? The moda is not changing. The volume is not changing. I can articulate at least what I feel is an increase in pitch versus a decrease in pitch. So, kurai, 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 kurai. And then the hardest one is actually for me a lot of times is nakadaka, which is kurai, kurai. And it's the one that's most natural in my opinion, or lots of people say it's the most natural pattern for English speakers. I usually do odaka a lot of times and then atamadaka. So I the first syllable, if it's high and it drops down low, I stay low the entire time. I just flatten out. And then like heiban the rest, right? So, and then when I'm rising, I stay high most of the time too, with a few exceptions, which one of these happens to be this exception. That's why it's not as bad. If the nakadaka ends up on a diphthong, then I naturally relax and drop down on the diphthong. So ai, right? Ai. So kurai, kurai, kurai. So I naturally drop down instead of saying kurai, 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 kurai. So all this stuff is important. My goal now is to mess around enough that I can do that when someone tells me to, and when they point it out, I can hear it as well in my voice. So I think that to me for output is the most important when I'm thinking about these things. Output is not the most. A lot of language learners are going to say like, well, output's not that important to begin with. You need input before you can, understand the stuff. Say, I understand. I get it. But in this very specific case, this person is talking about output. So, and in that sphere, if you cannot output and connect your ears with your mechanical vocal production, regardless of how accurate you think you are, it will be inaccurate. So oftentimes I tend to encourage people to vocalize things and mess around, because the more dynamic you are, it doesn't really matter which accent you pick up. You could sound like a Duolingo AI voice for all that matters. What you have to hope you are doing is ear training and sound production enough that when someone tells you, oh, you're going low high, you can hear the low high and also adjust the low high. It's kind of like pitch practice, right? When you're singing, I don't think there's a lot of people in the world who are naturally tone deaf. I think most people underestimate how well their pitch acuity is with some practice and training, right? So that's what I'm doing here. I'm sure I'm gonna get more and more comments about my pitch accent, the accuracy of my pitch accent. However, I'm more than welcome to that, because they're going to suggest things and I'm going to remember them. And the execution part is my benefit. Why would I want to learn pitch accent the wrong way from Duolingo. Like, what's the point? Is it a bad habit? Well, yes, if you don't learn how to control your pitch accent. In this case, I'm using it to consciously control and execute my pitch accent. So, yes, I could be saying kurai, kurai, and it could be wrong or not accurate, or kurai, kurai. But the thing is, I'm doing both. So at some point, someone's gonna, like this stranger who was kind enough to tell me, like, oh, well, this word is kurai. It's not kurai. So I'm like, yes, awesome. That's cool. And I can do it because I'm focused on the vocal production of the accent, the sound of the accent, and not the comprehensive intellectual part. So if people are wondering, does it bother me that Duolingo might not be accurate with pitch accent? No, it doesn't, because I'm focusing on the mechanics of it, not the accuracy of it. So, for example, I think lots of elitist jokes happen with watashi, right? Watashi, I don't know if that's accurate or not, but the first thing native speakers often criticize out of the sheer compassion is that, oh, it's not watashi, it's watashi. Or it's not watashi versus watashi, right? Or watashi versus watashi. Or watashi versus watashi. Or watashi versus watashi, right? Watashi, or watashi. So those things happen, but the idea is to see if you can do them. If you can hear something, tell yourself what it is, and do it back, then to me, that will make you flexible enough that in the future, if you have a best friend who's like your favorite influencer, or like your Japanese friend, like a personal friend, you'll be able to adapt to their accent over time, right? And then pick your favorite accent. You bought and received a Norwegian textbook from the same brand of your Japanese textbook? Oh, snap. I didn't even... That's awesome. You're gonna have to tell me about... Honestly, since you have a Norwegian textbook of the same Japanese textbook, I'm curious about when you get the chance to compare and contrast between how they may like be similar or different. I'm actually really curious if textbooks kind of change, if you know what I mean. Like if the experience is different in terms of like its semantics and stuff, how they go about explaining things in Norwegian versus, I'm guessing the first brand of textbook was in Japanese, like completely Japanese, or was it in English to Japanese? Excuse me. All right, I'm gonna keep recalling words while you're at it. I feel like this is too few. The new one, we should do counting though. Counting, because oh yeah, the waiter, right? The tenin is going to ask, I forgot before seated. Nanmai sama desu ka? Nanmai sama desu ka? So I don't know if we can use the kanji yet because they didn't introduce it. So we're gonna write it with hirakana. Nanmei sama desu ka? Oh. Okay. Nanme. Yeah. Nanme sama desu ka? As in how many people. And then we can start writing people responses. And I'm going to take some liberties here because they weren't really introduced in Duolingo, but I got some spoilery peeps. So let's just assume this is hitori, futari, sannin. Whoops, that's kind of fat. And yonin. I believe the most common pitch pattern of Japanese words. Heiban. Heiban is the most common pattern, yes. Which is not really flat. Yes, it's descending. It's descending, actually. And the first syllable is low. Yes, it's low, high, descending, heiban. Right. Including the particles associated with it. Yep. That is correct. And the particle, the following particle is associated with it. Yes. So flat, yeah. Watashi. Watashi wa. Yep. I believe watashi wa to be it, but who knows? It is the most common. Like the statistically most common. And I don't know enough about regional dialectic emphasis if that has ever shifted for watashi. Watashi wa as opposed to watashi. So doing the nakadaka thing is what people are emphasizing. So watashi versus watashi. So watashi wa, like watashi wa. Wa might be low. It might go down low. I don't know about it, but the main comment that I hear, at least I think I hear, is I hear watashi, as in the nakadaka, and there goes everything. It's fine. We covered most of the stuff. This happens with the bug in this plugin, or the way Duolingo refreshes the screen every 15 minutes or something. It wipes also the writing, but that's okay. That's good enough for today's recall of the unit. I'll probably remember a bunch. Oh, I didn't cover a few other things. We'll cover them. So watashi. So staying above, but not like drop really low. And nakadaka in English, low, high, low is a lot of people's say it's a default for a 3-syllable word for English speakers. So like think of an English 3-syllable English word. I can't think of a 3-syllable word. What is wrong with me right now? I keep thinking of 2- and 4-syllable words. Look around. Look around. Gotta think about it. Oh, video. Oh no, video. Oh no. That's first syllable. Hang on. That's 4 syllables. So, but it is the Gohama is, but it's not 1-to-1. That's not a great example, but we're talking about watashi. So we need a 3-syllable word. Yokohama is actually 4 syllables. but that's next to, that's another pattern that is the stress is the next to last syllable. So like Hiroshima, for example, but that's 4 syllables. Let me think. I keep thinking of 4-syllable words. Let's look at correct, row, lessons, daily, quest. Oh, leaderboard. So leaderboard. Instead, oh no, leaderboard is first. Leaderboard. Dang it! Why can't I? Character. No. What? Okay, never mind. I don't know. I don't know. I can't even like bring up an English word that doesn't have the emphasis on the first syllable. Oh, banana. Thank you. Banana. Banana. That's a great one. Banana. So, a lot of times if you think of banana, right? Banana, you think of watashi. Watashi. It's a watashi. Watashi. It's a watashi. So, banana, watashi. Watashi. So you go low, high, low. And native speakers pick off that first because saying I is like an English trap because you don't say that very often in Japanese if it's inferred, and so they pick up that a lot really quick. And Duolingo does do that too. They put in pedanticness of watashi, right? Watashi, as opposed to watashi, 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 right? And then it's not watashi, 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 going high low, watashi, 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 right? So a lot of times that's comes up a lot. And unfortunately, or fortunately, my pattern of understanding Japanese was also generalized, but I have the problem where I don't do nakadaka well, and I do atamadaka a lot more. See, like I just did atamadaka, where it goes with atamadaka, where it starts on the first and then it drops down and it stays flat, but it is lower than the first syllable. So I've talked about this quite a lot, and I hear it myself doing it out of habit. But the nice thing is, if you can hear yourself do it and you can control it, the output, you'll be able to manipulate the output in the future. And watashi is one of them. I actually still continue, like I hear myself say watashi, as in nakadaka most of the time. Like watashi wa, instead of watashi wa, or watashi wa, or watashi wa, or watashi wa. I don't actually know if the wa is a drop. Does anyone know? When you say watashi wa, or watashi wa? I'm guessing it still stays pretty far up, right? Oh, wa stays high. Yeah, watashi wa, watashi wa, as opposed to watashi wa. And then it's not watashi wa, watashi wa, watashi wa, watashi wa, watashi wa, watashi wa. Yeah. So, I get it. I totally get it. So it's yeah, low, high, and it just stays high the whole time. Yeah. So I get it. It's fine though, as long as for me personally, my take on it is if I can hear it, I'll adjust in the future. It is fun that all the stuff is trickling in. So for example, the word that I used today was dark, right? Dark. Kurai. Because eventually I'll pick up like people talking about pitch accent. Oh, it's this pitch accent, and those will stay vivid with me because I'll adjust those as I'm going. So kurai versus kurai versus gurai, or kurai. But now people are using gurai more for about, because then it's not overlapping with kurai versus kurai, right? And I think, actually, let's take a look. There's a chance. Oh no, it's gonna be really hard to find it because there's like 500 of them. If I could find an example of gurai, it's probably on this list, but I'm pretty sure if I think back in isolation, it's very hard for me as a non-Japanese speaker right now, right, or amateur Japanese speaker, to not be able to tell the difference in isolation. As in, if the two were placed side by side, it's very easy to tell. However, the example of that person's critique was in isolation. So the only thing I have to go on at the moment was that it had about and dark listed under the same one, under the hirakana, which the hirakana is the same, right? So did I notice that? Well, when that person pointed it out, I did remember. Kurai versus kurai are exactly what Duolingo actually do. However, it will take much longer practice and exposure to remember a pitch accent of a word without actually intellectually knowing it. But if I hear kurai versus kurai, I will tell the difference even off the pitch accent that they're different. Now, does that greatly aid the contextual effort of someone saying a full sentence using kurai versus kurai? Probably not, right? And that's where that whole like argument about, oh, is it really necessary or it is not? Well, in this specific case, I could probably imagine there might there won't be a time where I would naturally say like I don't know, 3時間ぐらい. Yeah, usually you can tell structurally if it's the particle usage. Yeah. So it's very difficult, but at the same time, to that stranger, it's so good. Like, it's cool. I love it. Like, it's so you can hear it in isolation being different. So it does remove it gives you like extra information. And that's kind of what I think about pitch accent right now. If it's accurate, it's extra information. If it's not accurate, then I'm practicing. As in, like, if someone hears me use an incorrect pitch accent, then it's really because my default is I need to practice, and I'm just practicing moving my voices up and down, my pitch up and down without changing my stress. Because if I don't, it will sound like this. And this is what most people say Americans do, or at least English speaker do. And because it's a stress accent language. Which is, I could have said, if someone told me, kurai is high, low, high, I could say, kurai. So, kurai. That's what a English speaker will naturally do. They will increase the volume, and raise the pitch all at once. So, and if you say, if it's a low, high, low, a person will say kurai. So, kurai. So it might not get louder, but it will get longer, and it will also get higher in pitch simultaneously. So that's what I'm also practicing right now. To keep the mora still, but keep flexing the pitch without increasing my volume. So then I could say things like kurai, right? The difference between going low, high, and then high, low, at least. The particle, yeah, the particle usage also turns the words into attaching it to into heiban. Yep, heiban. Someone mentioned that person also mentioned for the sake of brevity, the particle affects the previous thing, and they were talking about how particles are attached to the previous word and whatnot, and I get that too, although we weren't focused on that particular thing, but I knew what that person was talking about, which is a neat thing about how particle usage works and how it affects the previous thing, right? The thing that comes before it. And so far, the only thing that I typically do in terms of like enunciating is I take the whatever I hear, right? And whenever there's a particle, currently the only thing I'm practicing right now in terms of like hearing a pitch, clustering them together, is that I separate things in accent at every particle with the previous thing. So things like trying to focus on something like domino, like domino or o, domino, and do, or ramen o futatsu do, like futatsu do sarada o kudasai, right? And the idea is I'm deliberately stopping here a little bit, so I'm adding like a 0.5 beat here, but the idea is to get used to hearing particles being affected or clustering with the previous unit. Yeah. So that's what I've been doing for the last 30-ish days since I've become comfortable with particles and seeing particles. And that's what created the ups and downs. It sounds so much more melodical even if you pause after every particle. Like watashi wa, right? Watashi wa, stop a little bit, half, and then oishii desu ka, right? Oishii desu ka? Or how do we do? Oh, like no chains, right? No chains, like yama no kawa wa. That's from last unit, so I'm using it. So yama no kawa wa, and I'm trying to see if I can pick up naturally over time how the particles, whatever particles are affecting the bridge between the particle and the previous word. So over time, I'm trying to like get a little bit more intuitive with that, if the particle is going up or down, or with the stuff. And when you speak like that, it actually kind of sounds like you're bouncing. It kind of sounds like you feel the melody, you feel the flow of the Japanese, and I like that. That is something that is absolutely bonkerifically chaotic in English. English rhythm is not like, it is personalized. So when you talk to someone, like for example, one thing that you can see in English a lot of times is, independent of what is being said, the person can be identified simply by their erratic or their cadence of their language. So one person could sound like a robot and one person could sound like a drunkard, right? Or excessively and that kind of thing is something really elegant in Japanese, right? I feel it sounds very rhythmically melodic. English can be melodic in the sense that if you want to make it melodic, but it's not necessary to really grab the essence, in my opinion, personally, in my opinion. So you could sound like this and state all the things in single beats with short words and whatnot, right? You could sound like that if you want. It doesn't necessarily trigger you or make it very hard to understand the person. For me, the thing I wanted to share with that person is that not a lot of it's not like English doesn't have these meta layers of cognition. I often feel that it's unconscionable. It's sorry, not conscionable. It's unconscious or subconscious per se, where if you listen closely to a person's English, a spoken English, you can really define them by not even the words they say. You can tell their intent, like there's meta emphasis everywhere. And I don't necessarily think that is something that will be grasped. Much like Japanese, I won't be able to grasp certain things the way I'm approaching Japanese, much like English. And it will be very difficult for people to explain that kind of thing. Like, for example, when is it appropriate to raise the volume in the middle of a sentence? What does that do to your English sentence is processed almost autonomously by someone else who speaks English. Like right now, I could really talk loud in this portion and then slowly pull it back and then speed up very quickly just to get my point across about these very, very quick words, and then suddenly begin to slow down and take a breath so that I can emphasize very specific, weighty points that I can make in English, right? And all of that is kind of like the argument against pitch accent. It might not necessarily incredibly elevate your understanding of English or Japanese. However, if you command that, if you're able to use that to your advantage, you can take advantage of people's autonomous and subconscious intuition and make them feel certain things, at least in English, without them being able to describe why that is the case. Like when you listen to someone you consider, like my lots of like fun social experiment is listen to someone that you intrinsically found very provocative. Separate all the people that you like to listen to for a long period of time, and then separate it from the people who you like to listen to in very quick burst. Listen to their English. You will probably have specific patterns that you are already processing. So when you separate them based on the various conditions, you'll notice that you're pre-selecting something. There are very specific types of cadences and emphasis, volume, and pitch of that person's speaking pattern in English that they may be using to, over time, because they're getting feedback, right? Popular people don't need to understand why their English is charismatic. They can practice it and be intuitive about why they sound charismatic. They continue to have positive feedback, like more people like to listen to them, so they continue to refine that part. And breaking down this idea is superfluous. It's really not necessary for the understanding, and it might be minimal, but I think it's incredibly rich. And that takes us back to pitch accent. I think it's incredibly an extra thing. However, it's so extra that I think that's one of the beauties of Japanese pitch accent. Now, one day, I hope that while I can't speak with perfect pitch accent or whatever pitch accent, I would like to at least be able to discern at a greater level, maybe like the difference between the accent in Hokkaido and the Osaka region and Tokyo, right? kanto kansai. For the time being, I actually, because of video games, the video game I was playing, I can actually tell by sound, by the pitch difference of the same words that I can pick up, or the same sound patterns, that I can discern a Kansai person from a Kanto accent for the time being, because there are telltale signs that even to a novice person who don't know anything about Japanese, you can hear repeated sound patterns next to each other. And those repeated sound patterns diverge when you have a Kansai and a Kanto accent next to each other. And that's kind of like English, right? What makes an effective motivational speaker versus an ineffective motivational speaker? And I can tell you for 100%, it is not necessarily completely driven, probably not even statistically or frequency-wise in any metric, driven by their vocabulary size or the command of their comprehensiveness of their English. It's their volume, cadence, and accent. It's how they articulate their English words. So I've watched some really fun, brilliant ways that people are able to demonstrate this, right? They got a single person who's a public speaker, a very strong public speaker, and he spoke and read the same passage in English in 3 different ways. But the thing that he changed was not the words, it's the same passage, but the control of the cadence and the stress and the volume through the ways. This person threw in some fun ones too. Like, what if all the accents, what if all these stress accents were all inappropriately placed in every one of those words? Then you get like the awkwardness of like emphasis on the wrong syllable, right? Your classic movie quote, emphasis on the wrong syllable, to be comical. However, I don't know if Japanese people consciously do this. I think they do in terms of acting when they're voice acting, but they also have different volume controls and overall pitch between words when they're performing, and English does that too. So that part is even more extra than pitch accent alone. So things like, how do you make yourself sound sad while saying sad correctly? Right? You could say sad, I'm sad, which that's like kind of pitch accent related things for Japanese. The word is going to sound weird. But you could say, I'm sad. Or you can keep the moda the same way. You can stretch out the moda as long as throughout the word it's the same cadence, right? But then you can do volume changes and stuff when you're saying, I'm having a sad day. I'm having a sad day. Sad is still the same. The relative pitch is still the same. Only now you raise the entire word's pitch up. So then you have performance, in my opinion, voice acting performance. Like, how do you make someone feel uneasy if you're saying something really, really sad, but it sounds very moving and encouraging? So how do you comfort someone, for example, using your Japanese or your English? And these are all done autonomously because actors are fantastic. They intuit these. There's talent in the actors where, like, if you need to comfort someone and they're very sad, right? But how do you make something painful and sad, but also make it sound positive and soothing, right? For example, you could say, oh man, yeah, man, that really sucks. Or you could say, yeah, that kind of sucks. right? So there are different ways, right? And I think that's underutilized. Just my 2 cents. If you can appreciate Japanese pitch accent, I think we can spend hours talking about how to even leverage that beyond pitch accents, right? You can elevate all your tone, like slam half your sentence upward and slam your sentence downward to get effects that goes beyond holding on pitch accents. And that's really cool. I just wanted to highlight how quote unquote nerdy I can get about these things. With that said though, it's definitely not worth sacrificing being able to speak in general. So all of this is pretty extra. All right. So let me remind myself words that I might have forgotten. I forgot I didn't get the chance to cover a few more words because we were still in the restaurant, right? We were still in the restaurant and we looked at our menu, all the new stuff in our menu. We looked around the table, and as we're going up, we need to check out at the... So here are a few last few words that before we move on to our unit. At the man, the kaike, right? The kaike, and the kaike will be the waiter or the cashier will, at the cashier, we will be told to use the keyword zenbude, right? Zenbude, the phrase zenbude. Zenbude in total. So they'll tell us our bill, right? The chiketo. And then we'll pay, right? Pay. You know, all most of the number combinations using 1,000 and 100 so far. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Cupcake. Oh, that's Zenbu? Oh, okay. Yeah, Zenbu. Yes. Oh, whoops. You're right. I said Zenbu and I forgot the Dakwon. My bad. Yeah, the 1010. Sorry. Yes. And then and then we get the otsuri, right? Otsuri. And those are the only ones left that I immediately remember. I think the outdoors thing, I'm missing quite a few in my like hypothetical situation to remember all the things. So let's find out. Let's see if there's anything that's here that we can use. Oh, ebi. I forgot ebi. Forgot shrimp again. Sorry, shrimps. Sorry, shrimp lovers out there. So, ebi. Oh, I didn't write eki, but that's fine. The kanji for eki is the other kanji that was like pigeonholed into this. Yeah. Oh, we got everything on those lists. Oh, wait. No. Wait. Usuni. Okay. Yeah. Keshiki, kawa, ame, kurai. Yeah, we got. Yeah. Did I mess? Picnic. No. We're good. Oh, barbecue did not have the hold. So I actually added an extra hold here. Instead, it doesn't have a hold. So barbecue. Okay, sure. Barbecue. Kiampu. Oh, Kiampu. Yeah, we were okay with Kiampu. Kiampu. Yep, everything else is there. So pretty much 95 to 99%. Did I cover open? Yes, and grill. Yes, those are the 2 predicates for that unit. So that's fine. Most of it was already written before I went on a slight homage to all the people out there who really care about that pitch accent, because I like listening to different people's accents quite a lot. Am I going to be able to replicate it? One day I'm going to find someone who I love listening to, maybe 2 or 3 people who I absolutely love listening to, and I'm probably going to be naturally adapting their accent regardless of what that is. That's how I picked up my English speaking patterns. So over the years, a lot of people have kind of asked about my articulation and my speech patterns in English. That's usually mirrored by first understanding all the foundations of English, right? Like the articulations, all the funny sounds, like voice acting. If you want to do voice acting, or like if you think about voice acting or sound manipulation, that's where I started. Like, how do you speak a lot faster so that you can get a lot of words in to sound like you're manic and you're making someone very insecure because you keep making sounds and also filling in a lot of times people would add like here and here so that everything seems like it's always proliferating this specific amount of time, so that you can add like here, like what, right? So you can do that if you want. I used to kind of sound like that, actually, where you had to fill in all the beats, even with filler words. Now, when I did that really fast, I still had to remind myself to add filler words back in to make it sound manic, right? So a lot of times when you have command of the foundations of a language, you can mess around with how fast, the cadence, you get this flexibility. Then you start pitching up and start pitching down. So you can sound very relaxed, or you can sound very peppy all the time. You know, just keep raising up and talk about and uptone and all that stuff. So that's kind of where I started with English over time, because I sucked at public speaking, as in I didn't feel very comfortable manipulating my voice. So I always talked in heiban. That the reason why I'm saying heiban is one of the things that mechanically intellectual people will end up sounding like by the time they get to college in English is they're going to be described as heiban, as in everything you're saying is incredibly flat, monotonous, and uneventful in English. And oftentimes the thing that distinguishes between a public speaker is able to command and pull and push the audience, even when you're talking about the driest topic ever, like, hey guys, we are gonna go over this math problem. This math problem is 5 plus 5 to the 2nd power. And who wants to start with the first step of this proof? Right? So naturally, over time, I started not only listening to individuals who selectively have been viewed as charismatic and whatnot, I start to pattern myself after them. And over time, I took 2, 3, 4 inspirations everywhere, and I blended them into what I felt that complemented the competency of my English. So over time, speech and public speaking no longer became a source of insecurity and anxiety. And one of the biggest benefits of being able to do that is scoring well or having rapport in a job interview. The interview is like the make or break step, getting people to trust you, finding yourself to sound competent. You can sound competent without actually saying a lot. As in, what I mean is, assuring someone that it is okay that you don't know something can be differently interpreted. Like, what I mean by this is like, oh yeah, I don't know. Like, or versus, You know what? I don't know. So there's a really big difference between like, yeah, sure, whatever, versus, oh, yeah, I see. Well, whatever it is, right? Like, whatever. So you can get to the point where if you can manipulate these things, you can sound unsure but reassuring at the same time. And you can make someone who's very sad, right? Who thinks only sad and downtoning, you can rephrase the thing without actually changing anything about the details. So when someone tells you, man, you know, life freaking sucks, man. Or you can say, yeah, life freaking sucks. So you can leverage a lot of these tones and make people feel different, even though you might be saying the same thing. And a lot of times that's where I got most of my English. And I watch and learn from people that do all of the above. So then you have flexibility. You could sound like a miserable person to resonate with someone. It's like, yo, yeah, just gotta take a breath. Life can really suck and kick you down. I know. If that person requires that. Or if this person is like a peppy person, like, get over it, you can say, yeah, you know, life sucks. We can get over it, right? So that kind of thing made it so that when you have to talk to a lot of people in English, which you will have to at some point in your life for now, right? As a person who may be learning English or a person who is an English speaker, you got to be able to resonate with them at some way. If you know that this person suddenly starts talking very direct, monotone, at a specific cadence, if you talk monotone at that specific cadence with a particular diction, you know, diction is the intellectual writing part, you can immediately get that person to feel comfortable with you without that person knowing why they feel comfortable with you. If you're talking manically fast because that's the only way you know how to talk in practice, and then there's some person that wants you to slow down, but they're like, I can't watch it. Like, I know you mean well, but you are making me anxious. But they aren't able to describe why it's making them anxious. It's up to the speaker, who is more dynamic, right, to adjust to it. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Let me slow down a little bit and articulate a little bit. I don't want to necessarily give up by being restricted to a specific type of speech. And I think Japanese people actually do that really well in their acting and in their voice acting. But that is another layer above pitch accent. And it's so incredibly talented, in my opinion, that they're able to pay attention intuitively. Like, for a foreigner, it's outrageous for me to think, for the time being, how could I be American, be expressive, while maintaining the pitch accent? So, because in English, accent and stress accent changes with the expressiveness of the thing. Like, oh, you're gonna insult me right now. Oh, I see how it is, right? So the expression and the stress and stuff goes with the expression. But in Japanese, you have to still maintain the pitch accent so that the meaning doesn't get confused and lost. Meanwhile, they're performing as well, as in they have to feel excited and sad and stuff. And I'm starting to get I'm starting to feel why it's so different when I hear a video game in English with English voice actors versus a game in Japanese. And it's not simply, in my opinion, just the language itself, as in the written definitions. It's also their phonetics and their sound. The dexterity that's required for Japanese to be expressive is a different dexterity that is required for English. And man, learning Japanese is getting me so hyped. Like, I can't wait to learn Mandarin and see how that differs, because I honestly think it breeds so much more interesting things. When you're like watching a anime, now you kind of start feeling like, oh yeah, that's right. It would be expressed this way because, yeah, this is naturally a very high phrase. You know, like, oh yeah, this is a lot of series of oldaka words in a row, and it would like make me as an English speaker feel like they're going, like they're pumping up, like they're going higher all the time, like they're like constantly rising. But then they could like constantly rise but drop all of a sudden in full phrases, because as long as the relative pitch accent stays the same in the word and the particle, right, it's still the same word, but they can still drop the whole starting pitch, like the baseline pitch. So for example, when I was thinking of kurai versus kurai, right, kurai, I didn't know if I was starting at one pitch and going up, right, and then starting at that same pitch again and going down. So technically, when they do this stuff, the pitch accent is actually going this way, and then you're trying to go this way. As in, the overall pitch baseline is the same. So far, what I'm doing is I'm doing the English version, in my opinion, the English version, where I pick a pitch and I just go up from that pitch, and I pick one pitch and I go down. So ku stays the same. Ku, kurai, 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 kurai. I don't go from ku, like if this is ku, right? If you can say ku at different levels, which I'm not great at, it's like singing, right? If you start at a G sharp, or like if you start at a G, can you start at an F or an E and then relatively change? The only thing I'm changing is I'm holding the same pitch first. I don't know what that is, because I don't have perfect pitch with like what the letter is. Like, say it's an F. I feel like I'm in F. Not a grade, but I feel like I'm at an F most of the time. So I'm saying like ku. So kurai. So I'm dropping from my standing position. And I don't think that's what Japanese people do. I actually think Japanese people, when they need to drop, they start at a higher ku, and when they rise, they start at a lower ku. So then it lines up like this, where their ku, they're gonna use a low ku and a high ku to start this phrase. At least that's what I hear. So it feels like it's in the box. It feels like it's constantly in the same range. And then so when you hear all of it, like all the words, they feel like they don't suddenly rise and fall in the sentence. But in English, it does rise and fall in the sentence. As in, like, between words, it jostles up and down naturally. And that's what I was trying to express when I was playing Like a Dragon. When you hear the English voice actors, they progressively sometimes get slightly louder, and then suddenly quieter, and their pitch goes up and down, like in whole words throughout the sentence. So it kind of sounds like I suddenly sped up and then I suddenly slow down. But in Japanese, it's like it's the same cadence. Like, it's more similar. Like, the cadence is still the same. Like, even though they're getting really hyper, their pitch might go up overall and their pitch might go down, but their cadence don't change very rapidly. Singing, though, But then singing, when you hear Japanese singing, it becomes a whole different dimension, because their cadence then swaps back and forth and it like tugs and pulls with the music, because the music itself is switching cadence all the time. So Japanese performance comes off as a lot more strict, formal, mechanical, and that's its own uniqueness. But in English, it's sometimes insecure and suddenly not insecure. And so I don't know. I think it's two different sides of the same coin, as in the coin itself is language, but the two sides are not mutually inclusive of each other. And that to me is my nonchalant plug for listening to dual audio. If you are someone who is learning, in my opinion, if you are someone who is learning a second language, dual audio becomes so much richer because you can appreciate what they have to work with. Right? Now just imagine, I don't even know enough Japanese to even really tease it apart, but immediately thinking in anime is written with Japanese cadence in mind, Japanese pacing, Japanese spacing, Japanese animation, and then suddenly hiring a English voice actor who may or may not have Japanese competence to try to match the cadence. Of course, English is going to sound monotone, unfeeling, almost awkward. English, when you take an English scene, it varies dramatically from what is required for Japanese. I'm going to say the word, but I'm not referring. The closest thing I can say in English is intonation, right? Intonation is different for both languages. So you need an animator to synchronize and sequence the events, because when someone is very nervous in English, you start changing all your mora all over the place because they're skittish. It's very, Philly, like suddenly stopping everything. Well, when you stop somewhere all the time, like going up and down and filling the words, that's part of the natural inclination for English speakers to be less articulate and break all their words, so that let's see, kind of like this, right? And then suddenly you move to Japanese and like, well, when you listen to how they portray nervousness, it's not the same. It's so different. And then like trying to portray like compassion, all the other things, it's so grounded in their language, and that's really cool. At least, sorry, I digressed it way more than I want, but I really wanted to appreciate what it's like to learn a new language, in my opinion. For me personally, what I generally think about when I hear people speak, find all the different things and encounter so many things that people focus on. Is this important? Is that important? The long story short for me is, if you think it's important, I will definitely give you the time of day, and I will find importance in it. It colors the world. I honestly think, not to sound a little bit ethnocentric, but English has to be that type of language. So yes, I can never be someone who acquires English as a second language, so I can't ever resonate specifically with what it's like to not be in that mindset. But in order to really appreciate where it's not that English is the best or most complicated, history has coincidentally determined, through geopolitics and all that stuff, that English has become the default, right, as the bridging language. So one cannot treat English like a system of structure that isn't constantly changing, because largely that's what happens when lots of people use the same tools, right? So in English, as an English speaker, my appreciation for Japanese is largely because of how I treat English. English is, there's so many things in English because everyone has an opinion. So when I started learning Japanese and everyone keeps warning me like, oh man, Japan has all these pitch accents, all these dialects and all these things, like bring them on. That's awesome. That's the fun part in my opinion, right? Not everyone use English as a form of self-expression. I know how that sounds, but most people use English as a tool to get what they want. That's largely it. And that's kind of the same rationale for like, is pitch accent necessary for Japanese? Well, if your bottom line is to be able to communicate your message, then enough, even though you're going to hit a lot of miscommunication stuff, sure. Right? The bottom line is to get to the point. Fair enough. That is said for 90%, in my opinion, 90% of English speakers and writers, as speakers and people who are literate as well. For me, I like the 10% or even less, actually, of the people out there who speaks so well. I'm incredibly impressed if they can speak 2 or 3 languages so well that they command all the things that I've just described now. And eventually I want to get competent enough in Japanese where I could mirror one of these people. Like I want to sound like Sakurai. Sakurai, when he's talking about the potential of the next Super Smash Brothers or Smash Brothers title or something. I want to sound like or I want to sound like how Kojima does an interview, that kind of thing. So if you're curious, like, how do you decide what is proper English? What kind of pattern or decision is proper or formal? Honestly, if you spend most of your time messing around with your English or your Japanese, eventually you'll find something when you're immersing to hold on to, and that person or object or source will paint all of that naturally, in my opinion. So for me, I'm not worried about pitch accent, as in like getting it right. I'm more on the lookout for that special someone or influencer in which I will study and listen to them, and I'll pick up their mannerisms by then, right? I did throw out a few names, but I kind of like the way Kojima and Sakurai handles their interviews, right? So I've been listening to them every once in a while when they have to have like video game interviews. I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of nice. It kind of suits me. So find your person, I suppose. All right. I digressed a little bit long. I'll mark that up into another video, maybe. Nah, it's fine. All right, let's start the new unit. I didn't expect to come with today with another like little short digression. Okay, communicating at a hotel. I'm guessing if we had to guess on things, maybe how to book a hotel, get a room. They might still integrate food, like a lunch area or like breakfast, maybe even time, when to get up, when to... Oh, I did spoil something yesterday. We looked at the guidebook. Checking in, checking out. Checking in, checking out is a thing. Maybe valet or something, like where to park cars. All right, here we go.
2日
Scott. Wow. Scott. Wow. I'm guessing the second of a month. Got versus Suitachi for the first of a month. I'm guessing Scott is the second of a month. Nana. Suiyobi. Scott. Where is it? Mikai. Mika. We didn't know that either. Mika. Takai. Ska. Okay. Internet. Netto.
ネット
ネットで安いホテルを予約します。
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Like internet in your hotel, sure. I'm surprised they didn't bring back Wi-Fi. Cause we had Wi-Fi already. Wi-Fi. ネットで安いホテルを Oh, 予約します。予約します is reserve. Yes, 予約します. And it's more 予約します. It's a sudo, I think. Pretty sure this is a sudo verb. 予約します. Yeah, it's like reservation. This is a sudo word, right? Yoyaku is reservation, and it is to do a reservation. Yeah, it's a sudo. Yeah, so it's to do a reservation, kind of like a ryoko shimasu. Ryoko shimasu. You can interpret it as traveling, but it's to do a travel or to do a trip. Or traveling for pleasure, even a pleasure trip. Yeah. What was another sudo that we Honyaku shimasu is another sudo one for translating, but it's to do translation, right? Honyaku. Do we have another one? Let me see. There are quite a lot of them, and obviously Duolingo hasn't shared that thing. It's from all the other people telling me stuff, right? That made me interested in how sudo is working in these situations. The sudo verbs. Okay. ネットで安いホテルを予約します。Whoops. I missed this. I missed the kana. I'm going to yoyakushimasu's phrase was first introduced for reserving a chiketo, for reserving tickets and seats. Yeah. I'm going to reserve a cheap hotel on the internet. Ooh, that's pretty clever that they did it that way. Actually, that could be a little confusing to an English speaker. Interesting. All right. ネットで安いホテルを予約します。Okay.
12月3日。
3日。The third. 12月3日。
3日。
7
7月3日は忙しいです。
Okay.
7月3日は
What were you doing? Maybe it's maybe you're just complaining.
忙しい
Isogashi desu. It could be a busy July. The 3rd of July could be busy, sure.
7月3日は忙しいです。
Yeah. Okay. That's a pretty nice phrase. 7月3日は忙しいです。I will be busy on July 3rd.
5月2日がいいです。
5月 what was this again?
2日。
2日 right. 2日 So 5月2日がいいです。Okay. May 2nd 2日 Okay. I want to say it a couple more times. So 5月2日がいいです。5月2日がいいです。2日がいいです。Let me hear.
5月2日がいいです。
Yeah. 5月2日がいいです。My second, May 2nd is good. Will work.
7月2日に旅行しませんか？
7月2日に2日 Yeah, I'm saying it so fast. I should slow down a little bit. 7月2日に旅行しませんか? Oh, hey, there's the other one. 旅行しませんか? So that's the other pseudo verb that I mentioned earlier. Traveling, or to do travel, or to do trips. And then they're using the enka thing, like the polite way of asking, would you be interested? Would you like it's extra interpretive layer. Would you like to travel ni on July 2nd? And of course, you probably already heard me just do it now, like in the last prompt. I would for me, it would be, would you like to travel on the 2nd of July? Right? And in this case, funny enough, it doesn't work as well for Japanese. However, in the other format, when you use no, it does. But most of the time, I wouldn't say, for me personally, would you like to travel on July 2nd? I would typically phrase it in the sense that, would you like to travel on the 2nd of July? So it would be like July no 2nd. Or it would be, yeah, July no 2nd, right? The 2nd of July. Would you like to travel on July 2nd? 7月2日に旅行しませんか?
花さん、5月2日に旅行しませんか?
Okay, let's try this. 花さん、5月2日に旅行しませんか? Let me hear this.
日に
Oh, no. Don't do
花
that.
さん、5月2日に旅行しませんか?
2日に Okay, yes, would you like to travel? What do we have? いいですね。ネットでホテルを予約します。Wait. I mean, it sounds good. And then they're saying, oh, just making sure. Yeah, we should reserve. Yeah, we should reserve a hotel on the internet. Yeah, we should reserve a hotel. Nice. いいですね。いいですね。ネットでホテルを予約しましょう。予約しましょう。予約しましょう。Whoops, I missed one again. I keep missing the yo. 予約しましょう。Okay.
どんなホテルを探しましょうか。
Okay. 探しましょう。
探しましょう。
We should look for. Interesting. So I'm guessing to do looking. To search, probably. To do search. Yeah, this kind of looks like another pseudo. Saka, maybe a search. どんなホテルを探しましょうか。 Wait, let me hear that again.
どんなホテルを探しましょうか。
Yeah, 探しましょうか。どんなホテルを探しましょうか。 What should we look for? Oh, what kind of hotel should we look for? What kind of, and of course, once again, the English colloquialism of ending questions. Ending questions with a preposition or verb linked to a preposition. Meet up. Put on. Have to. So many. What kind of hotel should we look for? And I really don't know if... in what way? Oh, should we look for a hotel? Is probably what I would say. And I know it's different because this is it would change the tense if it was phrased should we look for a hotel, because you would not then have kind of and all that stuff. But naturally I would tend to avoid doing this in speech and writing. So I would say, should we look for in a hotel or a nondescript hotel? Which implies the kind, like what type and what kind and all that stuff.
3日
Mika,
3日
Mika.
3日
Oh, and I know the second one. Kyo. We know the second panel because people have been heckin' spoiling a 1,000-year-old language. So the second one is Kyo.
駅
2日
2日
が
3
3
日
日
見
見
ま
ますす。10 OK。かわいいホテルを探しましょ
ホテル
う。探しましょう。
探しましょ。
Oh, actually. Oh, no. Maybe this isn't a pseudo. Wait. Is this a pseudo?
探し
Or is this a Saka? Huh. Hold up. Saka Shima Shoal. Oh no, it's not. It's not. It's not a Sudo. It's Sakasu. Okay. Sakashima Shoal. Yes. Interesting. I just realized that. Shima Shoal. I thought maybe the Saka was the search. Like a seek. And then Shima Shoal. I wouldn't think the... Which part did you think was Sudo? Why would I think the Sudo is not the other part? I think you are thinking opposite of me. The part that I think was Shimasho, which is a, but it's a coincidence because it's a su. It's a sakasu. It's a sakasu. So she, because Shimasho is what I was thinking. Not the Saka. That's kind of weird. That's the stem. Or the link. Yeah. This reminds me of... There's another one like this. It's probably a Sue predicate as well. I'll think about it. It's not coming to me at the moment. It had something to do with... It'll come up again. I'll notice it when I see it. That's the thing about input. Spending so much time on input. Would you like to stay at a nice hotel? Okay. Stay. That's...
止まりません。店。店。
a store.
すみません。すみません。止まりません。
Really? Okay. Tomarimasu. Tomarimasen. Huh. Tomari. Oh, I see. Oh, man. Have I had this word before? I don't think I have. So it's not highlighted as new, but it's definitely new. Yeah. And I also just found out that there are 2 of them. There are 2 of them. Yeah. So Tomaru. Tomaru, I don't remember seeing this one. The kanji looks familiar in a different thing, but yeah. Interesting.
止まりません
It's not very common that I draw a blank on a previous vocabulary, so... And it's not unheard of that Duolingo does not highlight a new vocabulary. But in this case, tomarimasen is something completely foreign to me up to this point. This would be considered a new vocabulary.
すみません
So,
すみません
that's why I was drawing a blank on here. So, okay, okay, would you like, so tomarimasen ka? Sure. Just stay like at a hotel, right? So,
ホテル いい
いいホテルで、いいホテルに、sorry, いいホテルに
止まりません
泊まりませんか? That works for grammar purposes. We should look for a quiet hotel. Okay. So, 探しましょ
探しましょ
う。探しましょう。探しましょう。Yeah. 静かなホテルを探しましょ
う。静かなホテルを探しましょ
う。Because we know that 静か is a non-adjective. 静かなホテルをkeep trying to say 探しましょう。静かなホテルを探しましょう。Okay.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Alright, I'm gonna take a break.
Reach your language goals fast with premium features that optimize your learning. With no limits to the mistakes you can make and no ads. Super learners are 4.2 times more likely to finish their course. Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
They are 4.2 times more likely to finish their course. No hearts, of course. Oh. Kaki. Kaki. Kaki? Kaki? Kaki. Let's see which one it is.
鍵
Kaki. It's kind of flat actually. Kaki. It's slightly elevated. Kaki. Oh, and we got credit card. Just by sheer coincidence, yesterday I was talking about credit card, and we got a teaser that we had credit card.
う。部屋の鍵です。
部屋の鍵です. Short. It's the room key. Oh, it's a room key, sure. このホテルの鍵は古いですね. Sure. Old is fine. What do you have? Yuki. Sorry. Yuki. Nama. Raw key. The hotel room key is raw. Hare, Sunny.
古い
Let's listen to this.
クレジットカード
Credit, so, credit, credit, credit card. Credit card. Credit card. Credit card. Card. Credit card. Katakana, please.
クレジットカード
Credit card. Credit card. Hot dog, right? Hot dog. Backpack. Credit the card. The card. Credit card. Okay. We'll say that 8 billion times over.
クレジットカード
Credit card.
クレジットカード
Credit card. I wasn't kidding about saying it 8 billion times over. Ah! Okay.
チェックイン
Check in. Check in. Check in. Self-explanatory. Check in. Check in wa time? Time. What do we have? Oh, amount of time. 20分. 20分です. What else can we put in front of it? 時間? Oh, wait.
12時
Okay. Oh yeah, this is actually new. This relationship is actually new here. Cause that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make yeah, that doesn't make sense. This relationship is actually new. Wait. Yes. Okay. You say this again.
チェックイン
Check. Check in wa 12時20分です. What is that actually? Okay. 12:20. Interesting. Alright, alright. Yeah, this is actually new. It's not old. Yeah, this is a new pairing of telling time.
部屋の番号は770です
Oh, room number? This is probably the room number. Say that again?
部屋の番号は770です
Yeah. So Bango was introduced before, but now it's new because it's a standalone. So we have a contraction. We have a contracted or what do you call those? Double words. Double words. Whatever they're called. Double words. I know there's a name for these. I talked about it recently. The double words. So denwa bango. So phone number. 部屋の番号は770です。
部屋の番号は770です
Sorry. When I heard Nana, made me thought of the Batman theme. The room number is 770. Okay.
部屋の番号は351です。部屋の番号は35。部屋の番号は351です。1です。
部屋の番号は351です。I don't know how Japanese people articulate numbers. They probably keep the same moda, right? And stuff. But for me, even in English, I actually do like half pauses between numbers for clarity. So you're probably gonna, hopefully I don't trigger anyone for clarity. Whoops. For clarity. I hope I don't trigger anyone because I'm adding extra moda in between, like san tsu, go tsu, ichi tsu desu, right? That's kind of what I'm kind of doing, but I do this in English as well. When someone asks me what my phone number is, it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because numbers are very striated, so numbers can be very difficult to say in sequence very quickly, and it can be very confusing, almost abrupt and inconsiderate. So I don't know how Japanese people go about telling someone a series of sequence, but usually I add a t in it most of the time. So it'd be heya no bango wa 3, 5, 1 desu, right? Or more like I would cancel out the desu, so it would be like 3, 5, 1 desu, right? 3, 5, 1 desu. Just like remove the last moda attached to the next word. Something like that. And then going in from wa, I would not add one. So in this case, I would add one here and here. I'll add like a half beat or something to separate the numbers. It's going to be very confusing to someone. Alternatively, in English, you have clustering. I don't know if Japanese people do clustering either, where instead of saying 3, 5, 1, you say which makes it a lot more confusing, right? It adds more characters. But like 30, 35, 1 desu. 35, 1 desu. So you would add ju or 100, or you could even, I wouldn't use 300, like 351, but you could use double things. Like say if there's another number here, right? Ni. It would be something like 35, 112, that which would really complicate things. So I don't think Japanese people do that. In English you do though. Like 7147. Right? 7147 as opposed to 7147. 7147.
部屋の番号は351です。
Yeah.
パスポートをお願いします。
パスポートをお願いします。Oh. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh, that makes so much sense now. Onegai. Oh, I just.
お願いします。
It makes sense now for onegai shimasu. How that works. I think we got onegai shimasu during emergencies. That was 8 units ago. Yeah, 8 units ago. Hello, Cozy. How are you today? Passport, please. Passport o onegai shimasu. Passport o onegai shimasu.
電話番号をお願いします。
It's going all right. All right. All right. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. Did you get your daily lessons in for coding?
電話番号をお願いします。座りませんか？
Suwarimasenka. Sitting, and would you like to sit? This is from that unit. So Denwa Bango was also from, Bango was also from that unit. Same unit. What is it?
電話番号を
Oh, onegaishimasu.
お願いします。
Yeah, onegaishimasu was introduced this way. Denwa Bango o onegaishimasu. And something like an ambulance. Like I need an ambulance, or I need the police. Keisatsu. Satsu. Not yet? You did a lesson on your mobile app called Programming Hub? Oh, I see. Haven't used such a thing. Maybe we should learn a programming language in like another 2 years or something. Probably relearn Python. That's probably what I would do.
電話番号をお願いします。
More like review Python.
クレジットカードとパスポートをお願いします。
クレジットカードと、クレジットカードと、パスポート。Oh, there's so many O's and toes all next to each other. パスポートをお願いします。They're doing this intentionally. I can Duolingo. You already know a lot of it. Nice. クレジットカードとパスポートをお願いします。A credit card and a passport, please.
ATM の隣で会いましょう。
ATM. Oh, you know what? I haven't wrote the kana out for ATM. Do they? They don't have one. So I'm guessing it's... Yeah. Te with a diphthong. So te. So te would be T as a diphthong, and then probably. And then the carries the T into the So ATM. Okay. Or no, A. Sorry, not A. A. So we would use A. Maybe something like Oh, yeah, that's it. Like probably something like this. ATM. Oh, there might be a moo actually. Like this? ATM moo. Probably. Let me hear that again.
ATM の隣で会いましょう。
There's a moo. So ATM moo. ATM no. You relearn how to use CSS within JavaScript? Oh yeah, I have no idea how to do that. My only CSS exposure is like dealing with CSS in back in the day when, you know, overlays and like scripts for the bots and stuff had some CSS. I don't know much about JavaScript though. General. I knew just enough to change the properties that come up. I don't use them anymore, but that was kind of a fun. Gonna do some language lessons later. Awesome. So what are you doing now? Just chilling? Enjoying a meal? Maybe a snack? Evening snack? So ATM の Tonari Day. It's a place. Subway? Tonari Day? No, wait. Oh, it might be close. Oh, nearby? Or a position. It could be a position. Yeah. Aimashou. Tonari Day. Oh, no, wait. Yeah.
隣
Yeah, next to. Okay, it's a yeah, okay. Next to. Okay. So we should meet next to the ATM. I see. Uh-huh. Interesting. Kind of like yeah, I mentioned this yesterday. It's kind of like the functionality of no with like shikaku. You had bits oh my gosh, I just choked on the word biscuits. You had biscuits just now, just watching. Okay, fair enough. How are your biscuits? How do you like your biscuits, by the way? Do you do anything like do you mix it up? Change up some stuff? Kind of biscuits. Have I reached scientific words? Wait. Scientific words you mean Japanese? I hope not. Can't even imagine what they're gonna be like. I'm curious what their word for cell is. I think my first one would be cell. It's a very interesting word in English. It's a super interesting word that has like generational gap issues and science and colloquial issues. In English. So I'm kind of curious what Japanese people use for the word cell. And they'll probably end up distinguishing it between the cells. They probably have a hirakana word or a kanji / hirakana word, right? For cell versus cell. As in BC to C1 Spanish is scientific level. Oh. That. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Although it's very hard to it is kind of difficult to parse it, but let's use the interwebs for to get a rough idea. If you're saying B2, there is pretty much nothing on Duolingo that would comfortably qualify as any native speaker rating it as B2. So the answer by default, generally speaking, is you can't get to B2 if it's off Duolingo, generally speaking. Like even the highest founder, potentially the flagship language, you wouldn't get to B12. It would be lacking some foundations, certain foundations that would disqualify you for B2. You're C1, I see. That's cool. Very nice. Very nice. Congrats on C1. I haven't ever rated my linguistic skills. I think largely because I took it for granted when I was younger. I was speaking and writing largely at a college level very early in my life due to my inclination with the English language in general. Oh, you're C1 with reading but speaking. Oh, okay. Yeah. So in this case, what I did to answer that question was more talking about the upper limit. So in Duolingo, the upper limit is barely B2 in even their most developed ones, because it's lacking a lot of nuances that are not. It's lacking a lot of nuances that are lacking. Your there are other properties that would move you into B2, but comprehensively, Duolingo is not a comprehensive tool, right? It's not aiming to be a comprehensive. So, you wouldn't get B2. Right. However, with that said, rating systems like that, or like competency ratings for that, are thinking more of it as a holistic rating. So for example, if someone were to write beautiful proses to me in English, if they are unable to speak the eloquence and mirror the eloquence and dynamics of their writing system, their competency would be rated lower for someone like myself. And I would rate myself lower as well. So like if someone asked me what my competency is in Mandarin, it would be 0 because I'm illiterate. Right? Fujonese doesn't have a rating system because it's not formally taught and standardized. So that would default to a NA. It's non-applicable. My Spanish at the time, here's something we can compare though. My Spanish at the time is, let me look at these ratings. We didn't use these rating tests for Spanish. And I'm not familiar with the Spanish systems, so yeah, B2 would be a stretch, I would say. Probably B1. I would say B1 most of the time. Probably like B1 in both speaking and reading. Is there any platform that teaches Fujianese? Some of it, but in China. So like you have to access Chinese platforms that aren't readily accessible outside of China. And then you have content creators who are like me, who are outside of China. So you can't do Fujianese. So in a way, I know how this is gonna sound, and I really dislike that this is the case, but if you find a Fujianese person who actually makes content, you're talking to the 99.9 percentile. So like encountering someone and finding out that they're Fujianese and still know how to speak Fujianese and have Fujianese comprehension is incredibly rare, because Fujianese people don't make content. They typically have other professions culturally to deselect themselves out. And then at the same time, a lot of times they're second generation, and second generation tends to sideline dialects. Yeah. So it's incredibly disheartening, but also exceptional. But at the same time, like, I don't want to say that. That if you know me and you know that I'm using Fujianese every once in a while, you have encountered someone who is statistically incredibly rare. But I don't like the idea that it is that rare anymore. Like, I don't have any people, like, no one. Like, as I go on the internet, the closest thing I can muster in looking at Fujianese are some forum threads that link to Chinese, and then some Chinese class that is like one class in the entire continent of China. And I can't teach Fujianese because I'm illiterate. Gosh. Yeah, I'm heckin' illiterate, so I can't do it. I barely even meet the requirements of someone who's a source of immersion, right? I can't even offer comprehensive input at all in any way. That's kind of, yeah, it's kind of disappointing at the same time. And also those who might, like second generation Fujianese people, they're probably doctors. Like they're not making content like this. Like they're not doing something like there's such a huge cultural selection against doing something like this that it's actually kind of surprising. If it wasn't for video games and esports, you probably wouldn't even find second generation Asian Americans, especially let alone Chinese Americans that even came from, like, I'm one of the highest population in the United States. Like that region, the Fujian region, along with like Shanghai and Beijing and stuff, those are like the high concentrations of area. So and Fujian is a really higher selected concentration in the United States, and you still can't find them. So it's like a smaller percentage of a smaller percentage of a smaller percentage. And so not even the internet can, my guess in the future, right? I have fingers crossed that machine learning will at least give me some semblance of self-training I can do. Machine learning. That's a funny question if it's a dying language. I don't know. I don't actually know. I think it's thriving in China. Let's see. Is Fujianese a dying language? That's a great question. I haven't even asked myself. Is it declining in Fuzhou? Let's see. Okay, yeah. Fuzhou was probably one of the first test sites for Chinese government's campaign of promoting Mandarin. Yeah, Fuzhou has always been like that guinea pig sideline place. I read a lot about the history of the Fujian area, and it's like the line of skirmish. Like if you look at the United States, if you look at the line of skirmish, it would be like somewhere between Virginia and Virginia. Around there, it would mark the north and south demarcation. Fuzhou, the Fujian province, is also sits in that type of demarcation, much like east and west in Japan, where you have like Tokyo and Osaka, right? It's like the east-west thing. And let's see. I thought the case approach was very particular. Let's see. Data shows a sharp drop in dialect proficiency amongst mostly materialized with 2 to 3. Wait, look. Believe. Okay. Blah blah. Quickly get started. Oh no. Heckin' advertisement. Oh, it is declining. Yeah, it is declining. Yeah. And sure enough, this whole list is filled with people that says, "Oh yeah, I know how to understand it, but I don't know how to speak it anymore." So like that's a very common thing. Like I understand Mandarin, but I prefer not to speak it because I haven't practiced the output anymore. So and Fujianese is my preferred output. So a lot of times people no longer output Fujianese as well, even though they understand it. And that makes me even more bittersweet, even rarer, because I know how to output Fujianese. But that it's a very lonely place in the United States. Very lonely place. Unless you go back to New York City, maybe you'll find some people. But you would have to spend actual literal time with people in order to pick up Fujianese. Like Irish, it's only used mostly in the West or South. I see. They're trying to revive it in the East though. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Do you have an Irish accent by any chance when you're speaking English? I heckin' love the Irish accent. Like, we're talking about the deep Irish accent, not the I can still understand them Irish accent kind of thing, like comfortably. I'm like the deep, uncomfortable Irish accent. And I'm not talking about Irish itself, but the Irish English. Because I can't understand Irish, so whatever version of Irish language, I can't understand any of that. But the deep accents, you know how oh, here's a good example to demonstrate. Have you ever listened to a language in song, right? In song, and you have no idea what they say, but you just keep listening to it because it's just so awestruck. You're just awestruck, or like it sounds great. Something about it intrigues you. That's kind of like how I feel about the Irish accent. Sometimes, like, yeah, no, like, I'm sorry, sometimes I can't really talk to you, but can you just keep speaking, because I'm just so curious how you are producing these combination of sounds when speaking arguably a language that should be intelligible to me. That's kind of how I feel about it. Look up a Tipperary person speak. Interesting. Tipperary person speech. Hold up. I gotta make sure this doesn't blow out my ears. Very strong but funny language. Okay. Hold up. How loud is this? It might be a little loud. Hold on, one second.
Sorry, please speak. Please repeat your input. Please speak.
New destination.
Cancel.
What's now? It isn't my fault. Try it again. That's a racist. Go fuck up of a yoke.
Try it again and talk very clearly.
Hello? New destination. Jordan.
Sorry? Please speak.
I give you fucking sorry. New destination. Cock fucking jerk.
Oh. Okay. There's some flavorful language in there. There's some a little flamboyant language in there. Sorry kids. Slightly flavorful. Flavorful. A bit of a spicy language. But when he says sorry, like I can't even produce it, but when he says sorry, sorry is a great word to use to test accents, in my opinion, in English. When you hear the different regions and different places say sorry is a great one. And I heard the sorry, I'm like, yeah. He said, oh, what do you mean you heckin' sorry? Obviously he used a different word there, but when he says sorry, I picked up the sorry. I'm like, ah, yeah, now that is an interesting accent. But you know, the heckin', the way he said heckin', and I'm censoring myself obviously. The heckin', how he goes about swearing is really funny. Or it's very endearing funny. I don't want to make it sound like I'm laughing at the person. I find it funny because it's interesting. Oh man, I dropped my pen. Let me see. This. Am I getting malware? Alright. Okay.
Been invited by a very special character. I hear he's a local legend, and his name is Sham.
Sham, look at that. No reason, Sham, look at that.
Sham, how are you?
Go on, my dear.
I'm joking.
We're here in Killarney today.
Nice to meet you.
Are you from Killarney?
I'm on Muga. I'm out
Born and bred.
Born and bred in Killarney.
And come here, Sham, we're trying to figure out what makes Killarney so special. What do you think makes it a great town?
All right, kid.
That sounds about right.
Lots of tourists around.
It's
great, isn't it?
Great, give it a away.
And what's your favourite thing about Killarney?
Timmy Connor, my best singer, Chatterden. Timmy Connor from Chatterden. My better Timmy Connor.
Yeah?
Chatterden. Good player.
And I tell you what we're going to do today. Tell me if you think this is a good idea or not. We're going to go with the Jarvie.
Jarvis?
Yeah. Good idea?
I don't know. I'm not Jarvis. I'm a farmer.
You're a farmer?
I'm a third farmer.
I love it. I love it. That's the stuff right there. That's the stuff. This is kind of tangentially related, but I don't know if you're into this person, but for me as an American, I like British bluntness, so to speak, like dryness. And sure enough, I am a person who do enjoy Clarkson, the trio, right? Clarkson, May, largely Clarkson, May at this point, right? And Clarkson, after their whole like leaving Top Gear and then they start doing Grand Tour together, when they're off their off time, Clarkson started doing a show called Clarkson Farm, right? And it features a character, it features like a person there that has I don't know what region it is, but like the whole like really accented British English, and you really can't tell what he's saying at all, right? Accented British English. And the whole time he's there, and you know, you kind of hear him, you know what he's kind of saying, but the whole point is having the London thing. And he's like, well, zebra, yeah, and I'm like, yeah, that's so funny. Like, what I mean is like it's so kind of heartwarming. Like I find people like that, they just go about their thing, and then Clarkson the person is around for all the episodes, like all the seasons of Clarkson Farms, and he's like a mainstay. It kind of that's kind of how I felt listening to that person. Yeah, that. Except probably that Okney, that's probably the one, actually, that specific one. Okney, and I watch it on rerun from time to time because it's about agriculture, but in a very realistic way, and heavy commentary and the shenanigans that Clarkson usually do. Yeah. But after a while, you kind of just get the gist of it. So that's kind of feeling like learning from immersion. Like you hear it enough contextually and situationally, like the person speaks like, yeah, okay, that's what Clarkson does, and that's kind of what they were doing there in your little in your clip. Like, yep, yeah, okay, all right, let's go. Like Dublin vocabulary, yeah, for sure. Anyways, thanks for that share. You got your own way, indeed. I don't know, sometimes it would be really fun to be able to like break out. You know how a lot of times we learn language to be understood, right? To be understood. But honestly, there's also some I like to look as the glass always filled in many different ways, right? If you break out in a language where it is a competent language, but everyone's like, what? I think that's fun too. Not in the sense of shocking someone, more like, hey, I like this language, but it's incomprehensible. Do you want to hear it? You know, like, cause we already talked about the idea of clout chasing with this. So yes, I understand but the clout chasing is to be understood as opposed to being not understood. You know, the opposite. So most of the time when we think about language learning, we're thinking about being understood, right? The whole clout chasing thing about surprising people because you can use colloquial phrases or use a technique that I'm very familiar with, which is to lead a conversation. Yeah. This in my opinion is something that I have been accused of many times, for sure, and I agree, because oftentimes if I have to share an opinion, I usually lead the conversation, and then I then afterwards tell people that it's a narrative, right? Narrative. So oftentimes when I paint myself in understanding something because I'm comfortable to lead the conversation. But when you clout chase to show that you're competent in a language, the way the videos are made, and also the English, I'm going to say the English speaking patterns people use tend to be one that leads conversation. So they constantly lead and set up situations in which their limited knowledge of the language seems comprehensive. And that's usually what irks a lot of people, right? Comprehensive. So for example, even for someone like myself, when I heard someone speak Fujonese, even though they're not Fujonese, right? They don't have a background in Fujonese. They said like, oh yeah, you know, I was talking to my friend and their family for like a day, and look at how great I am in saying, well, all those phrases are compartmentalized to that situation. So oftentimes like, yeah, it's pretty good, like in that context, because they're leading the conversation and they're leading the context. I wish natives are like, what at our own language? Yes, that stuff, indeed. Well, though, then extra thinking words, yeah. Throw in some, nowadays, there's one phrase that comes up. It's a trending thing. And I heard myself saying it more frequently lately, and I've spilled it over to the people that talk to me privately. I don't remember what the phrase is. It only happens in the company. Oh, well, it has a higher frequency of happening in the company of these friends. I don't remember anymore. It'll probably come to me. When you said yesterday, like, I'm not sure. Like, you lost me there. So 胡椒 pepper, kaki, no, kagi,
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 ebi,
kagi, 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 Ebi. Check queen, check queen, check queen,
チェックイン
check queen. Check queen. 会計、
会計
会計。
ATM は自販機の隣です。
ATM は自販機と自販機いや自販機のなりで自販機の隣で隣です。tonari. Yeah, tonari is our new vocab, and we know what jihanki is. So the ATM is near the vending machine. Are you a jihanki or a Ito wa wait do one by is that another way to say it? Jido Jido Hanbaki. Jido wa hanbaki. Oh no, Jido hanbaki. Jihanki is a abbreviation of okay. That's fair enough. Well, I can't once again Sozoka. Since I'm unaware of the second one, I don't have a choice. I get that is an abbreviation though. Thanks for the share. I hear. So Jido Hanbaki. What's the breakup of that kana? I'm guessing Jido is like one, and then Hanbaki. Well, ki is kind of. Yeah, I don't really know the pacing of that either. Kind of weird. So Jido, okay, automatic, and then yeah, sales machine, yeah. People already showed me but like, I would say you are the 7th person. It's probably been seven different occasions. Somebody explain to me what jihanki is again. With the kanji and the full kanji phrase for it. I think you are the 7th time. Jihanki was introduced, I'm gonna say 16 units ago. Somewhere close to 16 units ago. Gotta teach through repetition. You are only teaching, in my opinion, if I am learning. So, in my opinion. So, sometimes repetition might not necessarily be teaching. But yes, gotta teach through repetition. My way of remembering jihanki is because it's junky. So let's share my... I use the same spiel over again. Whenever jihanki comes up, it's junky. Typically, as an Americanism, vending machines are the junky versions of the restaurant or whatever home available stuff, right? But this can lead to a cultural dissonance with Japan. But if you poll Japanese, you will still come to the relative difference. So, junky. And since we're really talking about a language that has a lot of adopted words, junky. So that's how I know it's vending machine. That is my mnemonic for jihanki. So ATM は自販機の隣です。So, where are we going with this? 醤油はありません。Clearly not that. And
Tonari.
Arigato. Oh. Huh. Just arigato gozaimasu. Oh, okay. I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe you need shoyu from the vending machine? Well, this says I don't have. Oh, I guess you could say it doesn't have soy sauce. Yeah. And you need the ATM to get the cash? That's fair. Well, the person themselves, it's not, but you can say the vending, you're inferring that the vending machine doesn't have soy sauce in this prompt. That's true. And this is saying it's next to the ATM. The ATM is like, yeah. I don't know. I can see that.
ゴミ箱はエレベーターの隣です。
Oh, hey. I wiped this from my memory, just kidding. Komibaku. Komibako. Whoops. Komibako. Komibako wa elevator no tonari desu. This is actually very important because you don't get this very often. Komibako. You don't get this very often. That's actually not a very common thing. I think this is more of an Americanism. Komibako wa elevator no tonari desu. I would be even surprised to find a trash can next to an elevator in Japan. Arigato gozaimasu. Oh, okay. So now what do we have? So now Duolingo has 3 phrases. Oh, thanks, Joseph. Now Duolingo has 3 functionally repetitious power, right? Arigato. Yeah, I was just about to say soka. Zoka. So there are 3 now. Arigato gozaimasu. Ii desu ne. And oh no, I forgot the earliest one. Ii desu ne was the second one. What was the earliest one they used? Dang it. They haven't used daijoubu desu, you know, daijoubu desu or something like that yet. But it looks like arigato gozaimasu is being hammered into the cement. Okay.
クレジットカード
Yeah. Don't ask me. I accidentally slid card and credit in the wrong order. Ice. Koari.
氷
Kori. Oh, whoops. I said didn't I? Kori. That's an O. Kori.
氷
Okay,
氷はどこですか
Kori wa doko desu ka? It's I can say like it's next to the ATM. In American fashion, it's lightly next to the ice machine tends to be next to something else. Maybe like the vending machine. The ice is probably next to the vending machine in a hotel. So I can probably say that now. Although I'm not going to right now. Tonari, right? Tonari. So, Kori wa, Jihanki no tonari desu. Something like that. Where's the ice machine? Next to the vending machine. Where's the vending machine? Next to the ice machine. Oof. Instead, I would use sumi. Probably. So of all the limited vocabulary I have, I'd probably say sumi. Sumi no, not sumi no. Like yeah, sumi no chikaku, probably elevator no sumi no chikaku. Corner / nook. So the nearby nook near the of the elevators. So the elevator near like the nearby nook or corner. that's as close as I can get. Because I'm thinking of a like an American hotel. Usually the ice machine, the ATM, or the vending, usually not the ATM, but the ice machine and even. You don't know how you would say that, something like that natively? Well, that's the good news, is that I'm not a native, so you don't, right? You don't have to in this situation. Maybe something like elevator no chuben ni arimasu. Interesting. What is shuhen? Area. Fair enough. Yeah, all I did was insert the area. The elevator corner. Because I don't know the expression. Yeah, like I said, I don't know the expression of the corner elevator near the corner elevator is what I was saying. Because I always imagine the elevator like tucked in a nook, right? Sumi is a nook, so like a cutout of the elevator, and near the elevator corner, near the elevator opening is where the ice machines and the vending machines usually are. So that's the expression I would probably use if I was describing in an American hotel, probably like a chain franchise hotel. It's the elevator nook. It's near the elevator nook. But I don't know the word for area. That's pretty good though. Shuhen. Shuhen for area. That would work. And that makes sense, arimasen. That there is. Fair enough, actually. Yeah, arimasu. Oh, sorry, arimasu. Arimasu would work because there exists. Most definitely. Forgot. Good point. Cody. Cody wa doko desu ka? Where is the ice? I like how they added machine here just to trap you. Can you say Kori ki in this situation? Kori ki wa doko desu ka? And add machine to it. It kind of sounds like Cordy key. It kind of sounds like Cordy keyboard. Cordy keyboard. Cordy key. Oh, you can't do key. It's oh my gosh, what the heck? Make ice machine. Oh, okay, fair enough. Say hyoki. Oh, okay, say hyoki. Okay, say hyoki. Make ice machine. All right. It couldn't have been simple, huh? You know? It just couldn't have made sense. All right, fine, Japanese people. You couldn't just slap key at the end of this. All right. Fair enough. I'm just kidding, obviously. It's the same thing with English. Every time you think like, you would think that makes sense, but no. No. Natural English development is not constructed language, right? The difference between a conlang, like a conlang, and a natlang, right? Natural language and conlang. A lot of times we use our natural language to try to apply constructed language logic, which that's not how that works, right? Language is brought up naturally, as in it evolved and dynamically create as it comes up, as opposed to constructive logic, which I was applying constructive logic here. Like, add a key. Like, it makes sense. Where's the ice?
部屋は3階です。
部屋は oh, 3階です. Why is this new?
3階.
Oh, sangai. Oh, that's why it's new. Okay, I hear a guy. Sangai. Nice. So, euphonic change. I would consider this a euphonic change. Sangai. It's not that bad when you say sankai. Sankai. Yeah, it's okay, I suppose. Sangai.
3階.
Yeah, sangai. 部屋は3階です. Okay. Love me some rendaku. What is a rendaku, actually? Did I say something bad? Are you getting me to say something bad? What is rendaku again? The room is on the 3rd floor. Sangai. I don't know. Rendaku is that phenomenon where sounds changes in compounds. Oh, that's how you describe it. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Rendaku. Okay, rendaku. Yeah, a lot of times when I think of rendaku, sun, sungai. I know. I know the phenomenon. but I didn't know that Japanese people had a name for it yet. So, rendaku. I usually think that the cause of rendaku tends to be because of euphonic changes, right? As in, at least that's what I think of. Where, like, oftentimes these sudden changes deal with like the natural flexibility or the natural like feel of the sound, and that's why they changed it, as opposed to like more of a more semantic level of things, like, oh yeah, this is harder to write or something like that. But it's more like sounds. What's a great example in English? Ooh, I have a good one that might trigger some people, and I was corrected on this as a kid. I was corrected on this regionally as a kid for my English, and I actually use both now depending on who I'm talking to. This word in English has a very close thing with rendaku, but not necessarily exactly the same, but you can hear it in English. So the question is it a or is it a I don't even know how to like I don't know IPA, like the I whatever the like phonetics thing is, but I'm just gonna go with like this. Or maybe like this. Tomato and tomato, that's not quite the same. That's tomato and tomato is dialectic to some extent. This one is American to American, and it's shifted. A lot of times it's shifted. So this is lemon versus lemon. Lemon versus lemon. And I used to say lemon a lot. And then at some point it shifted to lemon. And then now it's kind of like shifting back to lemon. Much like contractions of words, which I don't think these don't consider as euphonic changes. But let me think of another one. Is there another one that has changed over the year? I'll think of another example later. But yeah, tomato and tomato is exclusive. They're competitively exclusive. So since we're speaking Japanese, we are part of the tomato gang here for the time being. Okay. 私の that's not a station. 部屋 works.
部屋
部屋は3階です。
階
3階。
3
Yeah. 私の部屋は3階です。
カフェは3階です。
Or we can go with the sangai. How you feel about the sangai? Sangai desu. The nasally thing comes naturally, at least to my ears, because it's reminiscent of Mandarin. Ngaying this and ngaying that. How you feeling about the ngais? It's all about that ngai life, right? Atama ngai. Or what's another good one? Nikinyaka. Yeah, I don't have any more examples. Okay, let's keep
カフェ
going.
は3階です。
カフェ
カフェは、
は
カフェは3階です。
3階です。
3階
Yeah, you can hear it in the
です。カフェは3階です。
yeah. カフェは3階です。
高いルームサービス。
Room service. Man, beachiness is coming back. It reminds me of beachiness. Takai room service. You gotta love this. The tit for tat here. The little like the isolated this. It always feels like this when it comes to these compound words. I don't know what they're called, but compound words. So musabis, sabis, sabisu, right? Musabis, sabis, like hatotoku, and only like you can substitute these for tus if you can substitute these for tus if they're not long vowel holds. Are you a heya or a rumu? Oh yeah, now true. I have rumu now. Oh no. Now I actually have no excuse. It's always gonna be heya. It's gonna be heya. You know why? I can do this every time. Heya. You know? Heya. The song. Sorry, the song. Anyways. Okay. I'm guessing room service or expensive room service. Now we have to choose between Dumu. Musabis. Musabis. And I generally have to get used to this because it's a hop, right? It's a 1 and a 2 and a 3 4, right? Like a 1 2 like 1 2 3 4. Like what I mean is like there's like 1.34, 1.34, and it happens so often for like this type of setup. And then the last one is always dropped, right? It drops down to because so many of the English words have like a consonant, right? It ends in a consonant. So they end up using the oo roll, the oo roll of sounds to compensate for that. Do musabis. Bis. Do musabis. So.
ルームサービス。
ルームサービス。
ルームサービスは高いですか？
ルームサービスは高いですか？
Wi-Fi のパスワード。
Oh, there's the Wi-Fi. パスワード。Wi-Fi Wi-Fi のパスワードパスド wait
Wi-Fi のパスワード。
パスワード yeah は
パスワード。
Wi-Fi, I never saw those JP characters before. Wi-Fi is some, yeah. So nowadays they're taking the modernization where if it's a English acronym, they're using Roman characters now. And it happens way more frequently than I would like to admit. What are your thoughts about that? At this rate, in 2500 Japanese will just be English. That is the meme. That is the meme. Actually, some people don't even go as conservative as that. They're saying in like the next 20 or 30 years. I'm like, gee, let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? I mean, I like the way Japanese people say Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi のパスワード。
Wi-Fi no password. Wi-Fi. At least it's not I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this, but French Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. I actually have heard Americans adopt Wi-Fi. Some Americans adopt Wi-Fi. Just for laughs and giggles. It's kind of like what are other words that are deliberately mispronounced? Target. Oh my gosh, Target. Heckin' Target. That goes way back. It was even more than 10 years ago. I've heard Target. Heckin' Target. Good old English. Wi-Fi password. Oh, the Wi-Fi password. Oh yeah, they wanted an article. My bad. I forgot about my article. Wi-Fi no password wa nani desu ka?
Password.
Fair question. Fair question.
ジムはロビーの前です。
Jimu. Yeah. Oh, am I a Jimu guy? Or how do you say Jimu in Hirakana? Is there a Hirakana word for Jimu? There's gotta be a word for Jimu, right? Taiku-kan. Oh, Taiku-kan. School gymnasium, but Taiku-kan. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I get it, though. I get it. How about, can you combine exercise? What is it? Maybe like unde-kan. Oh, Jimu would be more recreational gym. I see. Yeah, but could you put like, yeah, undo. Sorry, like, yeah, undo-kan. Is there something like a undo-kan, like an exercise location or something that would be closer to like Jimu? Yeah, undo. Yeah. Could you combine like kan with undo? That was my first thought when I asked, oh, maybe there's a Japanese version of this. Because for Jimu, by the way, Jimu was introduced with undo shimasu to do exercise. So I imagine undo was the standalone because of sudo verb. See, I did mention another sudo verb was gonna come up at some point. Jimu wa Dobi. Oh my gosh, Dobi no. You know what? Dobi, lobby. Dobi kind of reminds me of rugby. I wonder how they say maybe like dugu, dugu, rugby. Maybe rugby. No, that's kind of like bleh. Maybe dogby, dogby. It's Dagu. Oh, Dagubi. Dagubi. Okay. Da. They went with Da. Okay. I see. Yeah. Doing do's. Like do's next to another do. Ooh. I feel like when it comes to adopting words, they typically try not to do that. So far, I don't think I've had a do next to another do next to a B. Like double back-to-back do's. Like that type of do's. Like dugu, dugubi. E. There are probably examples, but I'm just saying it's not as great as Dagubi. Dagubi is a lot smoother. Interesting. Why is Made Mae? Oh, front. Mae, okay. Mae, front. So what is this saying? The gym is in front of the lobby. Oh my gosh, the preposition on top of preposition on top of position. The preposition on top of position on top of preposition phrase. The gym is in front of the lobby. Yes, the gym is in front of the lobby.
エレベーターはお手洗いの前です。
エレベーターは、エレベーターは、お手洗いの、oh, hey, お手洗いの、前です。The heckin' prepositions! What the heck is this? Eru saizu o kudasai. Sorry. Otearai wa doko desu ka? Oh, wait, why are you asking? Wait. I don't get this prompt. Hold up. Wait. The elevator is in front of the bathroom. Oh no, it's doing it. It's doing what you're doing, Zuka. Telling something and then asking what somewhere else is, and then it's asking where something else is. Oh my gosh, it's the freaking meme. Yeah. Zuka. I know. The ice machine is next to the vending machine meme. Oh man, you nailed it right on top. Right before it happened. Oh my gosh. All right. It's we're going back to like non-intuitive thinking here. We're like, hey, the elevator is next to the bathrooms. Well, where are the bathrooms? It's next to the door. Where's the door? In front of the lobby. Where's the front of the lobby? Next to the elevator. Where's the elevator? Next to the bathroom. Okay.
3階
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 Okay.
3階
3階 The password is long, isn't it? Are you really putting nagai all of a sudden in this? Okay. Password wa nagai desu ne.
パスワードは長いですね。
Okay. Wi-Fi のパスワードがありますか? I guess はあります is a little bit less forward. So, wa arimasu ka? Wi-Fi のパスワードはありますか? How am I looking on 3 hours? Yeah, we're good. I was waiting for the reset.
4回
4回. Oh, that totally makes sense. 4回. Huh. Okay.
4
4
回
回.
3
3
回
回. Uh. 2日. Right, 2日. Yeah.
2日
Okay. 何年生?
何年生
何年生? 3回.
3日
3日. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why didn't this have a kanji section? This unit doesn't have a kanji section. That's some serious juggling there. Towel? Don't tell me. Taoru. Yes, taoru. Taoru. Wait.
タオル
Taoru.
タオル
Taoru. Okay, taoru. Hey, let me guess. There's a kanji. There's got to be. What is it? Taoru. Ba. Taoru ba? Taoru. Ba? What's the ba for? The bar you hang. Oh, bar. Oh, ba. Oh, right. Taoru ba. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Is there a Japanese word for taoru equivalent? I don't think it's a handkerchief, but what do you call like something of this nature? What would you use as opposed to towel? A blanket? Oh, okay, that's the closest you got off the top of your head. Interesting. We're basically learning. I'm basically learning double words as we're going at this point. We're doubling up on words. Taoru.
タオルをください。
Taoru o kudasai. Towels, please.
カフェは4階です
Cafe wa 4階です Sure. The cafe is on the 4th floor. Elevator に乗ります。
エレベータ
エレベーターに乗ります。そして4階に行きます。Okay. We gotta enter the elevator or get on. Enter the elevator. Seems to be the dominant. Oh, interesting. Dominant use, huh? Alright. Taoru. Oh, yeah. Okay. Taoru.
大
I'll
きい
take
プー
it.
ルは4階です
Oki. Oki Puru. Oh, they're bringing back Puru. When was Puru? Oh, it was talking about the summer. It was during the weather thing. The seasons and weather stuff. Oki Puru. Well, they did a two or three vocabulary that match to each of the seasons. And puru was one of them. Oki puru wa 4回です. Sure. The pool is on. Why is new capitalized? The fourth floor. Wait. Oh, the big pool.
スパはいいですね。
Wait. Sma. Really? Spa. Oh, spa. Whoops.
スパはいいですね。
Spa. I was like, wait a minute. Okay. Spa wa ii desu ne. The spa is nice, isn't it? Alright, cool. Moving right along. Spa. Self-explanatory. What the heck? This guy is a mutant with no eyes and no face. Now that's a placeholder right there. Hoteru no spa. Oh, well. Hoteru no, I guess this is kid friendly. Hoteru no spa ni ikimasu? What are we doing? Ikimasu? Ikimasu. Oh, for a moment there I thought they said
すみません、スパはどこですか？
Sumimasen. Spa wa doko desu ka? S size wa 200 yen desu. Yeah, yes. Very good. Spa wa puru no, oh my gosh. Spa wa puru no mai desu. And the meme continues.
Wi-Fi は無料です。
I think I must would have worked there. Where choice to include? Yeah, I must. Yeah, I must would work there. So we're going to meet at the hotel spa. Yeah. Wi-Fi wa murio desu.
無料。
Murio. Free. Interesting. I don't know about you guys, but heckin' free Wi-Fi at hotels, that's like the dumpster fire. Sorry. Murio? You haven't seen Murio in a while? Murio desu. Wi-Fi wa murio desu. The Wi-Fi is free. Okay, sure.
お茶も無料です。
Ocha no murio desu. Ocha mo ryo desu. Murio desu.
泊まります。
Stop.
泊まります。お茶も
Mo
無料です。
murio desu. Okay, sure.
コーヒーは無料です。
Kohi wa murio desu. Sure. The coffee is free.
ジムはロビーの後ろです。
Which means that the coffee is battery acid. No, just kidding. Jimu wa lobby no ushiro desu. Back? Behind? Yeah, behind. The ducks in the park are murio. You can just take them. The ducks in the park are murio. The gym is behind the lobby, sure. Ushiro. Okay. ATM wa Jihonki no murio, not murio. Ushiro desu ka?
ATM
wa
自販機
Jihanki
の後ろ
Ushiro desu ka? エレベーターはロビーの後ろです。エレベーターはロビーの後ろです。Okay. Sure. Alright, alright. Toast. Toasto.
トースト
Toasto. Oh, hey! Oh no! Oh no, where's Indy when I need him? Q-New is here. Q-New, sorry, U-New. I said Q-New again. Q-New. Q-New is here. Don't give me that milk. Don't give me that milk. Heck milk. Q-New is here.
トーストとコーヒー。
Toasto to. Oh my gosh, why do you always do that? Toasto to. Toasto to coffee. Toast and coffee.
牛乳
牛乳。
牛乳
美味しい牛乳。
美味しい牛乳。I can't believe Indy missed this moment when I finally we completed the inside circle joke. The 牛乳。
チェックアウト。
Check out. Reminds me of countdown. Countdown. Check out.
パスチェックアウト。
Check out.
チェックアウトをお願いします
Check out. Oh my gosh, that is a verb. Oh my goodness. Check suru. Oh my gosh, heckin' check suru. Okay, thanks.
チェックアウトをお願いします
Check out. Check out. Oh, what?
チェックアウトをお願いします
お願いします Sure.
お願いします
お願いします All the old boomers be like, 確認 what the 確認します Man, 確認します 宮古系チェックするMan, I kind of like 確認します What's wrong with 確認します I want to use that. Where's my 確認します That kind of sounded a little lewd out of context.
朝ごはんは7時から10時までです。
Why is Made showing up again?
まで。
Is it... How is this different? Let's see. Okay, I can see what they're doing. They're like cycling through the literal translation. So they're using a different flavor because they want to use a different English word. It's highlighting this because they're using a different English word. And you know what? You know what happens when they're using a different English word? It's because it's a different preposition. It's a heckin' different preposition. English preposition. Sorry. 朝ごはんは7時から10時までです。Well, that's interesting. Oh, it's a range. That's why they're using a different interpretation. Yeah, made is using a range. It's denoting a range. Ah. Alright, that's fine. I'll take that. At least that's not functionally replacing a preposition. Like out of style points. Style points for replacing a preposition. But this is a range. So I got it. So 7時から、yeah, 7時から、7時、7時から、7時から10時までです。Okay. So, 朝ごはん So the breakfast is from から 7 o'clock to まで to until. You can still use until technically, but the highlight is not that they're spicing up to say to, until, or till. They're using it because it's actually a different functionality than before. To 10時 till 10 o'clock. Yeah. The breakfast is from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Okay. 朝ごはんは7時から10時までです。までです。Okay.
晩ご飯は6時から10時までです。
いいですね is what I would say to that. Oh, what are you gonna say? Is there... What the heck is this? テストは火曜日です。Okay. Neat. Okay. Oh, ありがとうございます again. I guess いいですね would be a little kind of a little rude if they're saying the thing. どうも。or you can do like そう。Yeah, そうか。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。そうか。Okay, so 晩ご飯は6時から10時までです。Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, thank you works too, actually. Yeah, thank you. I hear that quite a lot in the hipper increasing the hipness. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the hipness. Actually, speaking of thank you, right? Thank you. This part takes me back on this too. Like American, this would be an example of what do we call it? Would you say rendaku? So in English, there's a rendaku for thank you. Can you hear it when I say it? It sounds like thank you. It's a rendaku. People say thank you, not thank you. No, thank you. No. I understand. But that doesn't necessarily exist in English in general. But this would be to reduce it to make it sound better. It runs better when you combine these. Like, it's not written this way, but people are saying thank you, not thank you. So it is the closest thing to a rendaku in this case when you're saying sankyu. And they are actually literally doing, it's actually closer. The way people say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So it's actually thank you. So there's a loss of a K. The K is gone. So it's thank you. Oh, and not necessarily a rendaku, but there's another word for this when people drop words. Chat is thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Yee. Oh, okay. Man. Like, yeah, so I don't know what this is called. I remember a linguist that I recently listened to was doing like content and stuff. When you drop these things, when you drop all the in English, in American English now, a lot of times all this is dropped. Like des. You know, like des. Desu. Right? Like des. But much like English, if it's a K, it's being dropped. It's a des, not a desk. No desk. I still say desk, but most people say des. You drop all the K's in it, much like how Japanese people use oo's to soften the drop, so it becomes des instead of desu. Desk and a des and des has become unintentionally homonymic, whatever the word is, but like it's homonymic-y. Des and des are easy to say, in my opinion, for English people because they pronounce desk, des, like des, as opposed to desk. Or like test. Instead of a test, you test things as opposed to test things. So all of these like vowels, all of these consonants are being dropped. So then when you combine them, if it's a compound word, right? If it's a compound word, like a compound word like test taker, right? Test taker. It makes, because you dropped the T, this is easier to say now. Test taker. And so test taker. Test taker. Right? And I still say test taker. I don't say test taker. I say test taker. But I think the vast majority of people say test taker. So this is usually what is said. Test taker. So yeah, lots of sankyus, in my opinion. The closest thing that I can think of is this thing, and it drops all of them. Like almost I feel like 80 to 90% of the stuff has dropped the last consonant. Risk. This one is contentious because risk. I'm so used to saying it, but it's risk. The risk, the cost and risk. I usually say the cost and risk. And the costs and risk. So costs and risk instead of the cost and risk. Yeah, so many of these. It's pretty much, at least in my opinion, I don't think there are too many people. It's so much more rarer now that when I hear someone pronounce these N consonants, it sticks out like a sore thumb. And don't get me started on this, right? How you say desks. So instead, a lot of people, when they say plural things, they just say des. I don't even think it goes as far as saying deses. Like, you know, deses. Des-es. Or like this way. Deses. Right? Sometimes I hear deses. Or they just say the des. Those des. Those des, meaning those multiple des. So they use the articles. They use the articles to pluralize these things. So every single one of these words, those tests, instead of those tests. Crazy, huh? Crazy. Language. It's so wonderful. It's filled with so many interesting observations. I hope I live long enough to see like Japanese change dramatically, and then English change even dramatically. I look forward to the future of language. They're constantly changing. It's so interesting to map out things by following languages. I can understand why linguists feel so enamored by following the progression of how languages continue to mature and change and whatnot.
箸はコーヒーメーカーの隣です。
箸はコーヒーメーカー。Are you serious? A coffee maker? Oh my gosh. Hashi wa. Wait. Oh, I was like, are they using hashi differently? But they're actually talking about the chopsticks. Hashi wa coffee maker. Coffee maker. Oh. Tonari desu. Better than sen kohiki. I don't know. Sei kohiki. I don't know. Sei kohiki sounds pretty sweet. it is the same amount of mora though. Like it still has the mora spacing, I suppose. Sei 2 beats. Kohi, but ki ends 1 early. Instead of saying like sei kohiki. And this one has 1 extra mora. 1 extra beat. Yeah, you're right. You know what I like though? That I don't know if they have a new word for it. You might be able to know. You might know. Is oh no. Sentakuki. Sentakuki. Laundry machine or washing machine. Sorry, washing machine. Sentakuki. I like that. Sentakuki. You don't know there's a katakana word? Like washuru machine ni maybe it's just like washuru. But yeah, sentakuki. I kind of like that one. Or the suck machine. Sojuki. The suck machine. I'm the vacuum cleaner. Uoshinku. Oh, oh wait, oh yeah, this is that other wa. So uoshingu. Okay, uoshingu. A washingu machine. A machine. Oh my gosh. Washuku machine. This is the specifically the name of an album through. So okay. Fair enough. There's an album called Washing Machine? Why does that sound so familiar? Do I know of an album called Washing Machine? Huh. You know what you know what's interesting about katakana? Is it to a Japanese? I'm curious if Japanese speakers think that Americans speak slow, or like English people speak slowly, because they have a habit of relying on double beats. You know, like coffee, it's coffee. So you're more than possible. I'm curious why they add these things, like the tus and the vowel holes. So like if it's not this, it's this, right? So I'm actually kind of curious, because this would be coffee maker. So it's all one, it's still all one, but instead it's in halftime. Pretty much all the katakana, like the borrow words, so many of the borrow words are in halftime. As in there's double the length of, you know, anything else around it, right? It makes it stick out a lot though. I definitely see an advantage or pragmatism in terms of reading and standing out. And I also understand when it's not like this, as in like occasionally they have to hold out something, because in English it would hold it out, right? But not in a regular sense, not like this, where it seems like it's so deliberately spaced out. I'm always curious if when they're hearing English words, do they think it's actually that slow, relatively speaking? Because
コーヒーメーカー
yeah, coffee maker, right? Coffee maker, coffee maker. It makes it sound really slow, right? Interesting. I don't know. And this is why I want to highlight that these, to me, if they're the primary use, like coffee maker is the primary use word, I like to use my brain to consider this a Japanese accent, in my opinion, because otherwise you would get into that like ethnocentric opinion of like, well, why don't you just say it normally? Like, you know, how the other way a lot of people always talk about other people using your native tongue or like your native language, like, because I would say coffee maker, so it'd be like hashi wa coffee maker no tonari desu. So hashi wa coffee maker no tonari desu. But to me, I treat this as though it's the Japanese accent. And you can make like, then it wouldn't be like a stereotype. As in, for example, sometimes a lot of people say, oh yeah, you have to speak a language, right? Speak a language at a specific speed to be like competent, right? When you're fluent, there's this element of speed. Well, if I was gonna take this perspective, then a lot of times, every time I hear katakana, if I took this perspective of fluency, it would make Japanese people, which I accept as their Japanese accent, as in they will have this accent when they learn English. If they're like later stage and they acquire English, they will have this Japanese accent, and I accept that it's part of their accent, as opposed to saying, oh yeah, they're having trouble with comprehension. Like, well, no, they're practiced in this, so it would be part of their accent. And what happens when you say this? They're gonna say lots of things faster, and then suddenly when they hit a borrowed, quote unquote, borrowed word, it naturally sounds like they're slowing down, in my opinion. So then when they go and speak in all English, the words that they're going to have that overlaps with their katakana, right? Katakana, it's going to slow down. But it's not because they're not fluent per se, in my opinion. They're not fluent per se. It's that these words are part of their accent. So in the future, knowing all these katakana words are very helpful, because I can do that. I could say something like, oh yeah, someone's talking and they're learning English as a second language and they're Japanese. I'm going to say something like, oh, yes, it's right behind the coffee maker over there. You see what I mean? Like, so the words that they're probably used to, I can toggle between them too. As opposed to say, oh yeah, the coffee maker's over there. And then it would be like, that sounds familiar, but why are you saying it like that? And then they would say it, and then they would say other English words that don't have equivalents, like they're not borrowed or permanent in their lexicon. They would say other English words very quickly, but there will be interference, right? There will be interference. And personally, I think that's pretty cool. You can probably pick up, I'm curious now, if I talk to a Japanese person, if I ever like do a language exchange, I'm curious if I can pick up all the katakana words from them as they're learning English as a second language. I'm very, very curious how quickly they like navigate this, because the reverse direction, when I'm going to Japanese, I have the same issues. The words in katakana are tough, right? Because I'm using English's beats as opposed to the Japanese beats. I might consider doing a language exchange with someone. It would be really fun to see if I can pick up all the katakana that they're maybe trying to undo or want to learn. I personally don't want to get rid of my English accent. I would love, in an ideal world, to have an English Japanese accent, or like, which way is that? Yeah, English Japanese accent, and attempts to be like native like or something, if that is the case. But I definitely do not mind having an English Japanese accent. And just as I don't mind if they were speaking English and then they say coffee maker as opposed to coffee maker. And I'm saying it at the same, I'm only saying make ka. Coffee maker, right? Coffee maker, not coffee maker, in my opinion. Just saying. Things to listen for in the future. It gives me extra excitement to go and listen to a Japanese person learn English. Every time I come across katakana, I am so genuinely curious to listen to a Japanese person learning English, because I want to see how they navigate all these more or less permanent words now in their lexicon. I'm already having problem with, what is it? The last unit was mapo tofu. Yeah, mapo tofu is how they go about it. And ooh, that takes so many times before I can lean in on that. It's very hard to unlearn that, or like too much interference. It's cool, but also doesn't come off right away. Okay. Why is American in here? Chopsticks are next to the coffee maker. I love this, by the way.
コーヒーメーカー
I feel like something I don't resonate with a lot of people. Some people I don't resonate with a lot of people is when people start thinking people start thinking like there's a right way and a wrong way, even though they know the right way and the wrong way, but they choose a specific way to say it. So it's not necessarily a competence issue or a skill issue. It's more a comfort issue. So oftentimes, yes, it's probably fair to assume the person is not skilled enough and trained enough. However, at the same time, it's so disparaging and discouraging to automatically assume that. And for me, I think it's beautiful, in my opinion. If a Japanese person learning English suddenly reverts to katakana, that only makes that English a lot more beautiful, in my opinion. It highlights that they are a Japanese person that also has command of the English language, in my opinion, obviously. As opposed to laughing at them or saying, oh yeah, that's a stripped down, that's an incorrect way of saying things. I like to promote the idea that it's an alternative way to say things, and it identifies that person. They can choose if they want to not say that way, and I can offer it that, in my opinion. That's kind of my compromise to saying that when a Japanese person, I expect a mutual respect when I do the same thing, right? When I say ramen, I know I don't say ramen, but that's an example. Or when I say watashi instead of watashi, or watashi instead of, you know, whatever they're used to saying. I like to think that language becomes far more welcoming and universally accepted when the users of the language not necessarily embrace it, but at least not repulse it, like, you know, reject it. And one could find out that the amount of native-like speaking might go up over time as opposed to not going up. The reason why I say this is if you are having a more welcoming foundation, people are more likely to make compromises and reach for the extra effort instead of trying to change the thing. So when you're really hyper-focused on what's right and wrong, you're going to have camps that try to change the language so that they know it's right and wrong. So things like in English, what's the right way to say something? That usually comes from a camp that has been told they were right and wrong a lot of times. So naturally, they want to change what is right and wrong so that they are in the right. And that splinters a language so much. And I don't think that's felt in a bad, this is like slightly in an undesirable way. I don't think that is felt any more, arguably, debatably, any more than being a native English speaker. That happens so much more to a language that everyone has significant population to determine what's right and wrong, because you have enough backers. So there are enough people who learn English in Germany. It constitutes a separate rule set. So they, you know, there's a lot of bickering often, and it kind of splinters the togetherness that a singular language could bring together in people. It's a no contest for Japanese because the rules are the rules. Japanese people make the rules, right? But it would be kind of interesting to see in the next 10 years how that would change. And I will still continue to be learning Japanese or using Japanese, hopefully, in another 10 years. So I would love to see what will become of Japanese due to the incredibly heightened exposure that Japanese has now culturally, and then the constant reinforcement for like, oh yeah, Japanese is cool. I can't say that about Fujianese. Fujianese I can't say that. So it's cool that I can say that about Japanese, right? Fujianese, if you're thinking what's happening with Fujonese is not only is Fujonese like Japan, where it's isolated almost 99.9% to one continent, it doesn't also have any reach in competency outside of it. And I'm one of the people. So in my generation, Fujonese is probably going, my Fujonese in my line here in the United States is probably going to end with me. Right? So that's kind of one of those like bittersweet moments. And I like the Japanese language and culture a little bit more than allowing it to rest to conformity to kill its own influence, in my opinion. It's even more fun and funny hearing a Japanese person trying Irish English. Oh yeah, I can only imagine. My I don't know, Cozy, if I mentioned this before, but my youngest aunt, she learned English in the UK. So out of all our family members, whenever we hear like when we speak English, she's the one with like the slight she's not an ABC. Well, she's not born in the United States, but she's first generation, so she still has like the Chinese accent, right? The regional Chinese accent, but it is also the Chinese regional accent of British English. Sometimes you can hear like the mix, and she's lived in the United States for long enough to now have like a blend of a Chinese accent with a bit of British accent and half like English accent, so, American English accent. So the most common phrases have an English accent, but the lesser common words and stuff have a British accent, all while at the same time having that classical first generation Chinese accent. It makes her stick out a lot. It's like which member of the family doesn't sound like the other? Stuff like that is gas. I know, right?
パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
To me, that just makes that person incredibly interesting sounding. And I know that's a very American thing to say, and I get it. Like the stereotype is, you know, like, yeah, a country that is filled with a more higher prevalence of diversity. I know, Cozy. I know. I'm not saying other countries can't appreciate this, but you have to admit the internet typically, stereotypically, like, not that I, for better or for worse, tend to pin on the idea like everything is mixed in the United States, so nothing is authentic. You see what I mean, Cozy? Like, for better for worse, it's like a whole like double standard thing, where in the United States things are never authentic because they're all mixed. It's all always adulterated. It's not pure of anything, right? It's kind of like the whole mutt situation, right? And for me, I agree, it's a social norm in the United States. Like, I mean, I'm a living example of mixed accents. So my learning experience with Japanese is painted very differently. Like, I actually don't care if kanji is going to be very difficult, or kanji does this, or the writing system does that. I am not worried about pitch accent because I have to juggle many accents in general. My whole life involved reconditioning my speaking patterns and stuff so that I don't end up sounding like my parents. And then when I talk to my parents, I still have to talk like my parents. When someone doesn't lose the accent and picks up a new one, yeah, I like that. I like when people pick up accents. And what I mean by that is, it's kind of like voice acting, right? Everyone suddenly becomes a voice actor. Like, hey, I know you sound like a normal Northeast American right now because you're talking to me in a Northeastern American accent, so we can like talk better. But I heard you're from Texas. Can you just go back to that and, you know, just give me a little of it, right? Most of the time now, for people who think of right and wrong things to do, they typically get rid of their accent, as in they replace an accent, as opposed to having both. And I know a lot of people say, well, yeah, it's a waste of time to hold on to two accents. Like, why would you want to hold on? If you want to learn a different language, in my opinion, being able to produce like different sounds, like going back and forth with sharp execution and whatnot, having that flexibility keeps you loose. So if you ever want to in your lifetime learn a different language, it comes in handy. I talk about this a lot. I can't tell people that what I do will work for a lot of people because I'm not like, I don't only use one set of accents and sounds in my life every single day. I actually use 2 or 3 different sets of sounds. So they all get mushy and get really messy and stuff. But at the same time, it also means you don't start from ground zero. You don't have to learn a new sound. I haven't actually heard a new sound yet, right? So a lot of times people say, oh yeah, you can't hear this. Like, you won't be able to hear this. Like, well, I do, because I didn't spend time trying to focus on one thing. And interpretation too. Yeah, interpretation. I mean, what am I doing now, right? Whenever I read one sentence, I'm like, I'm going to talk 4 hours about this one sentence, because it's not just about English. It's also about Fujianese. It's also about multiculturalism. And it could be very inefficient. So with all due respect, I do understand people who need to be efficient, as in they need to be focused, sharp, efficient. I'm offering my 2 cents about how rich it is to kind of, if you can do all the above, why not? I would love to suddenly switch to a southern accent if I could. Boy howdy, would that be fantastic if I could. I actually didn't do a southern accent there. I'm just using the dialectic choices. Like, what I mean is, if I say boy howdy, even in a northern accent, the dialectic choices of saying boy howdy is part of the accent of southern, you know, like, what's a good one? I have no idea. Used to be something like first gen Chinese people do this a lot. For example, not a southern accent, but first gen Americans do this a lot. First gen Chinese Americans do this a lot. The R's in EA like this. So I have no idea. My parents do that. As well. No idea. The vocab is southern. Even without hearing it or speaking it. Yeah, the vocab. Yep, exactly. Oh, good golly gracious. Well, Lao be. Whoa. We'll fix it in a jiff. Actually, that's not very southern. It's kind of like country. It's more like country versus metropolis, like country versus city. And I pick up a lot of those. I say shenanigans, hooligans. I say shenanigans a lot, and hooligans. Oh my goodness, like, oh dearie me. Roger Dodger, of course. Roger Dodger. Lots of those lots of little phrases like that. What have you?
パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
I can't wait to pick up some Japanese ones. I need someone to tell me some random Japanese ones. That would be kind of fun. Just throw it in and say, oh, that's neat. It's like, I have no idea what I said, but I hear people say it all the time. It's like that hip, it's like that boomer situation where, like, I want to be hip. Oh man, that slaps really hard. it hits so different right now. You know, awkwardly. I think it's fun when you can make people laugh too, right? You know? So if I make people laugh by being a boomer, by saying that slaps differently, then yeah. It's useful. It's very useful, in my opinion.
パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
パンはコーヒーメーカー。コーヒーメーカーは、what?
パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
Oh no. 後ろです。Okay.
パンはコーヒーメーカー。
コーヒーメーカーの後ろです。The bread is behind the coffee maker. Okay. A lot of stuff on TV is usually Americanized, so sometimes a person who is Irish pick up American vocab. I think that's funny. I think that's endearing. I sound like a okay. I sound British temporarily after binge watching British shows, so I don't want to alarm anyone every once in a while, but occasionally I find myself forgetting that I'm watching a British show. So then immediately afterwards, all my A's shift temporarily. And I found myself in various compromising situations from time to time. Like, although there are some fun ones. Lost in a Pond guy, Lawrence, told me about things where like the British people are shifting, meanwhile the Americans are shifting into British words too. One of them, in terms of British thing historically, is schedule. What is it? Schedule. How do they do it? The schedule. That's a schedule, right? The schedule. I like things like that. That stuff is so fun. Hatotogu. No, that's not hatotogu. That's bakupaku. Bakupaku.
Backpack.
Yeah. Schedule. Schedule, I think it's the schedule is the thing, right? Instead of schedule. And then now schedule is taking over. Yeah, schedule. Lawrence covers a lot of fun things between the United States and British English, like British English and American English, where like some of the words that are out of trend in the United States is taking trend in Great Britain, and then back and forth. And I thought it was very enlightening, really funny. Language is trends, right? Language is fluid. So the language that are very prevalent to outside influence or alternative influence tend to become incredibly fluid. So when you follow it, it's so interesting. It's incredible.
Barbecue.
It's practically systems evolution in real time. Only it takes like several years, but still. Which, by the way, for the record, soda. I'm taking Fictitious's free content again. Soda is the majority in the United States now. Actually, what do Irish people call soda? It's annoying when they don't use an Irish speaker for the Irish role. That's fair. I have a different type of I have the reverse appropriation issue a lot of times, where people get upset when the Asian role is represented by an Asian American as opposed to an Asian, a very specific Asian. So while you're saying it's annoying that they don't use an Irish speaker for the Irish role, I have the opposite double standard issue where when I, it's the opposite problem where like you have movies like Crazy Rich Asian and stuff. Those are multinational Asians most of the time because of the production crew and stuff. So like when people say things like I'm sure you watched the Karate Kid, right? Karate Kid. And Mr. Miyagi, right? Mr. Miyagi. Actually, I don't even know how to Miyagi. Right? Mr. Miyagi. Oh, there might be a Y in here, but Mr. Miyagi, that guy is a first gen. I'm pretty sure that guy might be second gen, first gen or second gen American. So his accent is role playing, right? He's an actor. So his accent is a reflection of his heritage, not his actual accent that he defaults to. So a lot of times you're like, oh yeah, but he's not even a Japanese person per se, right? He looks like one, he sounds like one on screen, but not that kind of thing. So I typically have the life works funny that way, right? In different perspectives. I typically have that issue, or not really an issue. I think of it from a pragmatic standpoint. If you're a production crew in the United States, well, it can be very difficult to attract talent from overseas to come to the United States to play a role. So, but the United States have people who are actors who happen to fill those roles, but then oftentimes they're quote unquote too Americanized. So then you get the reverse problem where people look from outside in and say, well, that's not what those people are like. These are American versions of those people. It's like, well, those people exist in the United States. And that raises that whole thing like, oh, I totally get it. I understand. But at the same time, like, do you understand? Right? Like, are we mutually understanding in this case that they might be going for American Asians? And then, the people from outside would say, well, not all Asians are American. And I'm like, yes, that is absolutely true. I totally agree. Right? What more can I say about that? It's like, well, you can't. It's tough, right? So like, well, yeah, but that's what they used, and they wanted to tell an Asian American story as opposed to an Asian story. And that's kind of the rough part. It's really murky when it comes to the United States and their representation. Oftentimes it becomes the meme or the stereotype in online is that anything from the United States is a cheap imitation of its originators. And that can be very deflating as someone who is literally those things. As in, oh yeah, you see this guy? No one behaves like that in real China. And I'm like, okay, well, I better start calling myself something else before I confuse people. Right? And then you have, ironically, in the United States, when someone shows this, it's like, well, that's not what real Americans behave like as well. And I'm like, well, that sucks. Now where do I go? And it's the normal thing now. It's the normal social norm conflict of interest in the United States. Oh, hey, Lotus. Hello. It's the typical dialogue that happens a lot. When I want to choose to say I'm American, I get criticized. And then when I choose to say I'm Chinese, I get criticized as well. And then whenever a programming in the United States do not choose a side and choose the middle, they get criticized for both of those. So both groups end up criticizing. One's within and one's outside of it. So it's tough for those people. And it's kind of a microcosm in its own. That's usually my life growing up. It's still my life on the internet, actually. Since I'm on the internet, it's still my life on the internet, right? It's the typical, and I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I've learned a lot of lessons and ways to navigate this. So I find it a lot easier, relatively speaking, now than before, over time, on fitting in. Be more like a chameleon than it is to be projecting. So I'm more tolerant and acceptable of differences and flaws or rights and wrongs, because if I wasn't, then I would have made an enemy of everyone in my life. And in this case, most of the time I behave pretty appropriately in different situations, as opposed to keep telling everyone they're wrong. That sucks. Like, it works if you're quote unquote authentic, as in it works if you happen to belong to a really gigantic group. When you view life as right and wrongs, it works if you're part of the majority. My 2 cents, it almost 90+% never works if you think of rights and wrongs as someone in the minority. So you cannot project those things. You have to learn from those things. Learn how to fit in with various majority groups so that you can benefit from the culture. I'm benefiting from Japanese as a minority. I am a secondary Japanese learner. So I am a minority. So all the skills I have as a multicultural person makes it so that I always feel comfortable and not discouraged when I'm learning Japanese, because my entire life is filled with discouragement, right? Oh, why are you trying to be Chinese? You're not actually Chinese. Why are you trying to be American? You're not actually American. These are the things that become really normal. So no longer is learning new things so scary, because I have to learn new things all the time. If you're learning one culture, I'm learning 3, because I need to learn 3 cultures. The 2 that I'm born with and the 1 that I need in order to do something. So that's what happens, right? So you can paint the world black and white if you're part of the majority. It's very appropriate and it's very efficient. It's incredibly efficient. And being efficient is a great property for being productive. Being someone in my position, it's going to be relatively inefficient. I generally have to navigate more than one culture every time I say something or think about something. But it makes life beautiful too, at least to me. And I hope that I hope the internet becomes a place like that. It normalizes that type of thing where, like, oh yeah, that's right, that's a good idea. I thought lemon was pronounced lemon, but it can be pronounced lemon. I literally was told by one of my friends that, why are you saying lemon like that? It's lemon. I'm like, oh. And I've said lemon ever since. But now I can say lemon and lemon, because I know there are 2 ways to say lemon and lemon. Dear Lord, if someone says lyman, I don't think there's anyone that says, or we can throw in like a fake French accent, like lemon. I don't know anything about French. I'm sorry, French people. I would love to be able to randomly switch to a French accent. Allowing a foreign person to become native. Wait, allowing a foreign person to become native? Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. Mm-hmm. Alright. Lotus, what's up? How's it going? We're celebrating right now. What is this? Barbecue. Testo. No, toasto. Toasto. Oh my gosh, toasto.
トースト
Heckin' toast.
辛い
Password.
パスワード
Password. この部屋はコーヒーメーカーがありません。カフェに行きましょう。
カフェ
That's great. I like that.
昼ご飯は11時半から2時までです。
昼ご飯は10時半から2時までです。You weren't born here or born from a native person, so you can't ever be native? Yeah. Some people say that the way I speak is very millennial, but it's more about the whole multiculturalism thing that heightens it. But my response to that is, I know I can't, but it doesn't stop me from trying. That's pretty much all I can say about that. It's just so undesirable that someone like me wants to be all up in your business. Actually, I thought of a better phrase. I thought of a better phrase than that. But hey, I'll be that sunshine and rainbows that are hanging out right on the outside edge and tell you that your culture is super cool. Can I be part of it? Your culture is super cool. Can I be part of it? And they're like, no. It's like, can I try without annoying you? And if the answer is yes, I mean, I'm going to try then. Right? I think Japanese people are one of them. Like, hey, you can't be one of us. However, we love that you're trying. It's like, awesome. Then I will continue to do so. Right? That's what keeps those cultures alive. Right? That's what keeps their language alive and all that stuff. Lotus just disappeared. All he did was like salute and say nothing. Such a butthead. I'm coming at you. Alright, so let me guess. Arigatou gozaimasu. Yes. That's our default phrase now. Arigatou gozaimasu. The lunch is from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Okay. Hiru gohan wa 12時から2時までです。Okay.
昼ご飯は12時から2時までです。
Okay. We're good to go. Yeah, I think I forgot to unlock the closet. Gotta. I mean, he might be redecorating the closet right now. Too busy redecorating. Pan wa coffee maker no goes behind. Ushiro. Ushiro. Ushiro desu.
パンはコーヒーメーカ
Coffee maker no
ー後ろ
ushiro desu.
クレジットカード
Credit card. クレジットカード。
タオルはベッドの隣です
Were you a beginner when I started studying with Duolingo? I have only, yes. Duolingo was my sole source at the beginning, yes. I was a beginner. I had many years of listening to Japanese, but I haven't ever studied Japanese before Duolingo. In any way. Let's see. Taoru wa bento. Oh, hey. Taoru wa bento no tonari desu. Taoru wa bento no tonari desu. Tonari desu. I don't really like tonari. Doesn't sound that great. Tonari. Towels are next to the... Oh, beddo. I said bento. Beddo. No wonder that didn't make any sense. Taoru wa beddo. Taoru wa beddo no tonari desu. Oh man. Tonari desu. Tonari. Okay. Beddo no tonari. I keep wanting to say donari. Okay. Towels are next to the bed. Sure. Can we get away from tonari? What the heck? Room service. Room service wo tsukaimasu? No. What are our choices? Undo shimasu. Speaking of exercise, undo shimasu. Unten shimasu. No. Doesn't work. Ryoko shimasu. And then we have onegai shimasu. Oh, as in,
お願いします
okay, requesting. All right. I was kind of hoping for something else, like calling. We have calling. We do have the predicate for calling. That might work here too. But all right. Sure. Room service, please.
電話番号をお願いします
電話番号をお願いします. That's a lot of O's. Your number? I mean, yeah, sure. Your number, please. That's fine. Your phone number, please. It's kind of aggressive. この部屋はコーヒーメーカーがありません。カフェに行きましょう。I like this prompt. This prompt's great.
7月3日は忙しいです
7月 what was it? Mika. That was a new one, right? 7月3日は忙しいです。Okay. I will be busy on July 3rd, or the 3rd of July is fairly acceptable. Wi-Fi no... You know, we were given the word netto, but... You know, anyways. Wi-Fi no password. Password. Yeah. Password は何ですか？
パスワード。
ルームサービスはいくらですか？
ルームサービス。ルームサービスは something.
ルームは
お願いします。No, it's just kidding.
ルームサービスはいくらですか？
いくらですか？ Sure.
いくらですか？
Oh, yeah. How much is room service? Sure.
チェックアウトは8時から12時までです。
Check out. You know, I'm curious if good luck with study. I hope you can become Jozu someday. Yeah, thanks. Jozu. Become Jozu someday. I love that. The Jozu. Check out チェックアウトは8時から12時までです。Okay. お願いし、I mean, not お願いし、ありがとうございます。Thanks. The checkout is from checkout is from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock.
あ、氷はありますか？
氷は。氷は
ありますか？
Oh, wait. 氷は something. Wait.
ありますはありますは。
Oh, yeah, no, this is fine. Yeah. Do you have ice?
あ、氷はありますか？
すみません。お手洗いはどこですか？
お手洗いはどこですか？お手洗いはジムの後ろです。The bathroom is next to the gym. Or it's in behind the gym. It's behind the gym.
氷は自販機の近くです。
The restroom is behind the gym. What did you say? I heard
氷
はsomething. Maybe
コーヒーメーカ
I don't think so. But
ー
say
の近くです。
maybe the ice is next to the coffee maker?
氷は自販機の近くです。
Oh no.
呼びませんか？
Oops.
自販機
Vending
呼びませ
machine.
んか？氷は自販機の近くです。
It's next to the vending machine. 氷は自販機の近くです。
氷は自販機の近くです。
Yep. It's near the vending machine. Ba-ba. Alright, personalized practice. Oh, I guess I was planning to complete this whole unit today, huh? Maybe I will stop here and then complete it on a half day. Because
今夜
tomorrow
は次の記事を書きます。
I have Neverwinter. Right, tomorrow's reset day. So we'll do half day.
今夜は次の記事を書きます。
Here, 今夜
今夜 は
something.
今夜は次の記事を書きます。記事を今夜は次の記事を書きます。の書きます。
Okay. Oh yeah, this is personalized practice. What am I doing? Yeah. 今夜は月の記事を書きます。I will write my next post this evening. Well, tonight, yeah. I'm going to write the next post. Lessons begin around 3 o'clock. Lesson 3時頃レッスンは3時頃始まります。レッスンは3時頃始まります。
いいえ、ホラー映画は見ません。
I don't watch horror films. No, I don't watch horror. I don't watch horror movies. Sure. I use the word films. That's a British thing, but I don't know. I think that's a funny British thing that's fading now. So funny, thanks to Lawrence. Yeah, films. The use of the word films is fading as well in Great Britain. Movies. Although I still use the word films. Unironically. Around what time does the performance start? Performanceは何時頃始まりますか? Yeah, that's pretty good, right? I feel like that works. Now, if only if I could find it.
パフォーマンス
は
何時
頃始まりますか?
始まりますか?
明日のレッスンは5時頃始まります。
Okay. Sure. Tomorrow the lesson starts around lesson begins around 5 o'clock. I was gonna say on a day, but tomorrow's lesson. Give me a break, man. I dance for about 2 hours every week. Okay. 毎週10時頃踊ります。Oh, 10 hours. 10時間ぐらい見ます。Oh yeah, and it does say this. ぐらい See, it's ぐらい Yeah. So their sample is correct with the pitch accent. They say ぐらい instead of ぐらい So technically, I was mixing them back and forth when ぐらい was a thing. So was the only thing instead of くらい 毎週10時間ぐらい見ます。Oh no, wait. Not 見ます。What am I doing?
見ま
見ます。
す。踊ります。
踊ります。
毎日記事を書きますか？
毎日記事を書きますか？ Do you write a post every day? Moving right along. Okay. Let's find him. 今日 I don't think I need a parkway for the way it's written. 今日
1 時間
ぐ
ぐらい
らいぐらいブログ
ブログ
の記事を
書きます。
午前8時にギターを弾きますか？
Okay. Are you going Are you going to play guitar at 8 a.m.?
毎週10時間ぐらい踊ります。
毎週10時間ぐらい踊ります。Okay. I dance for about 10 hours. Okay, every week. Whoops. Week every. Yes.
明日9時間ピアノを弾きます。
明日9時間ピアノを弾きます。I'm going to play piano for 9 hours. Monka? Oh. Yeah, we're fine.
よくうちでピアノを弾きます。
よくうちでピアノを弾きます。I play piano at home. I often play piano at home.
いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません。
いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません。I don't really watch anime. Forgot the no.
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。I don't watch romance movies. I don't really watch romance movies.
週末8時間半ぐらい踊ります。
週末8時間半ぐらい踊ります。Tomorrow, or no, not tomorrow. I'm going to dance for 8 where's and a half hours on the weekend. About 8.5 hours. Okay.
明日のレッスンは5時頃始まります。
What did I mess up here? Oh, tomorrow's lesson begins around 5 o'clock. Okay. Short. 週末4時、週末、4時間ぐらい、4時間ぐらいテニスをします。テニスをします。
週末4時間ぐらいを電車テニスをします。
ジャズは聞きません。
I don't listen to jazz. バスケットボールの試合は金曜日です。
バスケットボールの試合は金曜日です。
来週サッカーの試合があります。
来週サッカーの試合があります。We have a soccer game next week.
パズルゲームをしますか？
Do you play puzzle games?
よく家族とパズルをします。
よく家族とパズルをします。I often do puzzles with my family.
その RPG は楽しいですか？
その RPG は楽しいですか？ Is that role-playing game fun?
K-POP は聞きません。
K-POP は聞きません。I don't listen to K-pop.
次の試合はいつですか？
次の試合はいつですか？ When is the game? When is the next game?
この新しい RPG を買います。
この新しい RPG を買います。I'm gonna buy this new RPG game. Or just RPG. I'm going to buy this new role-playing. Oh. I guess it's automatically. I guess it's automatically assumed as a game.
RPG は好きですか？
No, I guess RPG game. Yeah, sure. I get it. Role-playing game. Yeah, fair enough. I was thinking of game in a different way, but I get it. Yeah. RPG は好きですか？ RPG は好きですか？ Do you like video game? Role-playing games.
明日4時間バドミントンをします。
明日4時間バドミントンをします。I'm going to play badminton for 4 hours tomorrow. Okay.
毎日パズルゲームをします。
毎日パズルゲームをします。I'm going What? Oh. I guess I could say I play puzzle games every day. Fair enough.
J-POP はあまり聞きません。
J-pop はあまり聞きません. I don't really listen to J-pop. Sure.
今日4時間サッカーをします。
今日4時間サッカーをします. I'm going to play soccer for 4 hours. So I'm going to play today. Alright. Fair enough. Let's keep them going. Oh no. G-show. Maybe. No. 受付は多いですね。What front desk? 息子 G-show. This blank reception desk. Kaisha? How well is Duolingo working out? I'm getting into Japanese, but I'm not sure how well it works. It works okay. What are you looking for? Like, from the question, like, is there a particular thing you're looking for that you need provided for you in learning Japanese? I can probably give you an idea of what it doesn't have and what it does have. So 会社 the company この会社のこの会社の受付は遠いですね。Is the company's 受付reception far? The desk? I mean, that's the only one that actually works.
昼休みは12時からですね。
Yeah,
昼ご飯はどこで食べましょうか？会社の食堂で食べましょうか？
I heard lunch, so it's probably talking about where to eat lunch. Yeah, if you're getting into Japanese, how well Duolingo works would be, I can probably be a little bit more specific if I understood what is it that you might be thinking Duolingo provides, or you're looking for Duolingo. Duolingo is it provides vocabulary. That's probably where I would start. It provides vocabulary. it does provide, I think, reasonable amount of ear exposure, some ear training exposure. And some things it doesn't do well or not at all is it doesn't take vocal input. So, or at least I haven't done any vocal input. It does not provide context specific dialogue very much at all. And some other things that might be important when people talk about how well Duolingo operates. It doesn't teach you grammar. It doesn't reinforce sentence construction. So you'll probably have to find those things as well. It provides daily reminders. It keeps you regular. It'll give you notifications. It provides a structure. So it gives you vocabulary thematically in groups so that you can group them together in vocabulary. Although there are other things that do that as well. Just to start a little bit, answer a little bit, I suppose.
昼休みは12時からですね。昼ご飯はどこで食べましょうか？会社の食堂で食べましょうか？
What was the last bit?
昼休みは12時からですね。昼ご飯はどこで食べましょうか？会社の食堂で食べましょうか？
Oh, okay. Okay. Aisha Shokudo. Shokudo. Why don't I know? Why am I drawing a blank on? Show. I'm gonna have to see that written. Shokudo. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on that. The last sentence in that last prompt. Okay.
9時間
9時間 引きます。Sure.
引きます。
すみません。難しいゲームはありますか？難しいゲームが欲しいです。
They're shopping for a new game. Specifically a hard game. They're looking for a hard game. They like hard games.
バレエのパフォーマンス。
バレエのパフォーマンス。
ギター、バレエのパフォーマンス。
A ballet performance. つまらない。
つまらない。
ジム。プリンター。
プリンタ
ー。ゴーカート。Then 会社。クライアントのレーゼン プレゼンがあります。
今日の
クライアント
クライアントの
プレゼン
があります。
今夜は日本語を話しましょうか？
今夜は日本語。Oh, no wait. No, that's not the word I'm looking for.
今夜は日本語を話しましょうか？
今夜は日本語を
勉強しません。
Oh, no.
話しましょうか？
話しましょうか？
今夜は日本語を話しましょうか？
Yeah. Should we speak Japanese tonight? Okay. 午後5時にギターを弾きます。
午後5時にを弾きます。ギター。
どのバーに行きましょうか？
どのバーに行きましょうか？ Which bar should we go to?
クライアントとミーティングがあります。
クライアントとミーティングがあります。Or actually we have a meeting with a client.
お手洗いも2階ですか？
お手洗いも2階ですか？ Okay. All right.
2日
Okay. 2日 The second. 3日 Third.
3日
海の近くのホテルに泊まりませんか？海のホテルの近くは
Is this really what I heard? Wait.
海の近くのホテルに泊まりませんか？
Oh.
近くホテル
From everything you learned, how much percent-wise can you recall without any reference? About 90 to 95%.
海の近くのホテルに泊まりませんか？海の近くのホテルに泊まりませんか？は
泊まり
カバン泊まりません
泊まりませんか？ Wait.
海の近くのホテルに泊まりませんか？
泊まり Oh wait, this is that new one, right? 泊まりせんか？泊まりせん。Oh, would you like to this is search or look for. So would you like to hold up. Stay. Oh no, it's stay. Look is this is stay, so Mari Senka. Well, I don't know when I see it, I suppose.
夏休みは家族と京都に行きます。今日授業の後、ネットでホテルを探します。
Oh, there it is. Look. Tagashimasu. Planning a vacation, I suppose. Actually, sounds like a vacation, but it could qualify as a company trip. Let's see. Natsu, yeah, Natsu, that's summer. Oh, summer break, okay. Natsu yasumi, Natsu yasumi wa kazoku to, okay, with family. Kazoku to Kyoto ni ikimasen. I'm going to Kyoto with family on break. On break or on my days off. Kyo jigiro jugyo no, oh, it's a student. Jugyo no jugyo no ato netto, yeah, netto de hoteru o sagashimasu. So today after class, I'm going to look for a hotel on the internet.
12月3日
12月Wait.
12月3日
Mika? Wait, what?
12月3日
Oh.
3日
Oh, it's not even a sentence. I was like looking for predicate. 12月3日 December 1st, December 3rd. 3日 10見ます。2日駅。
どんなホテルを探しましょうか？どんな
ホテルを
探しましょう
か？
どんなホテルを探しましょうか？
Yeah. Which kind of hotel should we look for?
どんなホテルを探しましょうか？
どんなホテルを探しましょうか? What kind of hotel should we look for? Okay. 2日高い水曜日3日7このホテルは綺麗ですな。ですな。ですね。このホテルは綺麗ですね。このホテルに泊まりませんか？泊まりせんか？Would you like to stay at this hotel? 泊まりませんか？泊まりませんか？5月3日にホテルに泊まりませんか？泊まりませんか？5月3日にホテルに泊まりませんか？ Okay. This is yoyakushimasu. Okay. ネットで部屋を予約します。
予約します。
5月2日がいいです。
5月2日がいいです。5月2日がいいです。
5月2日がいいです。
Okay. 5月2日がいいです。I don't know about 2日がいいです。No, that's fine. May 2nd is good. Sure. What kind of hotel should we look for? どんなホテルを探しましょうか？
どんなホテルを探しましょうか。
9月2日はどうですか
？9月2日はどうですか？5月2日。Okay, hold up. 5月2日はどうですか？ How about September 2nd? Sure. Hana-san. Oh, free? Ugh. Hima? Hana-san. Hana-san. Okay. I need to actually see this. Hana-san
は10月
2日は
暇です。翻訳か。
Wait, what is this?
翻訳しませんか。
翻訳しませんか。Oh.
翻訳しませんか。
Hana-san, 10月、10月2日は暇ですか？ 10月2日は暇ですか？ 2日はHana-san, 10月2日は暇ですか？ It will be busy on July 3rd. Okay. 7月3日は忙しいです。Let's see all this first. The heck, Umi?
7月3日は忙しいです。
So, 7月3日は忙しいです。
パスポートをお願いします。
パスポートをお願いします。
お願いします。
Sure. Oh no. クレジットカード。クレジットカード。
クレジットカード
クレジットカードはありません。ありますか？
か
ありますか？
電話番号をお願いします。
電話番号をお願いします。Okay. Sure.
電話番号をお願いします。
牛肉。
牛肉。
エビ。
エビ。
チェックイン。チェックイン。
チェックイン。
チェックイン。キャンプ。
キャンプ。
キャンプ。Oh man, キャンプ。I botched that one. And then, ナプキン。ナプキン。
ナプキン。
ナプキン。
部屋の鍵です。
部屋の鍵
です。
です。
部屋の鍵です。
部屋の鍵です。Oh, room key. This is a room key. 鍵。メニュー。キャンプ。会計。
会計。
ハイキング。
鍵。
クレジットカードをお願いします。
クレジットカードをお願いします。
お願いします。クレジットカードをお願いします。
Sure. Your credit cards, please. Your credit card, please. 部屋の番号は624です。
人気。
I'll show you a 人気。
部屋の
番号は624です。部屋はエレベーターの隣です。
隣。
How are you finding your progress on Duolingo? Like, as in progress with respect to Duolingo, or progress in general scope of things? Oh, do you feel it's too fast or slow? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, within the scope of Duolingo, I think Duolingo can slow down if they wanted to. General, for learning Japanese. For learning vocabulary, I think they can choose. They can choose to slow down, actually. Might be a little too fast. For me, personally. By that, I mean this third. So I did a review every 25 days. This 25 days is coming up soon, right? It's in 2 days, as in tomorrow's the last day. And the pace that they're going at is, it's in 3 days. I do 3-day rotations. So the first day of a new unit, it's around an average of 20 new things, be it like meaning, some different pattern usage, or new vocabulary. So like 20 new things. The second day would be 20 new things again. So that's 40 new things in 2 days. And then the third is the review of the first 40 new things. And then it ends, as in the unit ends. So you may or may not see them again. They get pulled in every like 3 or 4 units. So every 3 or 4 units, it wraps back and it incorporates older vocabulary as an establishment, but continue to introduce an average of 40 new things every unit. So to me, in order to make great use of those things, it's a little too fast probably, but we'll see. We'll see. So in 25 days, what is that? That's close to 350 new things every 25 days, which brings us really close to 1,000. Right now is 1,070, right? Yeah, that pretty much checks out. 1,070 things. Am I doing anything alongside Duolingo? I am. So every time I find new predicates, I'm looking at conjugation tables. I either read about grammar on Tofuku for patterns that I've already noticed, or I do grade reading. And then I continue to do everything else that I already do that's exposed to Japanese. Watch anime once in a while with my friends. Watch multicultural streams all the time. Generally, my environment is typically in an environment where it's English and a different language. It's generally both, at least 2 languages each day. Not exclusively Japanese. Sometimes it's like Spanish and English, and then I do like listening to people say French words, and so it's usually a different language and English with relation to English. And then I watch a lot of documentaries on word usage and stuff like that. So that may or may not play into learning Japanese. But in terms of expecting to remember, total recall, right? Long-term memory, remembering 40 new things on average every 3 days, I think that's bold and very tough, even for myself. I don't think I have that much of an edge when it comes to recall. And I think it's tough, but I think my recall abilities and memory strategies and stuff are above average, being someone who's has a higher education background. However, even that, being able to recall 40 new things off of memory, or expecting to have 40 new things without context, without association, like if someone just raw dogs, that was a little lewd, my bad. If they brute force using Duolingo, I am not surprised that a lot of people do not comprehend much, let alone have long-term memory storage of it. That's a lot of elements. The coupling of the topics make it a little bit more bearable. Like it varies in Duolingo how well it's coupled together. So what I mean by that is, in order for me to remember 90 to 95% of the new elements as the units are going, the theme that they have, you have to create a story that connects all the vocabulary. It's implied that they're connected. So like, for example, last unit was about outdoor activities, the first half. So all the vocabulary does tangentially have something to do with the outdoors. To connect all the vocabulary, you have to create the story yourself. It's kind of like giving you, okay, we give you the word picnic, right? Barbecue, picnicu, and then you have like, baku. You had to somehow connect all of them so that you're remembering less, as in like you're making your memory more efficient. That the story, there's no story providing the connection. There's no context providing the connection. So it becomes very hard, I would say, and it becomes much less efficient. So as a person who used Duolingo, if you're going to use Duolingo as a vocabulary base, it's arguably no more effective than having Anki as a flashcard thing, where you can add more contextual clues onto Anki, right? If you're doing flashcards and you're flashing with no context clues, you're brute forcing. That's kind of like Duolingo, only it's even like it has even more repetition, and it's not a specific repetition, as in you can't choose your weak spots and go over them. There is features on Duolingo that I don't use because I don't have a super subscription, but you can focus specifically on those things. They do have like personalized things that limits to the ones that you get errors on. However, if you don't make any errors, it can be random. In Anki, you can manage how long it takes you for some things. So you can take out flashcards or skip flashcards that you remember very quickly. So it's very rapid. So Duolingo is slow in that way if you're a person who specifically wants contextless bootstrapping. Like have 100 random words. They are not thematically related at all. So you're not using any other form of memory aid to do that. In Duolingo, you have to slow down. So my sessions are longer than the average person's session on Duolingo. In the beginning, right before I start every session, I create the story that connects all of the vocabulary in my head. So like for the restaurant thing for last unit, I would say first, I am gonna find chukakai in Yokohama or Hokkaido, and though that's how I'm connecting all the vocabulary, even if I'm not constructing sentences for the time being, right? So and then you would, when you go to a chukakai, you're expecting to find chuka ryori, right? That would be 3 of the vocabulary now. And then you walk into the restaurant, irashaimase, right? And then you meet your tenin, right? Tenin request a menu. So these are the things that you have to create yourself. And it's far more efficient if people are comparing stuff. It's far more efficient if you replace it with a book, right? So it's up to the person how creative they are to form memory associations. Typically, I like creating the story myself. So whenever I have a bunch of vocabulary, like a bunch of like 30, 40 unrelated vocabulary, I will paint a story myself, fill in all the gaps that I don't know in Japanese. Like I'm not going to read the whole Japanese story. I fill in as much pieces in English to connect all the vocabulary, and any place that I can create sentences in Japanese, it gets filled in a storybook. So you could imagine it like the reverse method, where alternatively, if you use grade readers, what you're supposed to do is, which is a lot of gold standards for people who follow specific linguist disciplines, you open a grade book, it's slightly beyond your comprehension, so you know where you're at, right? So you're reading a book that you're not going to get 100%, maybe like 70 to 80% of it. So you know all those words, and all the words you don't know, you'll eventually get over time. So instead, Duolingo, I'm approaching Duolingo in the manner that they give me all these words, and I'm trying to create a story out of them with all the Japanese I know so far and fill everything in with English. So it engages me and makes me work a lot harder to connect all the words. And then time comes every 25 days. When I review, I will review all the vocabulary based on the story that I have built over the years, or over the months, or however many days or time. So like on day 76, I will illustrate that, where like, okay, so how are we going to do this first? Well, let's say we get up and we're going outside. What are specific things I can do outside? How can I imagine it? And then I tackle as many vocabulary I can use to describe my activities outside. For example, for one chapter, And then, okay, well, now I'm hungry. I'm going to go into town. All the things that are related to towns. What happens if I get lost or I have an emergency? What happens when the weather changes? And that's kind of how I'm going to remember all the things. And then when I'm not using Duolingo, I'm doing the opposite. I'm participating in things I don't comprehend. As in, it's the reverse, the one that most people use, where you understand as much as you can, like here and there, like watch anime and you understand like 50 to 60% of it, but the rest, it's like over time, you'll get it. You're getting exposed to it. So on Duolingo, I'm creating all the stories because Duolingo does not provide context. Without context, it does not allow you to form memory associations. So you're not actively constructing anything. Duolingo is completely void of constructing things, as in not constructing sentences per se, constructing meaning. So you have to provide the meaning, but it provides the vocabulary, words, and it kind of groups them together for you to start. So it provides all the starting materials for you to create a story. And then once you continue creating that story, there is a story section, but it doesn't come up, at least for me. So there are story sections, but it hasn't come up yet. So up to this point, whatever I'm saying is void of a story section. So right now I'm creating the story, and when they create story sections, I have to remind myself that I am no longer actively creating the story. There's a big difference between someone who can use a language. They're not. The story is not locked behind Super Duolingo, actually. So, at least it shows on my end, you can go back to stories and it has no super marker on it. But if it is, I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. But there is no super block on stories, at least on my end. Maybe maybe they're missing an icon or something. But anyways, regardless if there are stories, with or without stories, in the evening I am already doing stories myself. When a story is provided for you, it's a weaker form of comprehensive input, in my opinion, or output. It's a weaker output. However, it's a stronger input. So in the evening, I'm studying by taking in input. When I'm using Duolingo, I am getting input in the means of vocabulary, but I am largely focused on output. So that's speaking, reciting, imitating, reading out loud. So all of this stuff is built on the vocabulary. So the only input I'm getting in Duolingo when someone asks, how's it working for me? Is it good or not? Well, Duolingo serves as a input database. So it gives you vocabulary, it tries to give you things, and that's okay. Ultimately though, it doesn't offer construction. So you are not actively constructing anything. You get input. It's not comprehensive input, right? Like, you can still use English. It translates in English, so it's not comprehensive. If it's all in Japanese, it could be served as a comprehensive input device. However, it is not. It's translation based, and it suits my needs. I like the idea of preserving my English and my Japanese. It's not efficient for someone who wants to be fluent quickly or whatever they want, because comprehensive input typically makes it a lot more efficient. When you start operating in Japanese right away and understand where your competency is and it grades towards that competency, it can automatically adapt, right? In this case, it's not doing that. It's relying on English. So all the off time, I'm doing comprehensive input. The reason why I'm doing it in this order is also, I'll summarize all of this in the future on day 76. But the reason why I'm not doing comprehensive input during my streams, it's largely because I want to be able to speak. So I want to practice speaking, demonstrating things. So almost largely, I would say 80 to 90% of the time, Duolingo is offering minimum input, providing vocabulary and patterns. However, all the uptime I have is practicing output. So at the moment, my output does not exceed my input. My input is much more than my output. So I'm not like sort of wasting time, so to speak. A lot of times people worry that are they getting enough input and comprehension in order to make the output meaningful. So things like you would hear an analogy like you wouldn't just get on a bike sometimes, ride a bike without knowing how to, kind of idea, without knowing how to or having an example or something. Some people do, right? Some people do. However, in general, the way of people talking about efficiency when it comes to like input and output in terms of language learning, as I've come to know nowadays, like second language acquisition, tons of input at first to guide your readiness for output, right? Basically listen to a lot of people's native accents, like read, soak it in, and then eventually you'll use it for speech and construction, right? That's kind of the idea. At the moment though, to even increase that efficiency, you can try to maintain a balance of output exercises and input exercises. And usually the output shouldn't exceed the input. So I checked on all the Japanese doesn't have a practice tab for the stories, etc. It's in practice and it does show it. So I don't know what you're talking about, but maybe it's on mobile thing. I'll show you in a bit. But that's where I am. So I'm focusing on maximizing input when I know it's just outside of my output range, is what I'm doing right now. So that's what I'm doing. If that helps. So right now my inputs are grade reading, tofuku grammar, anime, Japanese dominant multilingual streams. Also like flash hard like videos with like images and kanji and kana. And then my outputs are in the evening. I also do every like so often, like at least now I've reduced it to twice a week because I'm no longer getting enough input. But every twice a week, I write all the kana and all the kanji I know so far from Duolingo. So I do all the kana and then I upkeep my kanji every twice a week. It used to be like every 3 or 4 because the input from Duolingo was higher. But now I'll get diminished return if I keep doing more and more. So in the beginning of my streams now, it's pretty clear that the kanji and the writing is fine now, right? And I'm basically only upkeeping my kanji. So if Duolingo starts to slow down on kanji, which it does quite a lot, it's quite slower. In fact, it's too fast for vocab, but it's too slow for kanji. Is what I'm adapting to now. Kanji has slowed down to a crawl, so now I'm maybe even reducing this down to once a week. I practice writing all the kana, and then with that kana warm up, I write all the kanji again. So we'll see how much of the kanji I remember. My plan on the day 76 is to write every single kanji and all the kana with no problems. Like all the kanji that I learned so far. And that is cataloged in the kanji section of Duolingo. So I can verify each night or the one time I do every week if I got all the kanji that I'm supposed to know already. Yeah, and then the vocabulary is moving kind of fast, so I'm adjusting to that. I'm coming up with new and more methods to slow me down, but really is to make time to offset how Duolingo doesn't repeat enough. I actually think Duolingo, because I don't have a super subscription, there's no way to tackle all the previous units. On average, in the course of 25 days with a 3-day cycle, I will cover 8 units. 8 units will provide over 350 different vocabulary settings or use of a vocab word in a different context. So I would need a story or a building block that connects all 350 elements. After day 50, it was like day 54 or 53, I was able to recall 95% of all the things. After like looking back and reviewing to see what I missed and what I didn't miss. So I'm still consistently keeping up with 95% of the things, but that is with slowing myself down. If you are taking the average Duolingo user, I imagine what they're doing is they're looking for right answers. So I can assure you that Duolingo is designed in a way that you can actually know all the right answers, right? Even if you have super, you can know all the right answers without retaining anything. None of the input. It's not even necessary. So if you're someone like me who like play games and use like intuitive design and pattern recognition, if you're really used to pattern recognition, right? You know all the answers, even without understanding what the sentence is, like the choices. Duolingo is there to encourage you, but it's not there to challenge you, to force you to understand and create words and context. Like, for example, this right here. Unfortunately, most people would consider this as dead construction. And that means that when you read this, right? When you read this statement, 部屋はエレベーターの隣です. There's no context, right? It's not relating why you use these things to anything, like a grammar reinforcement, or like you see a pattern, right? And you're not thinking of when you're going to use this. When are you using this? Who is saying this? Right? Is this person talking to someone? Like, how is this useful? So you have to create all those things. And for me, my sessions are very long, much longer. I would say at least 3 times longer. What takes someone who's freshly using Duolingo to get through, like, to get to where I am now in Duolingo, it would probably take them 1/3 of the time if they simply focused on patterns and looking for the right answer. And for me, when I'm looking for the right answer, I'm also looking at the wrong answers, the noise on the side. Like, if there were 6 choices down here, I'm looking through all 6 choices. I'm constantly saying and outputting everything over and over again. I don't care how many times I've done it. I don't care that I'm better than this. Oftentimes I hear the phrase when it comes to this, it's like, I know this stuff. I know this stuff, right? Well, my solution to this is, if I'm saying this too much, I need to add more stuff. So I'm trying to find clever ways to make the stuff that I already know be even more challenging. And in the future, after this like third period of 25 days, I will be using my construction that I'm doing in my head, where I'm combining English and Japanese in real time. So I'll be making comments in half Japanese and half English. Any Japanese that I can use, I'm going to use it. So for example, when I think heya, I could think karafuru. It's a karafuru na heya wa elevator no tonari desu. Right? I could describe the room as colorful. So in the future, I will slow myself down even more by associating groups. So if I have adverbs, adjectives, additional phrases, maybe add another prepositional thing, I'm going to add at least one or two things to the prompts as I'm going. So then I will form associations and patterns of which I would use, right? So that's kind of where I'm going to in the future. And where am I getting these things? From my inputs. So it allows me to bring in all the things that I'm doing outside of Duolingo, hopefully, in the future. So it'll create a tie-in between Duolingo and whatever I'm doing outside. So far, the only things that I'm doing now is I'm bringing in all the grammar stuff. People tell me about grammar all the time. I take that and I learn about it, maybe like tofuku and stuff, and then I bring it into Duolingo. So when I'm looking at no here, I'm thinking about the grammar structure that's coming from somewhere else. To further make my time using Duolingo useful, my strength in understanding and being consistent over time is usually because all my inputs are being engaged. And then when I need to output, I'm outputting all of my input. I mean, I'm specifically trying to engage myself as much as I can. And that makes it so that I remember things, but ultimately 40 new things is kind of hard to connect all of them still. So in the end, that's probably like a really longer answer too. And I'll probably go over this. On day 76, I plan to spend like 7 or 8 hours talking about future things that I'm going to do and how I'm going to use Duolingo to inspire some of that. Largely now, I'm outputting in Duolingo. Vocabulary is just passively flowing in, and I'm at this stage where, all right, now I'm starting to construct things in my head anyway. So regardless if their sentence is lacking context, regardless if this is lacking context, I know how I would use it. Like, this is my new phrase today, right? Tonari, which is front of, like, it's a positional thing. But I have other positional things I can place in here: behind, far, close, nearby, which those are actually kind of slightly different. So in the future, when I fill this in, I'm gonna yell at myself. Besides, oh, I don't think I have besides yet. Soon. Yeah. So to me, it's not because I want to learn Japanese fast. I want to challenge myself to learn something. How should I say? Learn something the hard way. I felt that the harder I work on things, the more problems I have to solve, makes me a lot better learner. So Yes, I would say, like Cozy said, maybe the story is locked behind Japanese, but there are Japanese story section, or there are story sections. If they're locked behind, that's perfectly fine. If they're not, then when I get access to it, right, I have to make up for it as well. If I'm given more things, I have to do more in the process with it. So if someone gives me, if I'm allowed to stream a better tool, I will have to work harder to make sure that I'm working hard. Because if I don't input any conscious effort, the tool is doing most of the work, and therefore it will keep me less engaged. So to me, I have the opposite stance on learning. When you learn in your scope and you're doing more to learn, you typically learn faster, or in a different way, in my opinion. So it's kind of like, why is Duolingo so inefficient? It's actually the opposite. It's counterintuitive, but Duolingo exposes you to a lot of vocabulary very rapidly. The downside is, though it's so efficient at exposing you to vocabulary, you don't even bother learning it. Because it's a game, right? How many times have you seen people beat games and probably don't even remember what the story was about? Or beat games where they can't even recite the mechanics, but when you put the game in their hand, they'll crush it, right? So that's kind of one of the double edges of Duolingo's design. It's so habit forming that it's so good at establishing a habit, it becomes a habit. Yeah, it's like watching native media without actively trying to study. Like, I spent over 2/3 of my life watching Japanese native media, but I learned nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't learn how to speak the language. I can like kind of feel the language, like, oh yeah, I know this scene's about food and stuff. Like it looks like they're talking about the food and whatnot, but there's no like comprehension. Like there's no output. I can't output Japanese yet, even though you spend because you're passively enjoying it. You're passively looking for things you're enjoying, right? You're reading something, but you're not outputting it at the moment. And Duolingo that is my 2 cents about why Duolingo is so ineffective at times. It's so good at forming a habit. That habit becomes salient almost immediately. And you know what happens to habits? You become complacent. You stop noticing everything. When was the last time you noticed what you eat? Or how you feel when you eat? When was the last time you noticed the intricacies of taking a walk or getting up out of bed? Those are habits. They're autonomous. So not only is Duolingo shooting them, it's a double edge with Duolingo. You can get on, refresh your streak, get on, refresh your streak. And then you just refresh your streak and nothing happens. Because it's a habit. It makes you feel good, but you don't comprehensively work for it. And that sucks. And I have illustrated it a little bit here. There were times when I ran too late, like using Duolingo, and I like digress. I talk a lot during this. It's to breathe like value into Duolingo, or like using my time. But when I run out of time, I immediately can show you that I can find all the right answers without even thinking about the prompts at all. Like, this is the right answer. This is the right answer. Actually, if you go over it one loop, you know all the answers just by looking at the answers. So smart kids, most people who are playing this like a game will have that great feeling because they know the right answers. But do they understand the right answers? And that sucks. So not only is Duolingo so efficient at that, it doesn't incentivize or tell you like, hey, remind you like, hey, you know, you've been getting these answers really correctly. Can I remind you of what this means? So that's not what Duolingo does. Duolingo does not have constant reminders or constant explicitness that you can't skip, right? You can't, like, imagine an unskippable cutscene, right? If you're an unskippable cutscene, you can turn your brain off and just wait until it's over, or you can choose to maximize that time and actually work harder to pay attention to the cutscene, right? And for me, I'm the latter by nature. So I'm making a bigger deal out of everything on Duolingo. I make a big deal about all these things, all these little things. I talk about its relationship to English all the time in order to maximize my understanding. So if I can't be doing pure input right now with Duolingo, what else can I do? Well, I can learn more about English. I can meet other people, right? Meet other people. Talk to them about their experiences outside of Duolingo. And then relate it back to Duolingo. So making these connections make me work harder, right? And then it reveals things that I need to do outside and inside. So it's one of those things. I honestly think on the surface level, when you're an end user, it can be difficult to know if something is too good or too efficient to a fault versus not efficient at all. So the way Duolingo is designed now is it is incredibly great at getting people to do something. But the way they go about doing it is incredibly detrimental to the purpose of its learning. So it puts me at a very odd take on how effective Duolingo is. So my only recommendation for Duolingo are for people who already has established habits and then they need more exposure to reminding them of what they learned outside. So the most consistent acceptable use right now, including myself, is if you're reviewing something, Duolingo is exceptional. It is absolutely exceptional for reviewing things. And here's another quick hot take here. When people say like, but Duolingo has errors, and it's like its AI voices are not accurate and stuff. Well, here's the thing. Do you know that the AI voice is inaccurate? Can you pick out the nuances? Can you pick out the errors? If you can, that's more review. So in that way, isn't a trap a tiny bit? Isn't it a trap? Like Duolingo is a trap? Yeah, I mean it is. But they're not advertising. It's not misinformation though. So there's no deception, but there is a human condition flaw, in my opinion. It's a human condition flaw. I don't know how they're gonna leverage this in the future. It's not that you don't learn anything from Duolingo, especially the Japanese course. You don't learn anything. I can tell you now, the output that I've been practicing on Duolingo has taken me leaps and bounds of my input. What I mean by that is my anime, like the anime that I watch half of the time, like once in a while, like once a week with friends, I'm very specific ones. It's like 50 to 60% of it. Like immediately. Like it's very quick. So it's not like it's not doing anything. However, it's not selecting for people properly, if you know what I mean. So like a lot of times the product is most well received when it is marketed very appropriately, right? the design of Duolingo is the barrier is so low because it focuses on effective factors, as in like motivation, right? And that is a human condition thing that can be generalized to a lot of people. So naturally, there will be people that feel like it trapped them or it led them to false expectations because the barrier is very low. What is the barrier? You go to their website and you use it. That is the barrier, right? That's the lowest barrier you can possibly think of. So naturally, it will get to a point where someone isn't engaged like I am, right? And that's probably a lot of people, in my opinion. So they have better effectors. They have better results with other tools because those tools specifically put a high barrier. What's the barrier for Anki? You need self-motivation. You need a direction. You need know how to retrieve and find the information that you want. You need to have the information that you want to look for and or download, right? The barrier is really, really high for something like Anki. We're not going to even jump to things like italki, where you start finding how to select for a progressive teacher that you exchange and meet, and then there's investments and cost as well and upkeep, and then there's another human being involved. So the barrier is so low that yes, it will probably feel like a trap for individuals this is not target for. Statistically though, it is teaching something, or like it's a positive force, even though, yeah. So when someone asks me, hey, do you recommend Duolingo, or how well is it working for you? I would ask the person first, what do you need? What are you currently doing? What do you think you need? What you currently are doing? And perhaps with enough detail, I might be able to point out the things to guide the person to focusing and considering a starting point for what you're using Duolingo for, right? Like, what are you paying attention for? For me, I'm using Duolingo for vocabulary, for input that I can create stories around. And then I create those stories in real time for stream because my content revolves around creative thinking and communication and multiculturalism, lots of outside stories. So when I'm using Duolingo, each of these prompts can be an opportunity for me to talk about them in a different way. So learning Japanese, to me, is a side effect. The more stories I create, the more experiences I have with other people, the more inclined I will remember them. For example, this morning, the new vocabulary is urai. You probably were here for that. The word for dark. Urai, as opposed to urai, which is for about, right? And these types of experiences are what make me acquire Japanese. However, my demonstration here is not how to learn Japanese the quickest way. It's how to be creative so that whatever you do is meaningful when meaning is not provided. I believe in people that 99% of anyone who I talk to, it's not that they're not creative. It's often that they believe they are not creative. As in, they haven't used and tackled the process of being creative. Because being creative means when you're learning something like a language, just because the thing you're using doesn't provide it, right? It doesn't provide it. The heck with that. You can do it. I could make a story around one vocabulary word if I had to, with broken Japanese and English. Eventually it will stop being broken, right? So the goal is to make it so that It's fun. Like sharing stories with other people, like I want to give it a sense of thing that this is how I play video games. This is how I learn science. Like my PhD was incredibly physically demanding. It was tough. People like lots of ridicule, like lots of hard work and time, but it was still fun and engaging. It was so fun that I burned out. That's why I stopped after my PhD. I burned out. And that's what you hear all the time. The people who burn out are the people who are so enthusiastic because they create things out of nothing. Like, no one wants to see a guy count to however much Mr. Beast counted to on his first video that went viral. The idea is to have the mindset and the creativity to be able to do that, so that you're not bound by tools. You're not bound by tools. Tools are there to make you better. Tools give you a boost. But you are greater than the tools. You are way greater than the tools. So that's kind of my message for most people. And what better way to show that than to probably use something that most veteran language learners nowadays, especially the Japanese learning community, despise, because their tools are more efficient than this one. And I would agree. If you are self-motivated, you already learned everything beyond the vocabulary that's offered in Duolingo. That eliminates almost 90% of Duolingo's value. If you're self-motivated, you don't need to use Duolingo. You could use anything else to be more efficient. If you're not self-motivated, start with Duolingo, and I advise you to pay attention to what works for motivation. As in, if Duolingo ends up working for you, pay attention to what is working. And once you don't get anything anymore from Duolingo, take all of that and use another tool, but bring all that experience to that new tool. So learn from using Duolingo why it motivates you, and then take those motivational tips and tricks, and then you can move on, and you won't need a tool that can do that for you. You can do it yourself. That's what I typically call learning from a process-oriented point of view, and not a goal-oriented point of view. Even those people who say, like, I used Duolingo for 2 years, right? I used Duolingo for 2 years. It sucked. I learned nothing. Okay, well, describe it. How did it suck? How did you not learn anything? What did it not do? Why did you even use it for 2 years? How did you get stuck using it for 2 years? These are all learning methods. So in the future, you can carry all this experience. You can avoid what sucked if you want, right? You can avoid not learning. You can find out why you could use something that sucked and not learn anything for 2 solid years. You can take that part with you too. So then when you pull up Anki will not be Duo, right? So if you remember, okay, so Anki doesn't give me the motivation I need to use it for 2 years. What did Duo do that kept me engaged for 2 years? Let me mimic that or use that and then elevate Anki. That's kind of what I'm demonstrating here, I suppose. And you can't demonstrate this by having like a 15-minute summary, because it happens over time. So I've been doing progress reports every 25 days, and then over time, if I do enough progress reports, I'll see the maturation, the differences in my approach over time. What I'm doing now is nothing. It's not even close to what I was doing before day 50. And at day 50, I was doing not even close to day 25. And then when I was starting, I was doing the bare minimum because I was taking in all the new things about Duolingo. I actually haven't ever learned this way. I've never used an app to learn anything until now. So I didn't even know what it was like to learn in the modern age. I usually learn by immersion. So if I need to learn like science, like a discipline I don't understand, I literally slap myself into a textbook and only consume that stuff for a very long period of time. It doesn't have to be a language. It could be a skill. How do I get proficient at a skill-based task? I legitimately surround myself with it. The language, the lingo, the community, the culture, the framework, and get down to brass tacks, right? So this one was a very different situation. So I'm learning a lot about myself in the process. There are definitely things that Duolingo does not work for me. I get zero motivation kicks, by the way. Duolingo does not motivate me to do anything. So what do I have to do? I'm streaming it. I already knew that Duolingo isn't going to motivate me. My motivation's off the charts. I don't require any help from motivation. So I need to create extra motivation. And my motivation is I take outside media, outside input, and I talk about them every time I start doing Duolingo. So I all my digressions and my stuff, it's about grammar. It's about like Japanese and like English culture and stuff. I bring them into Duolingo. So I'm spending a lot of my extra effort, like I'm trying to take whatever I learned from Duolingo and find something interesting outside and work it into my content. So that's what's how I'm engaging myself. Duolingo provides like zero motivation from me. I can watch paint dry and I'll find it interesting. I don't really need self-motivation for anything, really. In fact, sometimes I need something to slow me down. I get burnt out very, very easily. I spend a lot of my life learning how to moderate it. I'm that guy that interacts with people who can't slow down, as in like, dude, calm down, you're going to like burn up. Like basically people that are heading for a wall. Those are the people that I'm usually used to, and myself, where you're overly enthusiastic and you're trying to juggle so many things that everything comes falling down. So run yourself dry kind of guy, like stop eating, thinking everything else in your life is meaningless compared to the one thing you love. That's kind of the situation we're talking about. So Duolingo doesn't do any of that, but I have to recognize that most of the people that I'm talking to lack self-motivation, and that's what I'm offering. If they're not self-motivated, if you're not self-motivated, come here and I will try my best to convince you can motivate yourself. That's what I guess if I had anything worth showing or using Duolingo, is that a lot of people find it very surprising that I'm so motivated. It's not because of Duolingo. I hope that it's very apparent to most people because people think that Duolingo is a waste of time. So that's fair to them because it is a waste of time. If you are self-motivated, you're going to see that Duolingo is a waste of time. If you can't find other value in Duolingo, it is 80 to 90% about whoever is using it, which is a lot of people. I'm gonna turn this into a digression probably. Whoever is using it, and that's a lot of people, are lacking self-motivation for language learning. it is reflected in the statistics of Duolingo's appeal. Now, how they're going about to convert that into something is still a plus right now, but it's not a big enough plus to not draw criticism from everyone. Like, it could be a big plus. Basically, I don't see people hating on Duolingo because they have an agenda. I see people that care so much about language learning that they believe this product is squandering its potential, as in it has such a huge reach, right? Such a huge influential reach on the bottom line, but it's not using, or it's having trouble finding its balance to use that influence. Like, if you have tens of millions of people using your product consistently daily, it's such an untapped resource. So I usually see people who criticize me and tell me like, oh, I'm wasting my time, I'm not going to be fluent, as more of a place of compassion, like or like a place of passionate projection. Basically, they're so concerned with how efficient people are using, they're discouraging people from using Duolingo because it's so slow, if not effective at all, if you're a person that don't think about easy things. When things are easy, you are learning very little. Like, that's kind of a harsh truth. I'm not saying easy things are fun or hard things are unfun. Hard things can be fun. Easy things can be boring. So all of that is possible. I have fun doing hard things. What is a hard thing to do? Learn Japanese with Duolingo when you are self-motivated. What is difficult about using Duolingo as a streamer? You attract challenges from other people. I tend to often place myself in a difficult position. So I'm constantly engaged and always thinking about, oh yeah, you're right. This is another way. This is another thing. Like, oh yeah, this is another thing I have to consider. So I'm not trying to raise controversy. I'm trying to engage myself personally. I don't know if other people feel the same way, but I like when I'm trying to make something harder for myself in order to challenge myself to see if I can make it better, right? So all these days, not only do I need Duolingo to feed me Japanese content or Japanese vocabulary, I have to spend all my extra time when I'm not doing Duolingo to compensate for everything that Duolingo is missing or lacking. And being able to see all these things is a personal challenge to me. So I wouldn't have looked at Tofuku if I didn't know Duolingo lacked grammar. Well, Duolingo has some grammar points, but it lacks grammar, and everyone yells at me for it lacking grammar points constantly. So what do? I go and tell them I need to learn the grammar, and then when they see me use Duolingo again, I can explain the grammar and I can tell them I didn't learn this from Duolingo. But you know what it did? It encouraged me and set up an environment in which I am encouraged to go look for Tofuku, through Tofuku for grammar. So pretty much everything up to this point, the interesting thing that keeps me going is I'm looking for my next challenge. I'm constantly looking for my next challenge. Eventually someone is going to have something to say and I'm going to learn something from it. Like people asking me, oh yeah, how is Duolingo going? That's a challenge. It's a really big challenge to answer that. It's kind of like if someone came up to you and asked you, how's your study going? And your only answer is, oh, it's going all right. I'm not that guy. I'll explain to you what my plans are, what my rotations are, what my unit is, what my unit plans are on top of whatever I'm using. Because I'm spending more time planning and structuring and thinking about all the implications of what I'm doing. If you can explain it in like the back of your hand and you don't have ums, likes, for example, what I'm doing right now, which tends to be very spoken, well organized, it's largely because I've done this already at least once every 3 to 4 days. So every single once or 3 to 4 days, I'm reminded of something Duolingo doesn't do. And I'm spending all the extra time plugging those holes. And I'm learning Japanese at a much, humbly, respectfully, I'm probably learning at a much faster rate than a lot of people would anticipate using Duolingo and other things. Because it's thanks to them, the people who are constantly challenging me. That's the idea. And that's how I thrive. That might not be the way you thrive and anyone else. Usually the best advice I can give is I get challenged all the time. I do lots of other things. So whenever someone asks me for advice, I ask them back at least 20 questions. I could be okay with asking 10 questions to get enough information, and maybe I'll point that person with whatever random things I may have that's relevant to that person. Like, for example, someone says, I'm only motivated in learning language because of stories. Well, grade readers have stories and they're graded by competency. So give grade readers a chance, right? Because you said you like stories, but it has to be stories in your target language. Grade readers might be something for you, right? So that comes from someone who's open to challenges and stay open-minded. I'm definitely not a specialist in any other regards other than this, which is to get someone to do something. I would say the thing I know most about from a negative, from like a mental health perspective, is how to change habits and establish new habits. I am constantly overly concerned, almost to a fault, of people's mental health these days, because I am one of those people. I have burned out so hard before that it could be as much as thinking intrusive thoughts. So have I gotten to pitch accents? If I'm into challenge, I have gotten to pitch accents, but I'm approaching it in a different way, and it will take time. And I talked about this earlier, because of the example of kurai, and kurai, right? Or Duo introduces it as the more modern now, gurai, instead of gurai, right? Gurai and kurai are an example. The way I'm approaching it is that I'm collecting. Right now I'm in the stage of collecting inputs, but I'm experimenting right now. I'm still in the experimental stage of outputting. So I hear lots of different inputs for pitch accent right now, and I haven't really decided on what type of pitch accent I'm gonna be focusing on. However, meanwhile, I'm experimenting with pitch accent output. So one of the outputs is to be able to say different pitches. So like, for example, watashi, right? Watashi, right? You have to be able to say, even if you don't know the pitch accent of the words, you have to be able to maintain the mora without being inclined to switch over and engage in your native language, which my native language is English, which is stress accents, right? So I don't want to end up saying watashi to emphasize low, high, low, right? Watashi. I have to say watashi, watashi, or watashi, watashi, right? Watashi, and then watashi, watashi. So even if I don't know the pitch accent, what I'm doing is I'm using Duo to do mimicry to some extent, and then I'm working on output. And in the meantime, the input, what I'm collecting is I'm ear training. So what I was doing it for a while in the beginning, but it was way too slow. Like it took too long to say, oh, this is low. I hear a low, high, low. This is what I hear is high, high, low. This is what I'm hearing is low, high, high, regardless of what the thing is. So I did that for a while, but it took too long. It's too long. So I do it in my head most of the time. So in my head, I'm thinking high, low, 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 high, high. And then I'm confirming it when I'm doing input. I'm confirming it with another source. And have you done minimum pair test to verify my perceptions? Yes. I already do ear training and perceptions based on music. So I was a musician before. And usually it's a lot easier. It's more dynamic to match pitch musically. It's not, it's to me, I make a disclaimer usually, but a lot of times I have a background in music, and pitch production also can be vocalized, and I typically do vocalization a lot for purposes of like reading and speaking, as opposed to like reading out loud and speaking, like public speaking. So usually for me it's perfectly fine to do that. So what I'm doing now is I'm basically collecting pitch accents, seeing if they match, right? Using a reference material. Like, oh yeah, I just learned this vocabulary. Like, what's a hard one that is very confusing? Like something like, hatotoku. Like hatotoku. Hatotoku might be one, and I'm like, okay, well, okay. I take a guess, or like obviously it doesn't matter if it's up or down. The idea is you're training, and eventually you might see an uplift over time. So that's kind of what I'm doing now. I'm not paying attention to pitch accent accuracy for as in like the native accuracy, but more for listening accuracy. And that's what I'm doing right now. And I don't expect to be looking up every word. The litmus test is Japan. The litmus test is Japan, Japanese language, and Japanese person. Can you explain that a little bit more? Are you suggesting that I need to listen to Japanese people in order to know if I'm accurately listening to pitch from a Japanese language? I disagree, but I get where you're coming from. I disagree with you. However, I do understand what you mean. Yeah, if you want to be native and all that stuff, the litmus test would be that. We're not gonna digress into that, but I'm just saying a common litmus test is the 3 examples above. Oh, you're talking about Nihongo. Yeah, you're talking about Nihon. Yeah, you're talking about Nihon. Nihongo. Nihongo and Nihonjin. Yeah, Nihonjin. That thing. Right. And then because of Dogen. Thank you, Dogen. he went over that too. So yeah. The litmus test. That's what you meant. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. This was fine. I actually did it with Dogen. So I don't know who you did it with, but I did it with Dogen. I followed along with Dogen. Yep. Agreed. It's a fun litmus test. You can also do pitch testing if you want. So what'd you call it? A more musicality thing is it's like 10 tests. Oftentimes first they tell you, like, they give you one pitch and they give you another pitch. Is it higher or lower than the current pitch, right? And then they swap it, and then they're gonna give you a chord, like three notes, like maybe like a chord progression, and then you have to figure out which they're gonna ask you about one of the notes. Is it higher or lower? So you can get more fine than this if you want, right? And then you can hum to it if you want. You can hum to it, which is another great way to test your pitch acuity. And most of the time one of the drawbacks of the music pitch test is your voice has a specific speaking range. So if the pitch test when you're humming is not in the usual range that you hear yourself, it could be a little harder to know if a pitch is higher or lower, right? Yeah. Nihongo, Nihonjin, right? So, what was it? It was like, right? I think that was the examples that they used. Oh, the down steps are a bit off? Huh. Is Nihon... Wait, which one is off? That's what I did. So, regardless of its accuracy, if you think, or what you said at least... Oh, so I said Nihon. So, was it this one? Nihon. Nihongo. Nihongo. And then Nihonjin. Okay, Nihon. Nihongo. Nihongo. And then Nihonjin. Nihonjin. Or Nihonjin. No? It's probably Nihonjin, right? Yeah, it's Nihonjin. So I actually don't say this too much, but this is the pitch pattern I'm aiming for. So I still need output practice on here. Pretty sure this is the pitch pattern, right? Yeah, I'm dropping too far. It's sounding like this. So to my ears, I'm doing this. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So you see what I mean by cupcake. You see what I mean by that, right? I can actually hear it, but it also requires output practice. So like my hearing is accurate. Yeah, a common issue problem have is that they can recognize the accent. Yeah. Well, but the placement is a bit off. Yeah. So, it's not a problem to me. Just to give you a perspective check, I don't see it as a problem. If people can recognize my accent as being a problem, that's perfectly fine. I work on output and input regardless if the results of the goal. So it keeps me motivated. I know where my errors are, right? I know where my errors are, and I can perceive them. So I'm usually, as long as I can get this checked, I'm perfectly comfortable with wherever the wind blows me, right? So yeah, as a perception. So just so you know, Duo, funny enough, doesn't use this vocabulary very much. So it would pay to know that I kind of expected that I would drop this. So 日本人 yeah, 日本人 is probably the closest I can get to it at this point. That's 日本人. You mean odd as in like they don't use like Japanese? Yeah, they actually don't. It's kind of funny. They only talk about it in a few units. Like adding jin. Actually, we don't even have. I don't even have the kanji for jin yet. It's a thing. It's fine. Hopefully that summarizes some things, I suppose. I tried. Yeah, I have the kanji. Oh, I lied. I have the kanji for it. But they haven't used it in the context of jin yet. They used it for hito, right? Hito. Oh gosh. Hito. And they used it for nin as a counter, right? And they haven't gone back to jin. They did introduce it though. It was like unit 4. And then every time they introduce new nationalities. So they've introduced new nationalities 3 times. And they've added 4 or 5 nationalities in those 3 sections. And occasionally they would add jin to one of the nationalities. Yeah, occasionally. The last one would be, oh, this one's rough. Philippine jin. Philippine jin. Philippine jin. Filipino. And then they introduced Takararuka. Takaraguka. Yeah, Takaragu Takaragugo. Takaragugo. For Tagalog. Yeah. For Philippine. For Filipinos out there. Yep. There you go. Japanese related things. I won't worry about the digression. It's related to Japan. In the end, I don't know any of the accurate pitch accents of the 1300 to 1400 vocabulary words I know from sound alone. And I'm okay with that. So if I sound odd and not odd, that will work itself out, in my opinion. So one day, when I have enough competence, right, like vocabulary and stuff, I'm just gonna listen to one of my favorite guys, or 2 or 3 favorite things, and I'm basically gonna assimilate some of their accent, and then I'll move on to the next accent and the next accent, and then I will eventually mold whatever it is to them. That's how I learned English, and that's how I've developed my English speaking patterns, and also how I speak Fujianese. I model my execution, my output, after the person, but after something. So first, I collect and imitate. So right now, Duolingo has 7 or 8 synthetic voices, and I go back and forth. I go up, I go down. Some of the synthetic voices go up here and down here. I'm basically mirroring a lot for output practice. And then I'm hearing them in my ear so that in the future, I can pay attention to them. Like, oh yeah, this character speaks this way. I want to voice act like it. I kind of approach it as like voice acting, where like, yeah, I like this one. And that's kind of where I'm going with it. So if you're asking if I'm going hardcore, or like if I want a challenge in pitch accent, I'm challenging myself every day. And in pitch accent, but not in the way I would disagree that it is challenging to know the correct pitch accent and only practice the correct pitch accent. I think it's incredibly fun to just imitate any pitch accent and listen to any pitch accent. My goal is not Japanese fluency. Also, my goal, I mean, if it happens, that's pretty sweet, I would say. And my goal is not to sound like a Japanese person. If I end up coincidentally sounding like a Japanese person, nice, cool. But for me, I am a multilingual I would consider myself humbly a multilingual person already, and I don't particularly like to sound like anything, really. I just like to sound like whatever I can get my hands on. So my Fujianese might not sound like someone else's Fujianese. That's so perfectly okay if I can communicate with them, right? Much like if anyone comes up to me and they speak to me in English, I will love their accent. I'm not gonna like somehow hammer their accent away from them. And that's my spiel. People will cry foul and get angry at me. I've already gotten people pretty angry at me, but I live from a background that requires this type of perspective, and not the other type of perspective. I'm not from a background where I don't spend constantly juggling different types of accent patterns and stuff. Like I can't even say the most recent one was Mabo Doufu. Yeah, Mabo Doufu. Mabo Doufu. It's kind of like it's like hey bonding all the way down with Mapo Doufu. Versus Mapo Dao. Like, hey, we can do the same in the reverse direction, right? Mapo Dao is the reference here, as opposed to Mapo Doufu. So, and then we have things like katakana, which happens a lot. Like, the one that I just learned today was coffee maker. Coffee maker. It's coffee maker. So I'm not gonna go and say like, oh yeah, you should get rid of your katakana accent, because no, I know you're saying coffee maker. It's just a lot slower than all your other. Your hiragana is so much, whatever is in hiragana tends to be faster than whatever you're saying in katakana, because most of the katakana words are double beaded and t's and vowels held everywhere. But that's cool. It means you're Japanese. That's pretty sweet. I haven't ever met a Japanese person who can speak English to the point where I can comprehend and also tell now, because I learned Japanese, that you also retained a lot of your katakana practice, right? It's actually pretty sweet. I actually quite love it when people toggle back and forth. Music is fantastic example, where when you bridge pitch accent, a lot of times if you have to bridge mora and pitch accent, you do it cleverly, creatively in singing, in like music. And every once in a while you'll hear an English line, and the English line could sound like pure katakana. Or from time to time, the word they have is so close to English. That's cool too. But most of the time, the English lines are in pure katakana. And that to me is pretty sweet. So I like when they're toggling back and forth. Like music, for example, Spanish, English music. Oof, I like Spanish, English music. When someone like slips in and out like lines like you know, we like something like I like you, it'd be like yo quiero you. Yeah, like yo quiero you, which things like that is pretty awesome in my opinion. So if you're not here if you're hoping that I become fluent or like develop the perfect pitch accent, that's probably not going to happen for many years, if not by coincidence. I don't think my English, I'm not trying to hammer out my English accent as well. It's kind of like saying I need to sound British English because that's the correct English. I should stop sounding more like an American, right? Personally, that's all right. I do like the Kansai accent though. I do have to admit, I adopt most of the kantoing, like some of the things that separate Kanto from Kansai. But after hearing the Kansai accent for quite some time, it has its quirks, and I really like it. Or the Kansai dialect, because their word choices are slightly different too. You can definitely hear some of the dialectic differences in words. Anyways, thanks for asking or sharing as well. Yeah, the litmus test. I like it. I haven't really considered it, described it that way. All right, what do we have? Oh no. Check queen. Check queen. Check queen.
Check queen.
Check queen. Check queen. Check queen wa nanji kara desu ka? Desu ka? Yeah, nanji kara desu ka? Stop. I didn't click on that. Okay.
Nanji.
Nanji
Kara.
Nanji kara desu ka? Check queen. Check queen wa nanji kara desu ka? Nope. Oh, I forgot eto. Is the rest fine? Oh yeah, the rest is fine. I totally forgot the interjection. Okay. Puru. Puru no tonari. No, wait. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, puru. Puru no tonari de aimashou.
No, tonari.
Tonari. Puru no tonari de aimashou. Check queen. Check queen. Check queen.
Check queen.
Check queen. What was the other one? Check. Check out. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at that again. It's been a little while now. Otearai wa jimu no tonari desu.
No, tonari.
Tonari desu. これは私の部屋の好き部屋の鍵です。鍵です。New vocab 鍵 え、これは私の部屋の、これは私の部屋の鍵です。鍵です。
いいえ、クレジットカードはありません。
いいえ、クレジットカードはありません。いいえ、クレジットカードはありません。No, I don't have a credit card.
部屋の番号は770です。
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 770です。770です。部屋の番号は770です。Imagine having a phone number that's just 777. 77. Oh, that's so troll. Yo, you know what? That's so toxic. Is there a I swear, is there a, do they just remove that phone number in Japanese where like it's just a whole row of sevens? Because there's no like it's the same one. Wait, what happens when there's like a full row of sevens? Is there a way to simplify it? I mean, seven, the word seven, like English seven, has like other things to demarcate it, but I don't know about nana 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 nana. Wait, was that 7 sevens? I don't know. I don't even know the phone number situation in Japanese. Like, is it 5 digits, 6 digits? No idea. 7 digits? Let's see. So the room number is 770.
チェックインは午後3時からです。
チェックインは午後3時からです。Check-in is from 3 p.m. Oh yeah, we're fine. From the awkwardness of from. Yes. チェックインは何時Oh, I'm saying 何時ですか？
チェックイン
は何時ですか？ Wait a minute. から。チェックインは何時からですか？ Thank you, Lucy.
3階。
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 3階。3階。
氷はどこですか？
氷は、氷はどこですか？氷は
どこ
どこですか？
氷はどこですか？
氷はどこですか？ Where is the ice? 氷。 napkin.
Napkin?
Napkin. Yeah, man. Napkin. Napkin. Keshiki.
Keshiki?
Zenbu de.
Zenbu de?
Zenbu de. Password. Password.
Password.
How do I not get tired from studying? You're so jealous? I have really great company. Vitherson. Vitherson. I have very good company. Cupcake Night asked me a very fun question to talk about. I'm not usually studying most of the time. Like, it's like half of the time. So, it's nice to talk about language and culture all the time and whatnot. So, yeah, sort of. I'm like studying something, but not like always Japanese. We talk a lot of things about English too. Yeah. So I wasn't like hardcore 7.5 hours doing just this. Yeah, for sure. You keep engaged, you know, have conversations with people. How are you doing, by the way? I think I'm not too familiar with your name. So what are you doing in terms of language learning? Yeah. Do you like language learning? What kind of languages you speak, listen to, participate in, consume, maybe even learn on the side? Give me the deets. Give me the deets.
パスワードは長いですね。
パスワードは something.
パスワードは
長いですね。パスワードは長いですね。Is the I mean the password is long, isn't it? Right. Barbecue.
Barbecue.
Oh, barbecue. Oh my gosh. Ugh. I'm never gonna. That one's gonna be rough. Barbecue. We're gonna stick to yakiniku. You're good. You're also learning Japanese. I'm at the end of section 1 of Duolingo. Oh, hey, a fellow Duolingo user. You don't actually hear that very much. But hello, fellow Duolingo user. How do you finding your experience with Duolingo Japanese 2024 Duolingo Japanese course? What are your thoughts? Can you tell me a few words that you're like, oh yeah, this permanently in my memory? For section 1, for me, I'll give you. Oh wait. I'm gonna wait for yours, but let me think of section 1 through 5, which is sorry. Section 1 has 5 units, I think. Oh yeah. I have a few words from section 1 for sure. Definitely. And they still recur all the time anyways. I'm at the end of section 2 right now, if you want to know. This is the last unit of section 2. And it's been really wonderful. Kaikei. Kaikei. Oh, okay. That's a little weird sounding. Kaikei. Okay, kaikei. So like really flat. So kaikei, just flatten out. Kaikei. Short. Kori. Kori. Run it together. Kori. Keshiki.
Keshiki?
Keshiki. Keshiki.
Keshiki?
Keshiki. Soup.
氷が欲しいです。
氷が欲しいです。
氷 氷が欲しいです。
が欲しいです。氷が欲しいです。Is this different? Oh yeah, it was. Mika. Mika. Mika.
3日
Sun. Sangai. Sangai.
3階
Or Sangai. Have I seen Cure Dolly's YouTube? Help me out a lot. I have been suggested a couple of times, and I looked at it. It's interesting. It's a type of medium that can be very helpful to people. I don't use it myself. I use other YouTube references prior, but I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, someone suggested Cure Dolly as well. I'm glad it helped you out a lot. I'm not the biggest... I don't particularly resonate with that type of presentation either, so other sources also provide something similar. But yes, I have seen it. I know enough about it to say it can definitely be very engaging format in both a visual sense and a audio, like content sense. How are you learning? Is that what else are you using? By the way, granola la. Granola la. Sorry, I had to convert those L's because Japanese. No. Kuda no nada. Kurado nada. I like the name. Granola. Nice. Just Anki and immersion. So are you in the, like, how long have you been learning Japanese? Or studying Japanese or practicing Japanese even? So 2日行きます。で、このホテルのルームメイト、no、ルームサービス。Every day for about 8 months now? Wow. Way to go. Way to be consistent. Every day. That's amazing. What are your what are the things that are highlights of these 8 years? Like, you have any interesting discoveries or stories or impressionable memories from these 8 months? Every day is quite a commitment. このホテルのルームサービスは、oh man, that's so. ルームサービスは、white? 白い、安いです。雪。Snowy. Yeah, right. Heya wa. Wait. What is this word? Okay. Heya wa 3階です。Really? Is that it?
部屋は3です。
I guess the on the third floor is implied, I supposed. 部屋は3階です。 have you had the opportunity to use your Japanese, granola? In some way, like interact with the community or interact with some peeps? What are you using your I found whatever you want to improve, you have to do that thing. Like doing Anki flashcards only gets you better flashcards and not reading comprehension, etc. Oh yeah. Yeah. So what other, like, I imagine then every day, I imagine what you're doing now is substantially far more dynamic than what you do when you started. For me, it has changed incredibly substantially. Although I still stream Duolingo, though. So that it's built upon that. But what you see is most certainly not what you will experience, for example. So I don't want to give people the false impression. Usually people ask, and someone earlier asked as well. It's a question that I'm really well prepared to talk about. Although at this point it's late in the evening, so I'm probably gonna try to wrap this up soon. But yes, I totally agree with you on that's more of a learning process thing, right? The human condition, more of a psychological human condition thing, and I like it. It isn't necessarily attached to language learning. Yeah, to a point where I don't like calling it learning. I'm just doing a variety of things that happen to be in Japanese. Yes. So the word I typically use is I use not necessarily a word, but I use this setup. Lots of people would do the input versus output thing, now that I've come to understand it a little bit. But generally for me, people ask me if I'm studying Japanese, and most of the time I will tell them that I'm practicing output on Duolingo for speech, and then I'm learning for input on hearing and abstraction of vocabulary for Duolingo. And then the makeup of this is now in its current state is about 60% practice, 40% learning. So I like that you are also using the learning thing, right? Like you're practicing what you spent so much of your time, and you're like picking up stuff, but you like the act of practicing. So you're expending a lot of time outputting now, right? I imagine you're also speaking, reading the stuff, enjoying content, right? You're enjoying that you can absorb these things. So it's no longer like technically learning Japanese per se. You're experiencing, you're gaining experience with Japanese by practicing and absorbing things. And I hope I get that. I hope I get to that point. Granola, I'm gonna put myself at 6 months to a year. I think conservatively 9 months is where I would think my current approach will take me before I basically shift over to practicing and experiencing. So you're forming higher level creation and compositions. You are discussing, creating stories now, and it's largely accumulating experience versus some sort of foundational learning work, right? And the comment you made was refinement in learning methods, which is lovely. I love that. I love that sentiment, where when you practice something, stagnating on one form of practice is also a great great learning lesson when it comes to tackling things like language learning. If people tackle their second language, they come to this idea of refining their learning methods, like tackling more things, more ways of input, increasing their amount of input. Like if you're doing flashcards one day, you're gonna do audiobooks another day, or like mix audiobooks in, or like mix free grade readers and all that. And I'm doing the same too. Hop on a random grammar site for a couple, watch your YouTube of like 3 or 4 favorite, like doom scroll through YouTube of multilingual. That's kind of where I am. Multilingual streams and content creators. Yeah, cool. I see you have a very healthy relationship with Japanese. May I ask what other languages you know or you use? And what is your daily use language out of your academic choice? Puru de mae no puru no mae de aimashou. Puru no mae de aimashou. So we meet behind the pool. Oh, in front of the pool. Mae, whoops, in front of the pool. Behind is tonari. Okay. You know Cantonese and use English in college. Oh, wait a minute. Are you saying use Cantonese as your primary? Oh man, you're probably the first one I've met that if you're using Cantonese as your primary. That's pretty cool. Sometimes I don't. Oh, English is primary. Oh, okay. How much do you know Cantonese? I have this I have this thing that I always talk about where, you know how there's only so much immersion can help, but I grew up from immersion on Cantonese, from Cantonese and Mandarin. So I'm at that weird second gen thing where if I listen to these things, I will respond in English, but I have very poor mechanical output. And also I'm illiterate. So it's one of those things like, oh, hey, this show is great, I'm going to watch it. And it happens to be in Cantonese or in Mandarin. And it's also to the point where I don't know sometimes when I'm mechanically outputting if I'm speaking Cantonese or Mandarin. Like "nei hou ma" as opposed to "ni hou" as "ni hou." Oh, sorry, and I also have Fujianese, by the way. So there a lot of times, like there's a lot of I don't know, but in the end I still understand, like I cursorily understand the essence of what's going on. So I like watching Cantonese programming quite a lot. When I was in my youth, it was all about that TVB life. It's because of TVB. Is 一点点, is that Mandarin or Cantonese? 我是讲广东话一点点. Oh, that's Mandarin? Oh, okay. And which one is it 广东话 or 普通话 is Cantonese or Mandarin? I always get them mixed up too. this is where I am right now. I am gonna plan on learning Mandarin. Like sort out all the Mandarin next after I get to where you are, Granola, about having enough to constructively learn in Japanese, as opposed to still working on like fundamentals and trying to build up stuff. I need to get to a point where I'm competent enough that I can use Japanese to learn Japanese, and I'm gonna move on to Mandarin so that I can enable myself to learn in immersion, right? Fujonese I've learned entirely in immersion. So going 후지와 야 뭐지만外公 후지와 뭐공 야 ingokong. What else I could say in this context? It's very pragmatic use of Fujonese. But I said like I don't have trouble speaking Fujonese or swapping to Fujonese at any time. But I need like a subject to talk about. Like 지금 왜 shung dino sai dino shung how do you game? So there's also katakana S things in Fujonese where it adopts a lot of words like how do you game, play game, right? I'm saying that I'm using my computer to go on the internet to play a video game or something like that. Unfortunately, there aren't actually words for streaming for Fujonese. Like you typically refer to it generally as things online. I'm doing things online. And there's no like streaming. So you would say 지금 왜 got streaming. But you would throw in the adopted words, much like in Cantonese. Sorry, not in Cantonese. In katakana, you would adopt those words. And actually, my parents have gotten pretty good at that. Like busy, 你也 busy ma. Instead of when you're trying to get someone's attention, like you're asking him, oh yeah, can I get your attention? Are you busy? 你也 busy ma. Basically asking how are you and stuff. But it's repurposing lots of borrowed words, and those are inherited into Fujonese. So my parents do say things like, "Oh, what 지금 메시우 도기안코 hospital." There is eating. Eating would be the place. So, I can say these things very rapidly, but I have no comprehension, and I need Mandarin in order to understand any lick of Fujonese. Because a writing system is supposed to be useful, but there's no formal schooling in Fujonese anymore. And Fujonese is a dialect of Mandarin, and you can't gain access of it. This is the most Fujonese I've ever used in public. I think I'm not sure if it sounds weird or people are used to hearing it, but I talked about this a little bit earlier. Fujonese, if you hear someone like me speak Fujonese who can still output Fujonese, usually it's someone outside of China. And the people outside of China, in terms of Fujonese, one of the largest concentration is the United States. And of that concentration, pretty much most of those Fujonese people do not seek a career or any type of luxury in streaming content or sharing content. So if you look online, there is like 3 or 4 people who have no reach whatsoever, including myself, in terms of Fujonese. So if you ever hear someone speak Fujonese online, it would be that you've met like a 1 in a multi-million chance. So here you are, I guess. I'm saying this not as a humble brag, but as a very sad, in my opinion, a very bittersweet situation where I can't connect with anyone in my mother tongue. Fujonese is my first language, technically. I learned Fujonese because my parents speaks exclusively in Fujonese in the household. So that was technically my first language that I acquired. And now it's like, So when you mentioned Cantonese, sorry, Granola, I digressed too far. When you mentioned Cantonese, I was like, oh yeah. So are you are you multinational, or are you in Hong Kong, or somewhere, um, or are we talking about like West Coast? A lot of times, Cantonese West Coast of the United States have quite a large population. It would put you around 9 p.m. right now. So I feel like that would be the evening time. So I was very curious. I love hearing other people's backgrounds. West Coast? Okay, so you're West Coast. Checks out. Yep, Cantonese. Cantonese is far less common in the East Coast. Most of them are like Fujianese people. So like myself. Like if you go to New York City, if you go to Chinatown, you'll probably hear Fujianese. In fact, that's kind of what a lot of clout chasers, like influencers, would, if they learned Fujianese from someone, they would go to New York City to use Fujianese. Yeah, it's where most of my parents' extended family and heritage comes from. But yeah, I have heard that Cantonese is pretty big on the left. To the point where there's like Cantonese supermarkets, right? We don't have those Cantonese. Like, as far as I remember, you know, like 99. I've been to the West Coast for a few, 1 or 2 times. Was it 99 Chinese run by Kanto peeps? My parents are former business owners, like Americanized Chinese food, right? For business owners, so they are constantly bombarding me on the side about like who runs what and who runs what in the United States. I don't know if your family's like that. Sorry, I got a little carried away. I really like meeting people from multicultural backgrounds.
Wi-Fi.
Oh, Wi-Fi, and you're learning Japanese. Interesting.
No.
Wi-Fi のパスワード、パスワードはどうですか？no は何ですか？
パスワード。
パスワードは何？ It's not 何です。Oh, wait, yeah, actually 何ですか? You're right. Good job. Good job, Junior. Wi-Fi のパスワードは何ですか? Yeah, 何ですか? Let's see. Oh, 自販機。自販機の前で、待ちましょう。Oh, interesting.
No, de.
Oh, I haven't even considered being able to say that instead. Jihangi no. I haven't used machima to wait too often. Interesting. Okay. Jihangi no mae de machimashou. Machimashou. Have you visited Japan? Going to visit Japan? Or maybe you're doing the thing where you visit Japan and maybe possibly Hong Kong or something? I like to think that Hong Kong is in the equation somewhere, having known Cantonese, but that might be being a little too presumptuous. Perhaps Taiwan. How do we? Oh no. Oh, it's just Taiwan. Taiwan. I think. I don't think I've been given Taiwan in Japanese. I was just thinking in my head. Jimu wa Nobi no mae desu. チムはロビーの前です。
ルームサービスはいくらですか?
You see so much good food videos in Hong Kong, I'm tempted. Oh wait, so no, you haven't visited Hong Kong yet? Or have been to Hong Kong or from Hong Kong? Or I often hear when they think about, when I hear Japan, Cantonese, like if I think of someone who's learning Japanese, who also knows Cantonese, and also lives in the United States to some extent, I often associate someone who is likely to have considered visiting Hong Kong and doing a step over to Japan at the same time when it comes to like those like big vacation plans, at least. Do both. I'm obviously being a little bit overzealous here. Perhaps your situation doesn't provide those opportunities. You get that impression? Do you have any plans on visiting Hong Kong, judging from your response? Or Japan, for that matter? Pretty much a large majority, the vast majority of people who say they're also learning Japanese over my 74 days are either going to Japan within the next year, or at least within the next 2 years, or have been to Japan and miss it, kind of thing. So there's that. And I'll volunteer my own, because people do ask quite a bit. My family and I have an immediate family member that is now residing in Japan, at least for the foreseeable couple years. So we are likely to plan to visit Japan. So what better time to get on the ball than now to acquire at least foundational Japanese before then. What an opportunity. Lu Musa Bisu. Lu Musa Bisu wa ikura desu ka? No plans, don't want to go to Japan either? Oh, just like learning and consuming content? Ooh. Okay. I see. What kind of content do you consume? Japanese? Huh, no desire to go to Japan, huh? But Hong Kong, though. Xiangang, right? Actually, I don't know how to say it in Hong Kong. Is that the same thing in Hong Kong? I mean, in Cantonese. I don't know how to say it in Cantonese. You've been loving... Oh, One Piece? I see. Man, I haven't really got on top of that One Piece. Have I considered taking Dogen's phonetic course since you're familiar with him? That is a Patreon thing, isn't it? That's a Patreon thing, desu ne? Yeah, probably not. However, if there's like a strong case for it, and if someone is incredibly enthusiastic about it, I might do it. The things that motivate me the most are other people's passion and enthusiasm. So like, for example, someone who's very passionate about a TV show or something, I tend to like, what the heck? Let's subscribe and experience it together. But usually there hasn't been a very strong, particular push for something like that. Someone that I know, I don't know, I think that person might have went to bed now, talked about Wanikani, the one that's produced by Tohoku. And when people are incredibly passionate, I would probably say yes. I haven't considered it to some extent, but since I consume Dogen shows up on my YouTube feed, I am aware of his phonetics course. If I can say my 2 cents about phonetics courses, is that I often think that when it comes to phonetics, I like to wing it. And it's not in a sense that is any I think people who strive to be incredibly phonetically geared and mechanical is incredibly impressive. However, it's secondary priority for me. Much like if you like Souls games, like FromSoft Souls games, I will play the game to extract all the sentimentalisms out of it, but I wouldn't go back to master it. It is an exercise in diminished return. So perhaps if someone is incredibly passionate and I've established a trust of relationship or interpersonal relationship with another person, I may strongly consider it. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe we'll talk. There's a chance in the future I come across paths with people who are very close to Dogen or maybe incredibly passionate, but yeah, usually I like being a nomad, so I'll probably be bouncing around all the time. That goes the same with like hearing content from your various influencers. I'm aware of most of them. I think the one that I find very cathartic and match my mannerism is probably Metatron. I think that's his channel name. That's probably there are a few others, but generally speaking, I live the life of a dilettante. So the dude with the long hair, yeah, exactly, the dude with the long hair. That's all. It's pretty amazing that you could say that, and I know that you know who Metatron is. Because Dogen reacted to Metatron, like evaluated that person. So if you're familiar with Dogen and his phonetic course, you probably have encountered the commentary on him, his too. And I did see Metatron's cursory, or not really cursory, pretty in-depth, but monthly, like pretty experienced evaluation of Duolingo pre-2024. And I really felt that I resonated with the wider holistic speech that he is using. So I prefer quite a lot of that. I do understand that the phonetic classes are probably going to be a lot different from the appeal of what I've been exposed to, and obviously that doesn't represent. I did watch his stream though, like one of his extended stream that was supposed to be more of a companion piece to highlighting some of the stuff that was derived from the phonetics course. It was very insightful to some extent. What can I say about learning? I'm a very free-floating spirit, so I don't relish going back into a format like that in anytime soon. If someone wants to learn with me, then I am more than happy to join them. I think most of my content and interest nowadays, even Japanese, is influenced by the people around me. I learn to get closer to people. I don't learn to, I know how this may sound, but oftentimes I don't need to better myself all that much anymore. I like to better myself with the passion of others. So if I got into OS, if you're familiar with OS, the rhythm game, I got into OS because of that. Like a Dragon. I mean, heck, I got into streaming because of that. The things I do for myself are whenever I help someone out of depression. Oh, you were actually a mapper in O's? Okay. So, the thing I do most, if anything, is not Japanese. So none of these skills and stuff. This is just out of pure curiosity and exercise. The stuff that I'm telling you now, I'm fetching for resonance with you. So I'm throwing in all of my cross interactions. And I'm sure most of you probably heard of O's, so I throw that out there a lot. I need to get back into O's, spent so much time playing it still. Okay, so you both I hit a O's moment. Yeah. So the reason why I'm learning Japanese is motivated by that too. So a lot of times most of my interest goes connected. So if you look at my interests, they're all connected in a certain way to everyone else who's around me. So I've been out of the whole sciencey thing in a long time. So yeah, that's probably all I can say. So my question, that was a long answer to your question, but the short answer is I do what people want me, are passionate and they know me. So if this person really hates doing taxes, I'll sit down with the person and do taxes with them. I'm at the point in my life that I farm people, as in like me becoming native speaking in Japanese doesn't offer me any pleasure. Learning Japanese with someone else offers me pleasure, right? Like it makes me feel rewarded to do that. So I often seek people with problems or like maybe obstacles or things they want to do, and I kind of largely participate in it. I learn with them, and if I don't know the info, usually it's something I don't know, because you can't know everything. So when someone says like, oh yeah, I gotta write a resume tomorrow or something, I'll sit down and write it with you. I'll learn how to write a resume again, because I'm not entirely sure if I know how to write a resume anymore for the modern day. So that's kind of the thing. People's problems, maybe things you have to do, maybe you need some encouragement. I will probably try to do my best. If you're feeling down and you need a word of encouragement, I kind of try to read the subtext, engage people as much as I can, keep you here forever, trapped forever in my mental web of mind palace. You won't be able to unhear and undo all my subliminal techniques that I'm using to brainwash. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. I just thought I'd bring out the Os mentality, right? You can't quit me. Os quits you. So you can't quit Os. Os quits you. Right? Right, folks? I haven't gotten back to Os in a while, largely because I started doing this. But you might catch me one of these days, maybe in like the next 3 months. So you're a mapper, Cupcake. Interesting. Do you guys happen to know a person named Sunwraith? Another streamer named Sunwraith? Okay. Just, I'm taking a statistical Sunwraith. Okay. Okay. Just taking a statistical poll. I'm curious. I'm very curious how proliferative his channel is at the moment, or like his namesake. Boy, would you love to see the way he holds his pen. Okay. All right. Room service. How much is room service? All right. We need to focus. We gotta wrap up the day. Oh yeah, and it's after midnight. Okay. Oh no, that means I just triggered. Okay, that's fine. The cafe is on the 3rd floor. Cafe wa 3階. Oh no. Yeah. No, yeah. 3階です. Yeah, that's it. カフェは3階です。高いルームサービス。ルームサービス。
高いルームサービス。
ルームサービス。Wait, hold. I think I triggered this. Okay. Alright. I think this is a pretty good place to stop, actually. Did I say anything extended today that could like cut out for some fun? Nah, not really. We'll keep it all in one today. How long did we? 8 hours? Usually these sessions take about 3 to 4. So tomorrow I have something different. Yeah. So tomorrow is reset day, so I'll be doing Neverwinter Online for the first half, and then we're gonna complete Unit 18, and then the following day is the big review day. The big review day, I don't really know how far this goes back. I think we're covering Unit 11 to Unit 8 off of memory. So we're gonna attempt to find some way. I'm trying to brainstorm how I'm gonna do this in the next day, where I'm gonna try to recall. I'm gonna aim for 90%. 90% of everything from Unit 11 to Unit 18, right? 3 divided by, that's 8. Yes. So it's from Unit 11 all the way. Yeah, we'll do negative verbs. Unit 11 all the way to Unit 18. And then talk about a lot of the stuff that I actually talked about today, because I already prepared a lot of the things in my head on input, output, practice, learning, stuff like that. Where do I go from here? What I'm gonna change in the next one? Duolingo, that's kind of funny because section 3 is when they stop just using the mass form. The plain form comes after section 2. So it takes quite some long time. But to give you an idea, so to give you an idea, it takes me a really long time because I talk a lot. Cupcake, I talk quite a lot. So Unit 1 has 5 units. Unit section 2 has 18. And I've already been told by other people who are much more older than I am in terms of experience with Duolingo and stuff. So section 3 and section 4 has over twice the length of section. Like, I got through the tutorial, basically. In my opinion, the way I describe this is I finally got through the tutorial of Duolingo, which puts me at about 1100 words, 1100 vocabulary words, about 100 kanji, and then I'm done with the tutorial. So apparently somewhere in here in section 3 and section 4, I think section 3 has stories, so there's still one more feature left that I don't know when is it. I'm guessing I'm going to try to get to it before I use the 2-week super and see if I want to subscribe from the future. But yeah, section 3 and 4, somewhere in this line, they will be introducing other forms, I think, is my impression that I got from other people. So I don't know yet, and I can always jump to them, but obviously I don't have the competence to do that. In the future, if I subscribe, I could try out what this word thing does, which might be just a flashcard thing too. So they did add this recently, and they don't categorize the comprehensive. It's they cover 30% or maybe 50%. 50% of the words are here, and the reason why they're only 50% a lot of times is they're omitting predicates. So things that have conjugations from this list. So I don't know how they're going to represent that. However, usually when you go to the kanji section, that's how they represent a lot of the predicates actually. Most of the predicates get represented in kanji first. So these are exercises. And we are going to... This unit is a half unit that has no kanji. It's one of 2 units that don't have kanji. But we'll see. And see, I don't know if the story is hidden behind a... So Cozy mentioned earlier that the story is hidden by super, but usually super is labeled, right? These are super features. At least you can look at the mistakes you made, etc. But the story section doesn't have a super label. So I don't quite know. It just keeps telling me to keep learning until I get it. And I was told that I think they're books along the path. So section 3 might be the first time I'll be experiencing a story. I don't know what that story might be, but it'll be interesting. So there's that. Lots of still new things to look forward to. So I kind of got through the tutorial. I did like the listening stuff. The listening stuff is kind of fun. The prompts aren't long enough when I first started. You get like, there was 2 instances where there were free 3-day super. The second time I got the free day super was day 50, and the problem was they were updating something and these were bugged out. So I couldn't even do it. Anyways, I couldn't even test if this works. So I'm a little bit apprehensive as to if these features are not bugged out yet, because they updated recently. There's apparently someone else told me that, I don't know if this is true or not, there's gonna be another update to the Japanese course soonish, but in the back end, this was not here the first time, and I was given 3 days super on 7 days on the first week, so this wasn't even here before, and it kind of looks like a flashcard thing, right? Not comprehensive, but a flashcard thing. And then you have a record of
Toast, check out, 牛乳4回.
So your standard things, right? Ordered in the order that they are learned, or alphabetically, right? I don't really know how what alphabetically means. Oh, I guess they're going with ah. Yeah, they're doing okay. A I U E O alphabetically. So there you go. So I'm kind of looking forward to that, and I still have 2 weeks to sample and see if I can get there. I'm really excited. That's why I'm kind of like pushing for section 3 and see if the playing form comes up. If the playing form comes up, awesome. If it doesn't, we'll learn a different way. There's no problems. No problems. All right. Thanks for hanging out, guys. And good luck with whatever you guys are doing. I didn't even ask Cupcake if you've been to Japan or we'll have to talk another time. Like what are your plans and how your Japanese is coming along. I like to incentivize people to share and find meaning, that if there's anyone that cares about someone's progress or a random stranger, I care, because whatever works for you may be useful for me. So you could even see it as a selfish thing. I remember, okay, you already mentioned the Cure Dolly thing, right? So yes, I've looked at it. I'm not the biggest fan on its presentation, but that I have found other means of cure dolly stuff as well. And yeah, I might hop into a textbook. I don't know if you can stream textbooks. That might be copyrighted material, but perhaps I could find a textbook. The future, lots of other future things is I might do grade readers online. So when I get to the point where granola is, where I'm largely constructively using Japanese to learn Japanese, I will be leaving Duolingo Japanese and using that time to participate in input and output translationally and transcriptionally. So it might be something like free grade readers where you can stream. By the way, you can stream it because it's not copyright. Like, it's not necessarily really scary to use for. I already do. I'm not talking about what I do now. I'm talking about streaming it. So we have to remember that the pragmatism of streaming it, because you can't do things for commercial use if you don't have authority. But according to the stuff that I use, they might be okay with it for educational purposes. I'm not in education, so technically it's still commercial use. And then I can't do any of the other things that people talk about, like you know, watch me learn phonetics with Dogen. That's privilege. I can't. Just to highlight a few things, I can't use Memrise, Babbel, LinkU, italki, obviously. I can use Anki, but I'll be beyond Anki by the time this is over. I would like to learn things like read news. I'll read news from the NHK site, the easy NHK site, right? So we'll learn about Japanese news together. Hey, if you're interested, I'll probably try to read the Japanese news. NHK. That's kind of interesting because I can learn about what's going on in Japan. Yeah, I can learn about what's going on in Japan while at the same time using Japanese. So killing a lot of birds with one stone, figuratively speaking. And then I want to read books, so maybe we'll read books. And then I'll be playing video games. My background is in creative writing a lot of times for video games. So I play a lot of indie Japanese developers / like story-driven games that are text-heavy or dialogue-heavy for creative writing. And they're usually either localized or was originally in Japanese. So that's where we're going with that. And then when I move on from Duolingo in Japanese, I'm using Duolingo for Mandarin. And Mandarin will be a different story because I actually have ear training and phonetics. As in, like, my mind is already on that. As in, I actually have to pay attention to these things. So that'll be a different story. And then after that, this is like a year later, Spanish. Spanish is the one that I actually learned. A language that I actually learned both written, spoken, and grammatically and formally. But it's been a very long time. I have all the standard casual colloquialism stuff, but it would be fun to review all that. So Spanish would be last for the time being, in the foreseeable future. The reason why I pick Mandarin and Japanese is because there are quite a lot of games now that features all three: English, Japanese, and Mandarin audio. Especially the game series that I've been following the last year. 2023 was the year of Like a Dragon, and the most recent existing Like a Dragon game exists in all three audio: Mandarin, Japanese, and English. And their language, I believe, might I think I don't know if I can get a mod for that, but we'll see. But generally all the audio is there, so it'll be really cool to be able to hit up those games again with a new lens. Mandarin games are on the rise and on the trending, so that might give me a motivation to play certain very popular types of Mandarin games that are coming out that a lot of people are interested in. So I might dip back into like your action RPG game, like maybe like Black Myth Wukong or something, or Black Myth Wukong, right? Wukong. I'm a sucker for Journey to the West, so if there's anything that's gonna give me back to another Souls game, would probably be a Journey to the West thing. So maybe, perhaps. I mean, Pinocchio wasn't enough with, you know, Liza P, but I do have a really soft spot for Journey to the West. Anyways, just thought to share a little bit. Tomorrow I'm gonna be like doing my Neverwinter thing for half the day. All right, I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope man, have a great time. Learn a language, consuming material, you know. Also, don't forget to rest, take care of yourself, right? Meet your needs, get life obligations. Your learning techniques and stuff can really help and go a long way to developing life skills. I'm usually in the area of focusing on life skills because I have no concern with the aptitude of people online. If you're online and you're actively consuming material, you have the potential to acquire any type of specialized skills, in my opinion. Specialized skills voluntarily. However, my experience is that when I connect with such people with specialized skills, their life skills are underdeveloped. And it's not because they don't know how to do it. Rarely is it that they adapt whatever they use to develop specialized skills. They don't readapt it and use it to develop their life skills. That would be like things like time management, communication skills, right? Communication skills. You might think that's ironic. Language learners actually do not develop, in my opinion. So far, my experience is that they're not much that dramatically different from video gamers and whatnot. They're very specialized in what they know about the language and stuff, but their communication skills are different. That's like connecting, resonating with someone, using emotional intelligence, reading nonverbal cues and whatnot. So being a charismatic person, you can be a person with an enormous lexicon and enormous mechanical acuity, but you can come off as non-charismatic, right? Because charisma and emotional intelligence is a great component, a dramatic, significant component that drives in communication between two people. You can be a bumbling idiot and still people can see you as competent because you know how to resonate with that person, right? Being able to ask questions, retort, read, and subtextually understand, right? So that's kind of the thing that I focus on a lot of times. If anyone approaches me, usually it's a question about overcoming a pitfall or just really needing affirmation. So oftentimes I get the privilege to try to offer to read a person well enough to provide maybe just some semblance of helping the person recover from something. So usually that is my focus. So I'm always motivated in what I'm doing is because, well, I spend most of my time solving that problem. So if I become demotivated, it would be really ironic and weird if I'm the person that's struggling with motivation when I say I like to motivate others, right? So hopefully that doesn't seem like the case. If I ever seen I'm unmotivated, I hope that I'm surrounded by people who tell me that, hey, Maku, you don't seem like your old self. Perhaps you want to take a rest and, you know, do the same. So reciprocate, right? So for now, though, oh, hey, Ashton. I'm about to head off, Ashton. Sorry. But hello, how's it going? I'm making my like closing remarks, so perhaps we'll save a conversation for next time. Ashton, I hope you're doing well. Sorry to catch you right at the end. So for you guys, right? Honestly, if you guys are great and motivated and know a lot about know a lot about sharing, motivating other people, definitely don't be shy to express it, in my opinion. Because I can't really say for certain, but sometimes it only takes one person to change another person's life. And that's amazing. Just one life, right? It gives one such a hope. You may never see it happen. And that's kind of the fun. That's kind of the mystery, right? So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, I love this stuff, it changed my life, or it changed my trajectory and stuff, like that kind of stuff is so palpable, in my opinion. So if you're really happy, you're very competent, man, go out there and inspire and touch other people's lives, right? At least that's my goal to speak. So until then, all right, guys, stay safe, stay healthy. If I don't ever see you, good luck with all your pursuits and happinesses in the world and success. And as always, until next time, matashita. Ja ne.